New York State Motocross Championship here from High Voltage Hills MX, day number 2, which means it's championship day here, and you can feel it in the air. Practice wrapped up, sight laps all wrapped up as well, and it's just about time to drop the first gate of the day. Zach Herron here alongside Josh Stout in the Racer TV studio. Josh, we had an incredible day yesterday to kick off the 2025 New York State Championship. Some great battles, some bar banging, and some new faces at the top step of the podium as well, but now it's the day to wrap it up and bring home those number 1 plates. What do you think we're going to see here on day 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we had a lot of guys show up, do what we thought they were going to do. We also had a lot of guys show up. Maybe we weren't expecting to see someone like a Logan Ford, a Toby Cleveland up front. At least for myself, I wasn't. Shane Kelleher showing up, throwing his hat in the mix. I think there's a lot of guys that slept well last night, knowing they did what they needed to do, set themselves up. We're going to jump here into some action. Looks like we got the 50cc e-bike opens on track. Green flag is out.
There we go, lap 1 underway. And we'll give you a look at that top 5 rundown here from Moto number 1. It was Maverick Manzer grabbing the win with Mason Wager in the number 2 spot. Colton Brassey, Nick Kaka, and Miller Barbary, your top 5 here in Moto number 1 as the gate is down already. 1 lap in the books, and it's Mason Wager out front leading the way with Manzer in the number 2 spot. That could be the difference between an overall, and look at this. They are wheel-to-wheel, Josh, as they make their way into that abbreviation, and already we got to look back.
Yeah, like we said yesterday morning, we saw that Manzer train. We had Maverick out here. I believe his brother Beckett was also in some of the other 50 classes, and they pretty much sweep these 50 classes. Now, it looks like early on here in the day, Wager is going to try and shake that up a little bit as he's leading here. What are we, second lap, I believe?
Yeah, lap 2 on the track right now, and looks like that is still Wager out front leading the way. Manzer trying to get that power to the ground. Now, a little different than yesterday. We did have our 250C LCQ already run this morning, so a little bit of lines already developing the track. Maybe going to help out these little 50 rippers, get some of that thick stuff off the track and give them some race lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, we ran practice. It was a full practice, and then there was some time between the broadcast and practice, so they went out and touched up a few things. Today, they ran an abbreviated practice, and we went right into that consi like you were saying. So I believe there was 10 or 15 guys out there really worked in some lines. So yesterday they didn't have any lines to work with. Today they're going to have something to work with as they kind of jump around that lapper there, get a little sketchy early on in the morning.
Definitely got my heart rate up there just a little bit. Let's see as the green flag continues to wave. It is still Mason Wager out front, Maverick Manzer in the number 2 spot. And looks like still Colton Brassey in the number 3.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit different on screen. I believe that's just a mix-up with the live timing.
Yeah,
but we're looking at our live timing. That's Wager and Manzer and Brassey, 1, 2, 3. Tubbs, Spina Cope, and Manzer. They're in one of the other.
Yeah, that's one of the different
classes. Yeah,
so we're seeing on screen. We'll get that corrected here in just a moment. But it is Mason Wager out front with Maverick Manzer, Colton Brassey, 1, 2, and 3. Cohen Merritt and Nick Kaka, your top 5. Here as this battle continues. These guys have been wheel-to-wheel splitting lappers for over a lap now. Look at this. Manzer launches into the wet stuff.
Yeah, you got to believe he knows he has to win the moto to get that overall. So he's going to push the limit. These guys were 1, 2 in Moto 1 right now, flip-flop. So Mason Wager, similar to Manzer, he knows you got to win this moto here. We're sitting on a 1, 2 and a 2, 1, looking at it if it finishes this way. So right off the bat, we're handing out a number 1 plate, and these kids want it.
Yeah, this is a do-or-die situation. Like you said, plates getting handed out first thing this morning, and Wager has to finish in front of Manzer if he wants to be walking away a New York State Championship. And the 98 doing just that, running a 137.5 on that last lap. So he's got the pace, and he's opened things up just a little bit on Manzer here. Look at that, Manzer casing that step up, man. I think if he had just another little bit, he would have sailed right over that thing. Is looking for a white flag here. 1 lap to go for Wager. Manzer in that number 2 spot.
So I spoke with the referee this morning. The couple of the 50 classes, they're going to bump them up to 4 laps. Just the time of the race was a little quicker than the referee anticipated yesterday. So he's going to throw in an extra lap for these guys today, as well as the 65 classes are going to run an extra lap as well. So keep an eye on that. These guys all know they're running the extra lap, and they're going to make hay while the sun shines here this morning, as we're looking at 80, 85-degree weather. So the sun's going to be shining all day. This racetrack's going to dry out pretty quick. With that abbreviated practice, I don't expect it to get as rough as early in the day as it did yesterday. Just not as many bikes running laps on this thing.
Yeah, these guys got a prime track right now. Plenty of moisture in it. Decent lines developed as well, and some great racing as well, as Manzer has closed in on the back of Wager. This is the battle for the first New York State Championship of the day here in your 50cc e-bike open class. Wager, a great drive up the tabletop face.
It just looks like Wager's getting more drive, like you're saying. Even we saw Manzer come up short on that double before the finish line. It just seems like Wager's bike is pulling through the sand a little bit better. As you see, Manzer just trying to wring that thing out. He's got the throttle tube twisted as far as it'll go, trying to break the throttle stop off that thing. And he's just not able to keep the momentum up as Wager working around the outside of the lappers here.
So here we go. Only one more corner remains for Mason Wager on the number 98. And the checkered flag is out. He did it. Had to grab the win here in Moto 2, and he gets the job done. And that is the fist pump of a state champion. The 98 of Mason Wager. Going to try to ride down and hang out with our man Wes Kane, hanging out on the podium.
Wager knows he just got the number one plate.
Yes.
He got that sweet first place trophy. He's going to be hanging that one on the wall. He'll be looking at that one in 20 years when he's old like us, Zach.
Yeah, that's going to be one you always look at. I was lucky enough to grab a North Carolina State plate, and man, those number one plates are cool. I don't care what you say; they are awesome. And he's only in the 50E class. He's probably going to have a few more plates before it's all said and done.
He's just getting warmed up here. Yeah.
Great stuff going on to kick off the racing action here on Racer TV, race number 2, 50 oil injected for our ESMX series. Coming up next, going to have just a couple of bikes in this one. And let's get ready.
Yeah, there you go. You see that number one plate there, the cool number one trophy that Nick designed up this year.
Man, that's awesome.
A couple of lovely ladies down there with Wes Kane.
All right.
Going to make Wason look good. Let's throw it down to Wes. Wes having a little bit of technical difficulties on the microphone there.
Give it 1 second here.
1, 2.
Mason
Wager. All right, guys, we got it going on here. Mason Wager, congratulations. You are the first champ here at High Voltage Hills MX. Congratulations. Tell me about your ride, and who do you want to thank?
My mom and my dad.
How was your race?
Good.
All right. Any parts of the track they gave you a little hard time?
No.
All right. Tell me about your start.
I had a good start.
Well, congratulations out there. We got the girls in here for you. Hold that up high. Mason Wager is your first High Voltage Hills MX champion. Take it away, boys, in the booth.
Yeah, good job, Mason Wager. He's going to be our first champion of the day. A little bit shy on the podium there. Didn't have a whole lot to say. Let us ride and do the talking. Looks like Mom and Dad might be coming up here, going to try and get a photo. Yep, that's his dad there in the green, possibly Grandpa in the red. I recognize his father from some of the other races. So he's up here on the podium. Got the girls holding the trophy for him. Dad's going to get in the shot. This is what it's all about right here. He's worked all year long to hold this number one plate up. We got race number 2 on the line. They are racked up on the gate while we watch Mason celebrate a little bit with his family.
Dude, I just peeked out of the trailer. That guy's got it made. He's hanging out. He's waving to the fans. He's got a crowd in front of him. That's what it feels like to be a New York State champion. That's pretty cool.
He probably feels like Hayden Deegan right now.
Oh, I bet so, as he should. He put in the work, an impressive ride. There was a lot of pressure on him coming into that second moto, so that was good to see him able to take that all the way to the checkered flag. As now we get ready for our 50 oil injected. We've got Matthew Schufelt coming in with a first moto win, Beckett Manzer in this one, and then Eli Labani out there as well.
That's what we were talking about. You got to believe Wager knew he had to win that moto, so last night might have been a little bit of a sleepless night for him, knowing first thing this morning you got to go out there and get the job done. He had all day to sit on that one yesterday.
Woke up, ate his Wheaties, and then went to work as the gate is down here for race number 2. Schufelt, Manzer, and Labani going at it, and it looks like that's Schufelt leading them into turn number 1 on the KTM.
This is going to be our oil-injected class. You see a couple PW riders out here on the Yamahas and the one KTM rider. These guys are the true beginners of the sport here. A lot of these guys 4 or 5 years old. So this is where it all starts. This is what most of us started on. I know I did as well. How about you, Zach?
Yeah, I was a PW50 guy myself and then actually moved up to a KTM junior after that. So have experience on both of these bikes out on track, man. And like you said, this is where the addiction begins. This is where you fall in love with this sport. And it's so cool to see the passion, how much fun these kids have. I was hanging out after practice yesterday when those 50s were out on track, and they came out, they're high-fiving each other. Dude, that was so much fun, and that's what you love to see. Don't get me wrong, it's competitive. These guys want to win, but they're kids. They want to have fun out there, and mom and dad usually do a good job of keeping it fun at this level as well. So it's good to see, and, man, impressive to see right now. Schufelt, he had some competition there early, but he's put that power to the ground as he's struggling just a bit to get up to the top of that tabletop. But, man, a solid result and looking like he's trying to bring home a state championship.
Schufelt looking like he wants to make the math easy. Just go 1-1. No questions asked. Light work.
Keep it simple for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate that.
I don't need to bring out my calculator this early in the morning.
And there is the number 19 of Eli Labonte. He's coming out of North Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Now, these guys will be one of the 50cc classes that did not get the extra lap added.
Yep.
As you can see, the pace here is a little bit slower. The sand really drags down on these oil-injected bikes. It was the faster kids, like we saw in the first moto, a wager, where they were able to send these doubles. The bike had a little more power. So just be 3 laps for these guys, but they're going to get a full 3 laps, and they're going to enjoy the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely.
As we got a battle for the lead here.
I was about to say.
Looks like Schufelt going to give it up.
An inside line there for Beckett Manzer, and he's able to snatch away not only the lead for the moment, but he takes over that championship lead as well. Looking at another 2-1 potentially, so this could be a shakeup as they make their way through the green flag.
It's early in the day, but you already saw older brother give up that championship.
Oh, yeah.
Now younger brother wants to get a little bragging rights on the way home.
Yeah, he's going to walk back and wave that plate in his face as he's able to bring it all the way to the house. And then Eli Labonte's right there as well. One mistake from Schufelt, and he's going to be shuffled back to third. The 19 still in the mix.
Yeah, Schufelt, our first moto winner, kind of lost the pace. Not sure if maybe he has a little bit of a bike problem. We'll see if he can regroup here, and he's got a lap to get after him. And he knows he's got to win this moto to get that overall.
Yeah, these guys have kind of yo-yoed back and forth. It seemed like they were neck and neck, and then all of a sudden Schufelt jetted out front, and then like he hit the brakes. All of a sudden, Beckett Manzer moved his way into that number 1 ride.
And as we see, now Schufelt starting to make a run back on him. Schufelt going to go around the outside of him here. So just as fast as he lost the toe, he's pulled him back in. He's going to try and go the long way around and carry the momentum. You can see that KTM Jr. just has so much more. As I say that, he gets bogged down in the sand a little bit as well. He runs the outside line, keeps the momentum going. Well done by Manzer, though. He ducks to the inside to block the line.
Yeah, so
just because these guys, these guys are beginners, but they know how to ride.
So Schufelt, he got the memo. You've got to go and you got to be in that number 1 spot if you want to be a champion. Oh, sends it a little airtime there for him.
He's ready to go now. I don't know what the holdup was there on the end of that lap, where he kind of gave it up a little bit. It looked like like I said, it kind of looked like he had a bike problem or something.
I don't know what the deal was.
He's got to shake it out now, though. He's ready to go.
Got it cleaned out, and maybe a little arm pump there. Shook it out just a bit.
Yeah, maybe. It's a little early for arm pump for these guys, isn't it?
I don't know. White flag coming out, 1 to go.
Yeah, white flag coming out. Right back here is where Manzer was able to pull up on him, so we're going to see if Manzer, look, right here, Manzer pulling up on him again. So maybe this just isn't where Schufelt feels strong on the track. It's out back.
Here we go, the P-Dub Power getting put to the ground. Can he chase down the KTM? Oh, he's getting bogged down a bit. Watching Schufelt ride off. That's going to be frustrating for Manzer.
He's got to call Dad's on, put that QT50 gear in that thing. That was always the secret.
Wait a second, here we go. Schufelt trying to find some smooth real estate. He cut back underneath. Manzer going to hold the momentum up. Look at this. The gap's evaporating. Manzer's going to pull up alongside of him. He slingshots around the outside. They're side by side.
Great racing here early. Moto number 2 here.
Look at this.
Side by side.
Neck and neck.
Swap back and forth.
Schufelt slammed the door. Said, I don't think so. There's a lot of bragging rights. That number 1 plate is going to look great at show and tell. Who's going to be bringing it? That's the question.
Real yo-yo effect here, Zach. He seems to fall back. Then you catch him on one straightaway, he'll run him right back down. And now we see he's fall back a little bit again. This is where he struggled earlier to get up the face of this jump. He's going to need to get this clean if he wants to have a shot to make the last lap pass here.
Let's see. He's got to get that drive. Got to look for some smooth lines. Seems like when they start getting into some of those snaky lines, that's when all the power gets taken away. as Schufelt tucks to the inside once again.
There's a little bit of moisture still in the sand from the water they put down overnight, so I think that's probably bogging him down a little bit, making the knobbies on the tire a little slick as you see him holding on to the front end there, trying not to keep the wheel from turning too much on him.
And Schufelt only, whoa, hang on to it, almost tips over.
Got the skis out. He's all right, though.
Only a few corners away now.
Checker flag should be coming out for Schufelt. So Matthew Schufelt out of Monroe, New York. There it is. Going to go 1-1. He's going to get an interview with Wes Kane.
Dominated.
What's more special, the #1 plate or that interview with Wes Kane?
Insane Wes Kane, man. That's I think they go hand in hand. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure I've seen anybody get a #1 plate at an amateur event without speaking to Wes Kane.
It's possible. Yeah, I was about
Doesn't
to say.
happen often.
Not very often for sure.
Not on TV anyways.
It doesn't hit the same. I know that.
No, not even a little bit.
So we'll get ready to get things set up down on the podium. We've got our high voltage trophy as well as our #1 plate up for grabs. I thought he was going to throw that thing up there himself. Look at it, hand on the hip. He's chilling out.
He's telling Wes Kane to do it. He said, I already did the work.
Just motoed. Throw that thing up there for me. I am tired.
Look at that. Wow.
Hey,
he's been working out.
Bike. I'll take that thing up there. Thought he was going to throw it on his shoulder. Hold it like a boombox. There it is. All right. Look at that. He's got a #1 plate on one side, a big #1. Those things are not – you don't have any extra trophies, do you?
We might be able to talk to Nick and see. Maybe there's like an announcer trophy, like an honorary trophy or something.
Me and Wes will foot race. All right, let's send it down to Insane Wes Kane with our next champion.
All right, guys, I got him down here. We're going to give him the #1 plate. He's going to hold it up high. Hold it up real high over your head. There you go, buddy. Schufelt gave him a run for the money. Congratulations out there. Love to have that helmet off real quick. And we'll get a nice little interview with him. I'm going to jump in for the assist. Great ride out there, guys. Good call. These guys were battling it out there. We love to see the faces of these kids out here on Racer TV. Mom pulls his ears off. Good job. Ladies, step in close with my man. There's your champ, Schufelt, the number 320. Great ride. Who do you want to thank for this championship?
Mom, Dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Podium Works. 60. Podium. Mittens family. Dan Beebe. And yeah, that's who I think. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Hold that up one more time, Mom and Dad. Everybody get in here and get the shot. Take it away, boys. And a Racer X TV Sky.
That's what it's all about there. You see the big smile as he holds up that #1 plate. You heard him as he was doing his interview, a little bit winded there.
Ooh,
he had to work for that one.
Yeah.
He had to work for that one. There's Mom helping him out.
Put in a couple sprinter laps. Yeah, it takes a minute. This one is going to be exciting. We've got a ton of riders here. Looks like about 17, maybe a few more are going to make the gate. We had a couple not quite make the gate yesterday, so we'll see about that. But Beckett Manzer back out front as far as this championship chase goes in 50 shaft E2 4-8. Declan Roque, Cohen Merritt, Eli Labonte, and Liam DeLowry in this one in your top 5. So that is going to be our ones to watch. Don't forget we do have all of our 50s running simultaneously, or consecutively, I should say. And so we've got some riders literally going from the track to the line.
Yeah, back-to-back here for a couple of these young guys. With the timing loop, they don't go up the big hills. The finish line is at the top of the hill.
There you see Labonte back on the line as well. I don't even think he took those goggles off. A little splash of fuel there.
Yeah, he's running the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
My dad put 86 pump gas in my bike. I wasn't running that. What's he got, U4 there maybe?
I was about to say, I don't know. That's horsepower in a can.
If he gets the whole shot, we know why.
Yeah, if he's a little tired, he just needs to open that gas.
Oh, yeah.
Woo, that'll get you in race mode.
He's one of them VP air fresheners hanging right off the visor.
You know.
Got a couple of dads cleaning out the bikes here. Lift that back end and wind that thing out.
Roosting our camera here.
Don't get any dirt in the gas, though.
Experience high voltage heroes.
Looks like everybody loaded in the gate. They're going to give them a minute. Like we saw someone filling up by gas, maybe grab a drink of water, change the goggles. Possibly why we only saw Mom down at the podium. Maybe Dad was at the line.
True.
Maybe Dad was at the line here. Is Schufelt in this one? No. I don't see Schufelt in that one. There's probably some other guys, though, that were in that other moto. Like holding back a pack of wild dogs here. These young guys, once that gate drops, they just want to go.
Yeah, these kids are fired up. They're ready to rock.
We haven't even gotten a candy bar time yet.
No, that's what I mean. Some of these kids, I don't know what time is it. They probably have breakfast by now. They're running off Cocoa Puffs and Lucky Charms right now.
Well, Nick's dad, Big Z, he goes around with the candy bars.
I know.
And once these kids get those things,
trust me,
they're going to be climbing the motorhomes, hanging off the easy ups.
Chasing West Kane around the parking lot. Here we go, just about race time. The 2 goes to 1. Everybody locks in. It once again is Beckett Vanzer coming into the second moto with the championship lead as it's a drag race. The P-Dub Storm headed into turn number 1.
Oh,
one rider down hard.
Big time.
Going to try to get that thing picked back up, get back in the fight.
I think this guy out front, he's wearing his dad's helmet. That looks like a full-size helmet. That bright yellow helmet out front will catch a number on him.
Bobbleheading around there.
Yeah, we're waiting for a number on it here. I don't believe that's Manzer. Manzer was your first moto winner. Hard to see these numbers on these little bikes.
Especially as fast as they're going. These guys are wide open. We talked about this yesterday. It's all 0.99 horsepower you can get. These guys are wide open.
Absolutely. They're wearing out the throttle stop, ringing these things out.
That might be the 22. Can't quite see the second number. Maybe the 26 of Bryson Bell, potentially. As we've got the 78 in second. Maybe the 718 of Cohen Merritt, potentially. And then looks like that was the 95 of Declan Roque back there in third. So we'll continue watch. I believe that's correct. I think that is the 718 of Merritt in second. And then the 95. There it is. Good shot of those number plates. And who's back there? That's the 925 of Levi Bond up inside the top 5 here in Moto 2. So like we said, some riders playing spoiler, playing championship shake-up, if you will, by not having that best Moto 1 and showing what they're able to do here in Moto 2 is 3 riders in the same corner at the same time, different lines for each of them. Your leader up on the pegs as he's getting chased down.
Looks like third place now going to pull up alongside second. Second trying to go back after first.
Man, the 95 trying to cut up the far inside line. Meanwhile, the 718 slingshots around. They take the green flag, and it will be the 718 leading them across the stripe just in front of Bryson Bell and Declan Roque. So that's Cohen Merritt out front as look at this. Roque around the outside. He's going to go way wide.
Yeah, here we go. We don't see the PWs running that far wide.
Uncharted territory, and actually didn't hurt him very much. Oh, he gets over in the thick stuff. Did he save it? Woo!
He was good till he got a little too far outside coming up the hill there.
So a little bit of space now between your top 3.
Maybe a line he can come back to later in the moto, though. As you see on screen, a little bit of a technical issue. That is not who is actually in this moto. We're going to get that sorted out for you guys.
Yeah, we'll give you a top 5 rundown right now. It is Cohen Merritt out front, Bryson Bell, Declan Roque, Levi Bond, and Eli Labonte back out there and inside the top 5 with Liam DeLowry back there in the 6th place spot. But once again, we got a fight on our hands for the lead. Bryson Bell going back after Cohen Merritt.
I'm looking at the overall results here on the live timing screen. You're looking at Merritt with a 3-1 for the overall right now. Roque with a 2-3. And Bryson Bell, like you said, playing a little bit of spoiler up here. He's sitting on a 6-2. So really, Merritt and Roque are the 2 players for the championship, but Bell doesn't care about that. Bell wants that moto win.
Hey, absolutely. There's a lot of different goals, a lot of different opportunities on the line for these riders, and the 718 doing what he needs to do, sitting at a 3-1, which would guarantee him the championship. As there you see the old classic holder wide hand signal.
Yeah, everybody's got it. Every dad, it comes in the arsenal. I think when you buy the PW, they give it to you as an add-on.
Yep, they give you a hand gesture booklet.
Yep.
One's to use.
Almost
one's,
like sign language.
Yeah, one's maybe not to use.
Not until they're old enough anyways.
Yeah.
We check back in, still battling for the lead here.
Yeah, look, I think this might actually be for second. Is that your leader potentially stuck on the face Hold on, this is a shakeup, and it is the 718. Couldn't get all the way up the face. He now gets shuffled back to third. That's a heartbreak, as it looks like potentially some bike issues as he's lost a ton of power. Meanwhile, now the 26 of Bell takes over the lead, and that's going to move Declan Roque with a 2-2 to the championship lead.
Wow, shakeup. Look at this.
The 257 having bike issues there as well.
Yeah, that's Dash to Castro. Saw Pops out there trying to get that thing going. I actually know his dad. He was working on his own bike last night. Now he's working on another one as we got this battle for the lead here.
Dad's getting into it. They're screaming at the top of their lungs because the 95 trying to make a move. He's got the skis out. He's pushing the pace. Declan Roque, he doesn't need to make this pass.
He does not. The overall is in the bag, but he doesn't care. He wants to make a statement on the way out here.
He's trying to go out on top, not only with the championship, but a moto win. Look at this. Declan Roque on that number 95, trying to chase down Bryson Bell, the number 26. They got lap traffic up ahead.
Yep. Bell going to try, Roque going to try and go around the outside of him
here. Look at this. Looking for some local lines here. Got that leg out. Beautiful form, but going to get in some of the thick stuff. Is that going to bog him down?
See those lines just
snaking their way
up the hill as these guys try and find their way to the top.
And it's so funny because those big bikes, they'll blow right through that. They'll straighten it out. But these little P-dubs, man, it starts shaking them around as once again Roque on the charge up the inside.
There's the signature, the throttle hand. He's trying to break his wrist.
Hold her wide. He's hanging over the back of that machine. Roque looking like he's a little bit bigger in size, so really got to keep the momentum up, try to use that power as he goes wide once again. He's doing a good job of not following. So here we go. Right now, Bryson Bell looking at securing a third place if he's able to hang on to the lead. So a championship podium potentially here for New York State Championship as the white flag comes out. It turns to checkers, and there it is. Bell going to grab the win, but wait a second. This could be for the championship. The 95 down on the ground. Declan Roque.
Oh, hold on here. Did he cross the stripe, though?
I don't believe so.
They got him here on timing. I mean, he still got up and finished ahead of Merritt anyways.
Man, that would have been wild.
Dad was panicking.
Man.
That heart rate spiked in a hurry.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Dad's going to have to go take a seat after that one. But it will be Bryson Bell, Declan Roque, and Eli Labonte, 1, 2, and 3. Levi Bond and Liam DeLowry, your top 5 in that moto. But the overall, no doubt about it, with a 2-2, it's going to be Declan Roque grabbing the title on the number 95.
Not sure what happened there on the last lap, though. We saw Bell jump up into that second place spot overall now. So sitting on a 6 after the first moto.
Yeah, Manzer dropped back to 6th in that second moto. So a 6-1 versus a 1-6. So a flip there for Manzer and Bell. In the
Even Labonte got in there with a 4-3. He got the tiebreaker. There you see the number 26. That is not Jeremy Martin. Or was it Alex Martin that was 26?
That was Alex
Martin. Was 26.
But it's Declan Roque on the 95 that we're looking for.
Bell wanted that podium interview. He said, I won the moto.
He said, wait a second. Wes Kane's up there.
He was trying to claim that thing. As there is the 95 tall guy. Wow.
That's what I was about to
He's
say,
like
man.
the size of me.
He was putting in some work. That might be a full-size helmet.
It possibly is. Dad going to come in, help him get that thing off.
Dad's pumped up as he should be. What a fight. Good job there, not taking any unnecessary risks. He was going for the lead.
He wanted it, yeah. Then he backed it down there.
Keeping it on our toes till the last second. As he's going to get set up, and we're going to get ready to send things down with our next New York State champion in our 50 shaft E2 4-8. It's going to be the 95 of Declan Roque. Let's send it down to Wes Kane.
All right, down here on the box, Declan Roque. It was almost a photo finish. We'll hand him that number 1 plate. Hold that up. Hold it up high. Hold it up high. There you go, buddy. Declan Roque, you're the champ. Tell me what happened on that finish line. It got really close, and the guys in the booth didn't know what was going on, and they finally sorted it out, and you were the champ. Tell me about it.
So I fell, and I didn't know who was behind me. I just got back up, and then I won.
Well, congratulations. You're the champ. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Blended Brotherhood, and everyone else.
Well, great job. Hold it up one more time. Get the shot, guys. There it is. The champ, Declan Roque. Had the boys in the booth on the edges of their seats.
Woo.
And yeah, that was a close call, guys. I was listening close. I didn't know what was going on over here, but great job out there. Congratulations. And we are taking just the overalls up here. Overall championship will be winners will be on the podium and top 3 in our pro classes. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you very much, Wes Cannon. Yeah, like you said, going to be chatting with our overall champions in all of our classes and then our top 3 in those pro classes. So just to kind of give everybody an idea as to who should be headed up to the podium there.
You want your TV time, you better win that overall.
Yeah, you got to get her done. Yeah, it's a privilege to hang out with Wes Kane up there on the podium.
He's a nice man, but he doesn't want to talk to second.
That's true. That's true. You got to earn it. So, all right. So doing a little bit of time there. Look at it. Look at it. His heart's fluttering. What a guy.
Oh man.
What a guy. Well, man, we had quite the time yesterday, not only with the racing, but with the evening festivities as well. Let's take a look at some highlights. We had our whip contest, and, man, the boys did not hold back. Some creative outfits as well as some creative style off of the finish line. There it is. Well, it's an epic time. We're hanging out up on the scaffolding. We're watching. The fans are going crazy. The Insta-bangers are going wild. And, oh, yeah, the whips are pretty big, too.
Yeah, this is one of the highlights of the event. As you can see, everybody lines the finish line. Like you said, we cashed in our VIP tickets. We went up to the top of the scaffolding. And that's Reed Murray there. That's Ryder Fox. He ended up winning this event. I was one of the judges. You were one of the judges. Personally, I had Fox outside the top 3 until that last whip. Yep. He was up on the hill. He told everyone to back away from the side of the jump. He was going to wind one up, and boy, he did.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to remember that it's the biggest whip, not the most consecutive big whips. You know, there was some conflict there between the crowd, but I agree. That last round, everybody went wild. They threw it as big as they could, and, man, the fans, the kids, they were all loving it. And speaking of the kids, how about Vagel out there on the Super Mini, getting big and Cindy with it, and he walks away with a top 3, $500.
Yep. Yeah, we didn't even think about asking Vagel. I figured coming off a third, Loretta's, Holly Notworth, wrist in the injury. He geared up and showed up by himself, just self-entered, self-employment at that point.
I am here.
And he fired the bike up, and he threw the first couple whips, and I looked at Jake running the whip contest. I said, all right.
He's in.
He's in.
There it is,
and lo and behold, he sent it big all the way to a third-place check and $500.
Now, this is a unique style choice here for the 603. We see the hair strand out the side of the guy. I don't think I've seen that before.
I have not. No. We're going to see, is that thing going to flap like a tear-off?
That's a statement,
on the side? It's a new style.
Well, it's on the opposite side of the tear-off, so maybe it balances it out.
Oh, yeah. Aerodynamics. Yeah, that's the 603 at DeLowry.
There we go. Yeah, DeLowry getting creative with it. And, oh, yeah, he's our championship leader right now as well. So let us stop criticizing as things get wild here in the studio.
We got an equipment failure in the studio. Does anybody have a chair sponsorship? Our man Zach Heron just fell through a chair. He was on the edge of his seat earlier. And now he just fell through it. They want you to put that thing up on screen so we can show everybody. Man down. We need a yellow flag from the edge of the seat through the seat. Oh, boy. We don't need a medic flag up here. We'll take a yellow flag.
All right, so I will officially be going on a diet starting tomorrow, I guess. And, yeah, it's one of those wake-up moments.
Were you over there getting the maple donuts?
I know, but I guess I'm not going to be now. So.
Yeah, we're going to have to cut you off.
All right, sorry, Don.
If there is a seamstress on property, Don needs his chair replaced.
Well, he's giving me old product here, okay? Yeah, I don't know what happened on that one. The whole thing, there wasn't a rip in it. It just, not my proudest moment. Live here on Racer TV.
Hey, it happens.
I guess. At least you guys were all here to experience it with me.
The 2 cards up, I'll tell you who's looking for a proud moment, is Liam DeLowry. He's looking to back up that Moto 1 here.
Beckett, Manzer, Cohen, Merritt, Matthew Schufelt, and Declan Roque, your top 5 headed into this championship moto as the gate's down.
Looks like DeLowry going to come through the first turn in second, possibly third. So if he wants the championship, he might have to do a little work here. Now he's back into fourth. We'll check out who's got the lead when they come out of the first turn.
See some neon. A lot of these kids rocking the high high vis out here. Mom and Dad want to make sure they know where they're at.
Yeah, that's a mom move. My mom used to
Absolutely.
do the same
Yes,
thing.
My dad was the same way. As they make their way through that cut off there for the 50s.
You see, DeLowry's got the white helmet, but
Yep.
he's got the hair. Mom just looks for the hair.
Got the flow going. 603, got a couple of bikes in front of him. He's got to get going.
Possibly the 48. Is that our leader?
Might be the 320 again. Schufelt is in this moto, and he's on a Cobra this time. So Schufelt potentially on a different bike.
Yep. I saw the number on the back of the jersey. That's 320. So Schufelt sitting with a fourth after Moto 1. That's Manzer on the 48 in second.
So Manzer at the
And then
moment.
the 718 Merritt. So, and then we had DeLowry in fourth. So our top four for Moto 1. Top four again, but we've shaken up the order here, and this could shake up the overall. Right now, it's going to be Manzer sitting on a 2-2. But Merritt's trying to pull up alongside of him and make the pass. Boy, if Merritt goes into second, I'm going to need your phone, my phone, maybe Don's phone. Run the calculations here on this one.
Well, lucky for us, our friends here at Timing and Scoring making it easy on us to make sure we're not having to do too much math. We can already barely sit in a chair properly. So
Technology.
yeah,
My teachers used to tell me I wouldn't have a calculator in my pocket.
who's laughing now?
Jokes on them.
Miss Meyer. As
So
Beckett
Manzer got the overall here with a 2-2 as it sits.
Look at this,
He's
though.
looking to go 2-1 though.
Hang on to it. The 48 going wide. Tucks it back in. Doesn't quite get the job done, but he's not finished yet.
He's got to be careful not to tangle up with him for too much here, because that's going to allow. Who do we got? I believe we had Schufelt. Schufelt out front. It was who was our third place rider? Merritt on the 718. Yep, there it is on screen.
And Merritt looking for a little redemption after that early moto. Had problems on the P-Dub, kind of gave it away there late in the moto, so he's got a chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, if you look at the overall tally here, Manzer sitting on a 4, Schufelt and DeLowry on 5, and Merritt on 6. So one or two passes. Oh, big get off for Merritt up on the top of the jump. He landed in that soft stuff.
Man, stuck it.
The front tire kind of tucked on him and flipped him off. Looks like he's up, but that's going to dash his championship hopes. So
Meanwhile, the 48 makes the move. Manzer now in the number 1 ride.
yeah, so Manzer going to try and take control of this championship. Sitting on a 2-1. Doesn't want to sweat it. They're up and over that double. These guys not quite able to get the power to jump over it on these junior 50s and Cobras, these KTMs. Green flag is still out.
Another lap in the books as Manzer now makes things even clearer with a 2-1, no doubt about it. Schufelt back there in the number 2 ride, still right on the rear wheel. You can see the fans on the fence.
DeLowry's fallen off the pace here. He's 6.5 back. So I think it's just a two-man battle now between Manzer and Schufelt. Schufelt not really in it for the championship, though. Manzer just got to ride smart and bring this thing home.
Hang on to it, though. Schufelt getting a little sideways coming into the corner.
Yeah, it's one of those deals. You get the first and you let everything else play out how it plays out.
Yeah, Manzer's done exactly. He's checked his boxes, and he just needs to keep hitting his marks. Whatever happens behind him doesn't matter at this point. As long as he stays out front, the title is his. But Schufelt got something to say about it. I like that line, just a bit outside.
Schufelt needs to get here in the first and maybe hope for some luck. You don't want to wish any ill will on your competitor, but he's going to need possibly a bike failure or
Anything
a mistake
can
on Manzer's side.
Nothing wrong with that. You want to give yourself the best opportunity. And
Working
look at that.
way.
Good
Round some
drive.
lappers here.
Split the lappers. Schufelt doing a great job of not following. He goes outside. Thought he was going to try to cut back under there.
Even still here with these guys running a couple motos, there's not much cushion built up out there yet. Those big bikes are the ones that are really going to kick up that outside cushion. So Schufelt, great idea to try and switch the lineup and look for something new, but I don't think there was really anything out there for him to work with.
White flag coming out now. 1 to go for the 48 of Beckett Manzer. And Schufelt still right behind him, a bike length or so. Here for race number 450 junior 4 to 6.
Still hanging in there,
Yeah,
still trying to run those
he's strong
outside.
through this section, too. Carries a lot of speed around that corner. Manzer, though, taking those lines, hitting his marks.
Holding up well under pressure for a young guy.
You can see him looking ahead. He's able to kind of see where those lap riders are at. He's picked his way through them clean so far.
I think he's the only one we've seen that hasn't adapted that look behind, check out, keep an eye. Maybe he can hear him. He might be able to hear him. He already knows he's there.
There's no doubt about it. He takes a little glance over. If he could probably see him coming in that corner as Schufelt really charging hard here. Goes a wide line all the way up to the top.
Manzer, good job by him to come back to that inside line.
Yep. Protects the short route. They head down the hill once again. Look at this. Schufelt now set up on the inside. Manzer leaves the door open.
Manzer might regret going out there. We saw what happened with Schufelt. It didn't work out very well for him.
Wait a second.
Lap riders are probably going to play a factor here, a little bit of a pick.
That might help Manzer just ever so slightly. As one corner to go, it's a drag race to the checkers. I think Manzer's got it.
Long ways around for Schufelt. He gave it everything he had, but the 48 of Beckett Manzer going to take the moto win. He's going to get that #1 plate, and he's going to talk to Wes Kane. Huh?
Man, what a fight. Got her done with a 2-1. No doubt about it. We'll give you that race replay. The gate went down, and it was anybody's guess. As look at that, moving over. Schufelt, that's a veteran start right there. Cut off the rest of the field, got to that inside, but then Beckett Manzer started to go to work as he moved his way forward. Here comes the pass around Schufelt. These guys doing a great job protecting those insides. We had a big get off for the 718. Hopefully he is okay as he was able to get back into the race. So with Merritt that went down, but this was the battle. Manzer versus Schufelt all the way down to the checkers. And therefore, that last lap, I thought Schufelt might have it. I thought he was going to be able to charge up the inside. Manzer left the door open, but it wasn't enough. As Beckett Manzer on the number 48 takes the win and takes the title. As we get ready to send things down to Wes Kane standing by on the podium with our champ.
All right, Beckett Manzer, congratulations out there. Great job. And he didn't have a chair breakdown on him. He got him a #1 plate. Beckett, hold that up there. Real high, that #1. Congratulations. That's your champ right there. He fought all the way through, and it was a wild ride all the way to the checkers. Tell me about your race, bud.
It was good. I was just holding it wide open on the last corner, and then I just got it.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, grandpa, Jesus for keeping me safe. Born sister, 110 Oakley, T-Wax, GPS, Mitten, Cobra. That's what I think.
Congratulations one more time. Hold it up. Beckett Manzer is your champ. Great job out there, and sorry about that, Zach. I heard about that chair giving away on you, man. We're gonna have to get you a big old comfortable lazy boy
Dude.
up. Oh, I got a chair right over here next to the podium.
Too many hot dogs in that Loretta's tower. That's what it was.
You know what it was? It was too many high voltage Hills candy bars that Big Nick's passing out.
I've been sneaking a couple. I didn't want to tell anybody.
Great job up there, guys. Take it away. You're doing fabulous.
All right, thanks, Wes Kane, keeping the vibes high up there on the podium. That's the happiest place on property right there on the podium. You're hanging out. You got the #1 plate. You got the trophies. You got the girls. You got the podium. That's the place to be.
Yeah, the vibes are high up there. The seats are low in the tower up here. If you're Zach Herron. If I knew about that, I might not have got on that scaffolding with you last night.
Right.
That might have been a safety hazard.
Jeez.
If I was worried about anybody's weight up there, I thought it was going to be my own, but
Apparently
possibly
my bones are made of lead.
underestimated.
As we've got our 50 Open 4-8 e-bike coming up next. There we see Colton Tubbs. He is leading the championship fight in this one on the number 40. Maverick Manzer, Indigo Spinaculp, Mason Wager, and Nick Kaika, your top 5 coming into this second moto.
Look at this setting the whole shot device.
Yep. Hey, it's
The times are a change.
they are changing.
These guys got it made.
This is as serious as it gets. You see, looks like Tubbs, they're rocking those Loretta's graphics. So, you don't think it's serious there at the ranch. It's just as serious up here at High Voltage Hills. As once again, want to thank all of our viewers here on RacerTV.com for enjoying the live coverage. If you guys haven't already, make sure you're clicking that subscribe button and following along on Racer TV, whether that be Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and then give High Voltage Hills a follow as well. You guys pretty
Absolutely.
active on Facebook.
We got the Facebook popping. We got the Instagram popping.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, follow along. And this is, I mean, I think as we have proven since last year, we've got a lot of buzz about High Voltage Hills. That's no pun intended, because this place, an incredible track, a massive track as well. And as you can see, they've got great equipment. They've got a great staff that is fully ready to do whatever it takes. You guys are constantly incorporating some new changes as well. So if you're in the area or you're wanting to make a trip for a pretty special place, definitely come check this out.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. These guys really run this place like a true business.
Yep.
They don't do anything halfway. We showed a shot, that drone shot yesterday, where we talked about that overflow parking that they added. They cut some trees down, and like we said, they could have just left the dirt trail up there. They leveled it. They brought in the gravel, the stone crush runner, and they rolled it and everything. So, yeah, when it comes to the Zielinskis here up at High Voltage, it's a top-notch facility, top-notch crew here. As you can see, people just continue to come back. You know, we get a lot of people that come here for the first time, and you see them all year the following year.
Yep. Yeah, I got FOMO. I want to find a way to get a bike up here for sure. I probably don't need to race, but I would definitely enjoy a good time on practice day. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, we can suit you up with one of those Bluetooth speakers.
Oh yeah, you guys just hear a lot of. You think the podium interviews are out of breath.
Pull over for a water break like
Man.
you're in a GNCC race.
I'd just be worried I'd smack the ground and you just hear, oh God.
Well, you already did that here.
Yeah. Well, we heard how that went, so you guys laughed that hard. I couldn't imagine if I ate it on track.
That would be a viral clip for sure.
Yeah, that's how I make it big. That would be my luck.
That might be one way to get an interview with Wes Kane without winning the moto.
There we go. It goes Joe Rogan style, lays on the ground. Hey, what's going on down there? Are you awake? Can you hear me? God, is that you? No, it's Wes Kane.
That may be God.
You never know. Race number 5 sitting on the line, getting ready. Like we said, a couple of crossovers between riders, so wanting to make sure everybody's got a second to get set, whether they're switching bikes, grabbing a sip of water, splash of fuel. Got the 88 in Montgomery right there.
If you are on the property, don't forget to stop down Vendors Row.
Yeah.
There's some high voltage apparel you can grab while you're down there. Some of the vendors are down there just selling your normal merchandise, motocross industry merchandise. They got the tires down there. Maybe you want to make a tire change, possibly cut a flat or something. They can help you out with that. Some other vendors down there. We talked yesterday about the slushies. There's a coffee vendor, some other food vendors and stuff like that. So a lot of local business. We're just trying to support them. That's something that the Zielinskis take a lot of pride in, is supporting the locals, because this is a support we're getting here as well, so they like to pass it along.
That's awesome.
So if you're here, we appreciate you guys supporting us, and if you want to pass it along and support our vendors, we would greatly appreciate that as well. I know Nick has some things to give away, so keep an ear to the speaker. He's got some giveaways. Years past, he's done some gear, some gas cans, things like that. Just trying to give back to everybody. You know, you don't have to win a moto here. You don't have to win a championship to leave with something.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, everything down to the chocolate bars like we talked about. It's just that little extra.
The chocolate bars might be as good as the number 1 plate.
I'm telling you, those things are great.
Yep, Big Z, he's in the business of handing out smiles.
Yes.
And if you're getting a chocolate bar, you're smiling.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Does the coffee truck take mobile orders? That's what I need to know.
We could possibly see if we can get a DoorDash up here.
Okay. There we go. Getting creative here in the Racer TV studios. Getting a couple guys lined up. Starting to get serious here. Last couple words of encouragement there from Dad. Let you know, all right, you got to get this.
Don't
get
lose
the title.
The race.
This is the throttle. Hold it wide and don't let off.
If you don't win this moto, I'm selling everything.
Don't forget, we've only mortgaged the house twice for this.
Well, a lot of kids in this class. It's impressive
it's
to
awesome
see
turnout. Yeah,
a 50cc class get this many riders in it. As you got a live shot from the Utica Rome Speedway drone. We're loading up to get here.
So watching those last few riders get put on the line here for race 5, 50 open 4 to 8. Those are e-bike class. You can see all the different lines up the inside, and then I believe 28 riders here in this class. Now going to start to have to go a little bit further out wide. Looks like that's Brassy there on the 722. Sitting back on the 72, excuse me, sitting back in the 8th place spot. 722 on the jersey. These kids got some style now. They got the names on the back of the jersey, got the sponsors ironed on the front. Continues to take a Utica Rome Speedway live drone. See all the fans hanging out. Guys chilling out and staging. Shout out to everybody for getting up to the staging area on time. Didn't hear we had any issues with that yesterday. Once again, shout out to the entire High Voltage Hills crew, the flagging staff as well. We had a couple of big get-offs yesterday, and the flaggers did a great job trying to stay on top of that.
Yeah, safety a number one concern with any track. We keep the medics on staff. Still waiting for these guys to get loaded up. Looks like a couple of dads got the bikes going. Look at that. Hi, Mom and Kiera on the pit board. Well done. Who was that? The number 85 Oler. Look at that.
Love it.
Now that's how you get some TV time.
There
But
you
see
go.
that? The cameraman turned right around when he saw that. So creative.
I love it. These guys fired up and having fun too out there. I mean, we joke around about the yelling of the dads and stuff like that, but I was out there for practice and heard a little bit from the first motos, and everybody, a lot of claps, a lot of go buddies, a lot of like keep it wide. It's all positive, and that's kind of the vibe it feels like this entire event. Everybody having fun. We had some good battles, some bar banging, some contact, but everybody saying, hey, that's racing, that's what it's all about. We love the competition, and nothing but good times here for day one, and I'm expecting the same here today.
Especially as far as the Northeast goes, with the dads, like the 50 dads, the mini dads, a lot of them just cheer for everybody.
Yeah.
Obviously, they want their son to win, but they're just happy for everybody to be having some fun, and that's what we sign up for. We're here for the smiles. Yeah, we want the number one plate, but if everybody goes home happy and healthy, that's a good weekend in my book. As it looks like the two cars up, they got the camera on. Our Moto 1 winner, Colton Tubbs. Gate is down. We'll see what kind of start he got. A couple guys getting a little fishy out there coming off the gate.
Looks like he's about second headed into turn one, maybe third. Look at that from around the outside. What a start on the KTM. Man, that was beautiful. Was about second or third headed into turn one, but turn two had the inside locked down and has the early race lead.
Yep, we'll look for Tubbs to go full send here on the first lap. That's what he does. He's already up there in the second. You're going to see urgency like this in the last chance qualifier, and there's like a half a lap to go. That's just how Tubbs rides, and so you see him full send already trying to get to the front. Wild
Launches
shot.
their way and immediately starts to move over, going to try to slam the door, and with that, he takes over the number one spot as the 96, maybe the 86 of Maverick Manzer gets pinched off, so that was who grabbed your whole shot. So Manzer, man, that was an impressive jump, as now slides back to the third place spot around the 49 of Indigo Spinacolt.
Yeah,
so 1, 2, and 3.
Right around the outside of him, they're kind of flat tracked. That was nice. Now Manzer's going to try and go to the inside of him over the roller here.
Here we go. Manzer tucks back underneath. Manzer already been out on track. Indigo, I don't believe, has so far today. Let's see, are they going to launch the step up? Going for it, and they get it. Wow.
Everything you got there,
Woo.
all the way to the throttle stop. No shifters on this thing, so we can't shift through the gearbox.
Just hold her wide as we're Green Flag Racing. Out front, it is Colton Tubbs, Indigo Spinacolt in the number 2 spot, and Maverick Manzer 1, 2, and 3, and that's how they sit in the championship as well, as Mason Wager crosses the line looking at a 4-4, Keika a 5-5. Has got some consistency here inside the top 5.
Yep, Spinacolt and Manzer flip-flop 3-2 and 2-3. Oh, looks like we got one rider down. Had to get off on the first lap. See some medic flags there.
Good job from our riders.
Yep, slowing down, not racing through there, respecting the cross flag. Then Tubbs and Colt. This is impressive from Colt.
Yep.
To run the pace up here. I didn't see the moto personally, but I saw some of the results. Tubbs led a couple laps down there at Loretta's, so if you're going to run the pace with him, you got the national speed.
Yeah, these are some big names in the 50cc world right now. Both of these riders, and yeah, you can lock back in on Tubbs and potentially get around them. Might not get the title, but you will certainly be making a statement and get a confidence boost as well, as he is right there.
Spinacolt was at the ranch as well, but I don't think he was this close to Tubbs, just based off what we saw from results and talking with these guys. On Friday night, we had a chance to catch up with him, and they kind of gave us a rundown of how the ranch went. So good to see from Speed and Colt.
It looks like those guys setting up that jump, going wide in the corner to get a little bit more of a drive up to the face. So thinking ahead, setting up the track ahead of them.
A third in Moto 1, you got to wonder if he had some problems because he's clearly fast enough to run with Tubbs up front here.
Yeah, there is certainly something to be said about the speed of Indigo Spinacolt here in this second moto as they are getting that rider off the side of the track, hopefully going to be okay.
Yeah, it looks like he was up walking under his own power, which is good to see.
Meanwhile,
and Tubbs and Colt, as soon as they get cleared of that accident, back at it.
And once again, we kind of see that yo-yo. Seems like Indigo maybe a bit faster on the backside of the track. Meanwhile, this front half, Tubbs kind of stretches it back out.
He's close enough, though, that Tubbs knows he's there.
Yeah, a lot of lap traffic up ahead of Tubbs as well. You see him glancing forward. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus riders all up ahead of him. How is this going to play?
Gonna have to go the long way.
That's
around.
like the entire field.
Wild. These two are in a league of their own right now. But they're gonna split. Oh, he's jumping in between them. Woo. That's gonna benefit him, I think, as they get to the turn. Colt might get around that last one. Yep.
There we go. White flag. Colt railing that berm.
They both got through relatively clean. I think Tubbs got a little bit of an advantage on it, maybe a bike length or two.
That was impressive for both of them. Good drive up the hill there for the 49.
Just like that, though, he's back to him.
Right back next. Couple of bike lengths. No more flags out. That rider off the side of the track. So now they get to go to work. Full speed around the outside of that lap rider.
About a half a lap to go. Spinacolt is still right there.
Spinacolt kind of close enough to be able to funnel in past these lappers as Tubbs makes the pass. He's going to go wide this time, not following. Oh, not much of a berm there to work with.
Maybe Colt felt like that was his spot to get around him, and he wanted to give it everything he had right there. Now you're getting into the middle of the section here. The split lane out in the middle of the track. There's only 2 or 3 turns.
You see
Dad's telling him, go. Running that Loretta Lynn's Cobra shirt.
Here we go. Coming down to the final few corners. They go wide. They're trying to launch up and over this step up. Colt cuts back underneath. Launching it. He's going to send it. Wait a second. He's right there. Go. Oh, hang on. We're going to need some bar banging coming into the final corner. Who's got it?
He's got him.
Wow, what a race.
Tubbs just barely squeaked that one out.
Man, and that would not have decided the title, but that was all for Second Moto pride right there as a 1-1 going to get Colton Tubbs the state championship in your 50 open 4-8. This thing was exciting right from the start. Watch the KTM from about the middle of the outside. He's going to hold it wide, slingshot engaged, and set up the inside for that hole shot. That was a beautiful job there from Maverick Manzer. And Maverick was in that fight for just a bit, but kind of a tick off the pace of these top two. I'm not sure whether they stepped it up a notch or what, as Indigo Spinacolt made the move into second, and then the chase was on, trying to catch up and get around Colton Tubbs.
Yeah, Spinacolt was pushing the issue the whole time. Tubbs held up very well under the pressure, though he never made any mistakes. You know, outside of a slight bobble, which wasn't even really a mistake, it was more just track conditions, lost a little traction out there. And the credit to Spinacolt, he didn't really make any mistakes either. Outside of just Tubbs getting through those lappers a little bit quicker, and here you saw at the finish, less than a second. It was 9/10 of a second on the live timing.
Man, that was that was impressive.
You saw Tubbs almost didn't make the turn. He was trying to just get through the stripe.
Well, he got through the stripe, and he got to the podium as well. He's hanging out with Wes Kane.
A lot of smiles and high fives down here. Amazing ride. I love it, guys, when you call that down to the finish. These guys are banging bars. You need a Keystone cop down there to direct traffic over that checker flag finish line. Colt Tubbs, congratulations. Tell me about that finish, man, when you guys were getting close.
Yeah, he was right behind me.
Yeah, what happened? Tell me about blocking the line. How'd that go?
Good.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, FXR 60, Royal Mountain, Parker MX, Mitten. Ryan Blizzard, and that's it.
Well, congratulations. We're going to hand you that number 1 plate. You're going to hold it up high. There you go, guys. I love the action. Oh, it's incredible down there. Take it away, boys, in the Racer TV Skybox.
You heard him talk about Ryan Blizzard there. He thanked Ryan Blizzard on the podium. Ryan is a New York State pro rider, used to be a pro rider. He's, grown up in life and things have moved on. He's gotten married and whatnot. But he actually trains Tubbs, so he's passing that knowledge around. And you see Tubbs obviously taking what he's given him and putting it to work there.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, incredible racecraft from these guys as well. As we now move into some big bikes. Here we go, plus 25A coming up next. We've got Travis Delnicki with a Moto 1 win. TJ Lampier with that awesome pass we saw yesterday, sitting with a second place. We've got Daniel Nettie, Corey Langdon, and Nicholas McDonald. Your top 5 headed into this one.
Yeah, we got a message last night from one of our regulars here. He's taking a step back this year. Just things in his personal life. He's got some other stuff going on. He rides our 40 class, but he drops down into 30, 25, gives these guys fits. The message reads, and I quote, "You better tell these kids how lucky my old explicit isn't there." So shout out to Sean Nutt. We appreciate you watching the live stream. We wish you were here, man, giving these guys fits like you usually do. It's always great to see those old guys. You see France stall it off the line, so one of our title contenders.
Wow. Yeah, that's France was sitting 6th coming into this moto, so certainly in the fight.
Yeah,
he's
there
going to get it off and rolling. Looks like that might have been the 155 grabbing the early race lead.
Yeah, that should be Langdon. Not sure who we got in second on the Kawasaki. Probably. No, I talked to Brody this morning. He had bike problems, so I don't think that's going to be him. I don't know what number this guy is running. I recognize that gear from that first turn crash we had yesterday, so I'm thinking this is going to be someone maybe like Chris Leonardi on the X. Possibly. I didn't really see a number, so maybe he's just running one of those electrical tape X's.
Entirely possible as they open up that first lap of a full track here. Jumping out of the abbreviation, so got that timing loop moved, and we're off and rolling as the 155. Throwing some of that style we saw in the whip contest yesterday.
And then you see Jeff Moyer on the 423. He was our early race leader yesterday. He led probably 2 or 3 laps before he threw it down there before the finish line. He's looking to come back. This is one of those rides we talked about where yesterday maybe things didn't go as well, but he's trying to get up here. He wants a moto win. He wants to play spoiler.
Woo! Getting close there as they scrub over the table, headed to the stripe for lap 1. And it looks like the 155 will lead them around for the first lap. But like you said, Moyer sitting in the 2 spot, Chris Leonardi in 3, Delnicki back in the 4th place position, Kyle Hatch, TJ Lampier, Daniel Nettie, Charles Fox, Michael Bluey, and Sam Spinella, your top 10.
Yep, they're going to drop down back behind the start line here for any of our spectators. You can see all the spectators on the fence up and around the announcement tower. Everybody in the mechanics area there cheering them on.
These guys with I would consider a fresh track here. The 50's not really going to affect them too much. And got to wonder how they feel about that. I know some of these A-riders, they like a rough track, kind of some separation to be able to split the class up, maybe work your way forward. So these guys, not a ton of ruts, not a ton of bumps to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's motocross, so you got to deal with whatever the track conditions are. Later on when you get into that plus 30, I'm sure some of these guys riding plus 30, some of them riding 450A, they're going to have to deal with that rough track. Right now you see a little slipping and sliding there. Not sure who that was.
I think that was Lampier, kind of skating just a little bit on the 2-stroke because he's trying to work his way up.
Yeah, that's Leonardi. He's trying to get around. I think Delnicki already passed Leonardi. Possibly. Leonardi's not there in 3rd anymore, that's for sure. Not sure who got around him.
I think that is Delnicki on the Yamaha, and here comes TJ to try to make a pass up the inside as well. So Leonardi gets shuffled back another spot.
Yeah, he's going to have to regroup, try and tag along with these guys, see if they can't drag him back up to the front there. As you see, everyone's starting to space out a little bit. It's still Langdon leading Moyer. At the beginning there, it looked like Moyer was going to take the lead and check out, but Langdon's been able to hold him at bay.
I was about to say, yeah, Langdon kind of re-brought the fight back. It seemed like Moyer was kind of forcing the issue. As we say that, he runs it up the inside.
Langdon not letting him sneak up the inside there. That was a nice move to hug that inside. You see him ducking back to the inside again.
Yeah, doing a good job of blocking that line.
Might not be good enough because Moyer's going to run it down anyway.
Moyer absolutely full send up the inside.
Nice move. He found something inside of the inside.
Cuts back underneath, squares that corner off. He's going to make his way towards the big step up, but right there is Delnicki. That's your championship leader.
Yeah, you got to believe that Moyer wants to get out of here before Delnicki gets around Langdon, because he knows if Delnicki's the man on the move and the man to beat, the longer he can keep Langdon between the two of them, the better off he is.
Well, we'll see how much of a fight Langdon gives him. Delnicki still in the title lead, even in third place at the moment. So for the moment, at least, he doesn't need to make any more passes.
And this is an A class. They're paying per moto here out of the purse. So Langdon might not be in it for the championship as you see Delnicki get up the inside, but he still wants to put a little money in his pocket.
I tell you who wants some is Lampier. He is working his way forward. Langdon, oh, look at that. Was that a little wave?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was from Langdon.
And, yeah, getting word from race control. Mitchell France all the way back up to 10th place after that issue off the start.
Yeah, he's making moves in a hurry. He's going 29th to 10th in just 2 or 3 laps here. So he's probably not going to get all the way to the front, guys, but he gets up front and gives himself a salvageable position here. Looking on the live timing, sitting on a 6:10. That's good enough for 7th overall. If he makes a couple passes, possibly get up there into that top 5.
So let's see. There we go. Lampier makes the pass as well. Kind of seems like the 155 maybe checked up a little bit, gave him the spot.
Yeah, putting his hand out like that, I'm not sure if maybe he's pumped up because he had that early moto intensity. Might have blew himself out a little bit, locked the arms up, stopped breathing. Hard to speculate here, but like you said, the way he put his arm out, kind of almost like he was waving him by in a way.
Back up the Valville Honda Highlands they go. Scrubbing off that step up as we watch Lampier try to chase down Travis Delnicki in the number 2 spot.
McDonald's starting to move up on Langdon pretty quick now. We see Langdon starting to shuffle back. I think the pace those two are on, McDonald's probably going to get to him before too long here. And the pace that Delnicki's on, he's already to Moyer.
Yeah, he is to Moyer. We'll see. Moyer was ready for a fight yesterday and found himself on the ground, so we'll see what he's able to do.
Don't look back. Man, you don't want to see that.
Especially right there. That's got to just kind of wonder. Here is Mitchell France. He's continuing to slice his way up as he's right to the back of Labani on the 910.
If France took that 2nd place last night, he got $750 out of the whip contest. Yeah. He wants to get a little bit more money in the pocket here.
Absolutely, trying to walk away with a little bit of dough here.
We don't have that RC Hard Charger award, but if we did, he'd have it right now.
Yeah, he is definitely collecting some pass points.
You're looking at a 29th to 8th right now. Coming to the stripe, it's possible he got one more, possibly 2 on that lap. So he's making passes in bunches. See the white flag coming out here. I'm not sure how many different bikes this man's rode this weekend.
Been a few.
Yeah, he had a different bike for the whip contest. Now we see him. I know he had a problem Friday with his bike. I believe the motor went, so he's just going around the pits, borrowing bikes, rentals.
Whatever it takes. One more lap to go. This is going to be fun to watch, the battle for the lead as Moyer continues to hold on to the spot for now. He's going to go wide. Delnicki going to try to slice up the inside. Let's see, can Moyer get back to the inside in time? Yes, he slams the door.
You see Lampier starting to creep here into the picture. I think Moyer's kind of slowing the pace down as Delnicki caught him pretty quick.
Let's see. Like you said, money on the line here as well as the state championship. So these riders going to give it their all here on this final lap. Delnicki got the momentum. He's setting it up for the inside here.
Yeah, he scrubbed off that little tabletop there. You could see the urgency.
Yeah, Moyer let the door open there and
possibly saw Lampier starting to creep up and said, I got to go now before he gets to me, the longer I'm stuck here.
Delnicki making it happen.
Because we're looking at the live results. Lampier's sitting on a 2-3. So he was in play for that overall championship. If he got close enough to Delnicki and was able to make something happen, I'm sure Travis knew about that.
Well, Moyer better pay attention because Lampier, all right, he does cover the inside. I was about to say, he's going for it. But going for it and getting it done is Travis Delnicki. grabbing the win, going 1-1 here in plus 25A. He's going to be your champ, and he's going to be hanging out with Wes Kane here in just a few, giving the salute there to Lampier as he's going to cross the line in third just behind Jeffrey Moyer. Looks like Nicholas McDonald going to cross the line in fourth. Daniel Nettie in the fifth place spot. Mitchell France, not the way he wanted to start this thing, but he would work his way inside the top 10 by the time it was all said and done. The 155 starting things out strong, but got to wonder if that early race intensity didn't cost him a little bit on the back end of this moto as he started to fade back, wound up finishing in the sixth place spot. Corey Langdon, that is, as the X as well. Chris Leonardi, he had a good lap or two up front as well. Travis Delnicki started to creep. TJ Lampier, you got to wonder a little better start what he would have been capable of doing. The 507 really putting in some work late into that moto all the way to the finish.
Yeah, there you see France. As he was working his way up there. This is the last lap as they were up on top of the Lauville Highlands. Moyer did everything he could. He was shutting the door on him for as long as he could until it was just couldn't hold up any longer. You see Delnicki getting up to the inside of him. He set that up coming down that straightaway before he got to the inside line.
Yeah, Delnicki, he had that pace. He was just charging forward and forward little by little.
You're going to look at those results and see Delnicki go 1-1. There was a lot more to that race than the results showed.
Yeah, and that is that's what's so nice about this race with TV coverage as well. It's always great to have live results on the screen, but how many times have we seen 2 or 3 passes and pass backs on the same lap where time and scoring doesn't change at all, but man, was there a story to tell over every lap. So
I'll tell you one way not to miss it. Just tune into Racer TV.
Absolutely. Taking a look now, looks like this is potentially 65-7-9 already off and rolling. Race number 7, Colton Tubbs leading this one, but let's get ready to send things down to Wes Kane, who's got our champ.
Hey, Zach, not only does Travis Delnicki have outdoor skills here, I've had this guy show up at a few arena crosses, and he's a whole ball full of fun to watch. Congratulations. You're the champ, 1-1. How do you feel?
Thanks, Wes. Yeah, I felt good out there. I ended the day yesterday a little rough, so I wanted to come out swinging today. But, yeah, I felt good out there. The track is so fast right now. I just had to kind of be patient, and I made the pass on the last lap just like I did in the first moto in this class yesterday. So, but, yeah, it was good.
What do you want to thank?
I just want to thank Phil from CSC Services, CCD, Mika Metals, FXR, Factory Ride, Motorsports Nation, everybody that helps me, and yeah, everybody that keeps me racing.
Congratulations. Step in there behind the bike. Get that number 1 plate. You got the gold. You got the number 1 plate. And you got the girls, Travis Delnicki. Congratulations on the box. 25 plus A champion. Take it away, Zach and Josh.
All right. Thanks, Wes Kane, as we are off and rolling here. 65-10-11, 65-7-9, race number 7. As looks like we got a rider down right on the face of that jump. Going to try to get him back remounted, and
he's facing the wrong way.
You're going to have to send him down to get him back up.
He's doing a little, he must have banked off that berm. A little NASCAR 180.
As leading lap number 1, it's Landon Miles out front in 10-11 with Harrison Vagel and Sal Tigliato in the 3 spot. As look at that, that might have been Vagel going down.
Camera, that is Vagel.
Meanwhile, Logan Slater leading the way in 65-7-9.
So that was a little bit of a shake-up here early on. Vagel needed to beat Miles in this moto. He put himself in position to make a pass, and then he made a mistake. He was able to remount pretty quick, and you see he's already, that urgency we've been talking about all weekend. He's going to have to be patient.
Well, it looks like Miles might have known he went down. A little glance over to the side to see where he's at. So we'll see what Vagel is able to do, as he has to get this pass made if he wants the championship.
Old school, running the handguards.
Hey, I wonder why you don't see more of it. There's plenty of little rocks in this track. I figured we'd see more handguards.
I've spent my fair share of time behind a bike here. You do not want to take those pebbles.
As we continue to watch, it looks like Landon Miles going to put another lap in the books here. 2:05 on that last lap.
getting communication from the tracks out there. We're going to be running that 450 A Moto here at 10 o'clock in 15 minutes. The program's going to run a little quicker today. We started a little bit earlier. Practice was shortened. One thing that you will notice if you ever come to any event here at High Voltage, on Sunday they do like to get things going a little bit earlier. Everybody's already on the facility. You know, they're on the property. We know everybody's got to go to work tomorrow. Some of us have a long drive home, so they try and get everybody out of here at a reasonable time. It's no fun getting home at 8 o'clock after a long weekend knowing you got to wake up in the morning and go to work. So with the way that the program's going to run today, we're going to move those A-Motos up to 10. And I believe I heard 2. Was that what I heard on the other one?
10 at noon.
10 at noon?
Yep.
So run them a little bit earlier in the day. That's going to come up here. But I'll tell you what's coming up is Landon Miles. He might be coming up on the podium the way this thing's going, sitting on a 1-1. And then Logan Slater, he might be getting an interview with Wes Kane as well. He's sitting on a 2-1.
So watching right now, I believe that's the 503. But man, these guys going at it. You still see a little bit of wet spots on a couple of these sections as they make their way back down the hill. Couldn't quite tell what number that was, particularly the 9.
These classes get a little tough when you run those 2 classes at once. You got the 65 7 to 9, 65 10 to 11. They start getting a little mixed up on you. You got one rider looking like he's struggling to get up the face of that jump. He's able to get up and over it.
Launches it.
That is the 503. That's a Tigliato. He's sitting in 3rd in the 10 to 11 division. That should be Roke behind him,
might be Roke behind him. We see some yellow flags up ahead.
So we got a rider down back here. Another one facing the wrong way. He's got back going the right way now, though.
You see Tigliato with the glance back.
That's one thing with these little bikes. You saw it with the 50s. When this sand's wet and it gets sticky, it's hard for these little guys. It'll slow their momentum down pretty quick, and it'll kind of suck the tires up on them.
Well, that's what we mean. The smallest mistakes actually cost these guys so much because they lose that forward drive. They go just a bit wide into a thick berm or something like that, and it completely throws the whole corner off. So when we say they've got to hit their marks and almost be more perfect than even some of the big bikes, it really does. It's harder for these guys to make up that speed and that difference.
They don't have that power to power themselves out of a mistake.
Man, look at this. Vagel trying to power back from a mistake right now is the final lap, and this is going to be for the championship, so this is going to be fun to watch. Harrison Vagel is right to the rear wheel of Landon Miles for the 10 to 11 championship. This is going to be interesting. Rider down, up ahead. Both of our leaders doing a good job of avoiding that.
Vagel 3 seconds a lap faster on that last lap.
Look at this. Wow, he's sending it. Almost lost a foot off the peg. Never cracked the throttle. They're in the air at the same time with about 3/4 of a lap left.
Great rebound from Vagel to be on the ground, and now here he is right back up here challenging for this championship.
Man, it's going to come down to the wire. Let's see. He's hanging off the back of that Cobra, trying to get the drive skies up and over the tabletop. Miles doing a good job of staying cool under pressure.
This feels like a carbon copy of our first moto. We saw Vagel get to the back tire of him, but he just couldn't make the pass stick. Now here he is. We'll see if he can make it happen here.
Let's see. Coming down to the final few corners. Vagel going to go wide. See if he can get enough of a drive. He's on the rear wheel. Miles doing everything perfect right now. It comes down to the final corner. A lap rider up ahead. It's a drag race, and it looks like it will be Landon Miles grabbing the win and grabbing the title there in 65 10 to 11. Vagel. Whoa, a little slide job there. Miles with his hand up in the air. Not sure what that was about from the 14. Vagel a little salty. As it looks like Colton Tubbs, looks like Logan Slater going to lead the way in that 65 7 to 9. Dylan Roke going to cross the line in 3rd out of your 10 to 11 class. As man, a little bit of drama there at the end of that race. As looks like it will be In our overall, Landon Miles, Harrison Vagel, and Dylan Roque, 1, 2, and 3. Logan Slater, Colton Tubbs, and Samuel Morse, 1, 2, and 3 for the overall in 65, 7-9. And yeah, we got some burning questions there for our first champion, Landon Miles. Let's send things down to the podium with Wes Kane.
Wes Kane must be over there at the slushy shop.
Waiting on his coffee there.
Look at that seat.
All right, guys, thank you.
There
I
he
had to wait for Slater to come off because so many guys were coming off the podium, a double class. Let's step up to the bike a little bit. Let everybody, Landon Miles, see your smiling face. Congratulations. Tell us about your race.
It was good. Nice little battle. It was also fun.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad for doing my bike. My brother for cheering me on. And my mom for cheering me on too.
Well, congratulations. You did a great job. Take that number 1 plate. Hold it up high. There's your champ. 65-10-11, Landon Miles. And we're going to get Slater's going to be coming up here momentarily. Great job. Y'all want to get in for a picture? Let mom and dad get in there if y'all want a picture. This is what it is. The podium is where you guys get to show your stuff. You get to market your stuff. You get to send that picture to everybody on social media that you are the High Voltage Hills MX champ in your class. You own it, you did it, and we'll celebrate it. Great job. Big Nick over here passing out candy bars. Great job. All right. Nope, we're going to hold on to that. Yep, you'll get one. All number 1 plates will be down at, they have got all kinds of awards down there at the box. Be careful, Dad. Help them out. They get them on the gate, but sometimes they forget about them on the podium. Grab that helmet. Okay, nope, that's not yours. We're going to bring the next guy up here, Mr. Slater. Thanks, guys in the booth, for being patient down here. We love the podium. We love everybody to get a piece of the pie down here. And that slushie sounded pretty good, boys. I think I'm going to have to go get one.
There you go.
Hey, maybe I'll do a party for 3. All right, well, here he is, Slater. Tell about your name, your first name. Where are you from?
My name is Logan Slater, and I'm from Oxford, Connecticut.
Not far. Connecticut is right down the road. Good job out there. Tell us about that race.
It was good. Colton Tubbs, unfortunately, went down in the second corner off the start. And then I just kind of pulled from everyone, and then I got it.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family, FXR, Landon C., Boss Suspension, and that's it.
Well, congratulations. You're going to get that number 1 plate. You're going to hold it high. Great job out there. There's your guy, Logan Slater, taking the championship in the 65 7-9. Great job out there. Hey, I got a YouTube channel. Hit it up at Wes Kane Originals. Hit me up at Instagram at Wes Kane. We're doing it, man. All right, guys, back to you up in the booth.
All right, yeah, do that, but after you follow Zach Heron 16 on Instagram. Hey, we're doing instant. What's your Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Stout 828.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
if we're plugging each other.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's plug and play here. As we're getting ready to go to play with that 450A class. This is going to be a fun one. 41 entries here in 450A. Once again, big shout out to High Voltage Hills for bringing you the racing action here on Racer TV, and shout out to AG Video for bringing you all of the broadcast coverage here on Racer TV. OPAG and the whole crew in the house with the mobile unit. We got an official name for that thing yet? As it's hanging out. We got the AG Studios getting all set up, and getting set up right now is our 450A class. This was a fun one we had yesterday. Obviously, no surprise. Trevor Schmidt doing what he does, getting out front and kind of handling business. But we did see at the end of the day yesterday, it was rumored, and it is true, he's human. It's possible for him not to get a whole shot and have to work his way forward. He's capable of doing that, but could be a little more difficult here in this 450A class if he doesn't get to the starts. We're going to send things down to Wes Kane getting the scoop on the start.
All right, congratulations. Hey, good job out there. Hey, you're 3 for 3, Trevor Smith. Going in here early morning. You got the call. We're going up a little earlier. Get you out of here. What's your mindset going into this moto here?
Just going to keep doing what I've been doing, get off to some good starts, and ride my own race.
Now, have you been watching on Racer TV some of the lines, or you been out prospecting yourself?
I was, but I watch my lines, and
There he is. He's calm. He's cool. He's collected. He's being very, very poised right now, but he's got a good gait. Look at your line right there. What does that tell you?
you got to get out there and hit the right and get out in front of these boys.
There you go. Words of wisdom from the undefeated champ. Let's see what he can do here in 450 Pro. Take it away, boys, up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Wes, getting us the scoop there, getting inside the helmet there with Trevor Schmidt, your first moto winner. And he was locked in. He was in race mode, you could tell.
Everybody does a little bit different down there. When they were panning the start gate there, I saw Blaze Grimaldi kind of had his head on the handlebars. Looks like he was relaxing. Trevor obviously locked right in. You saw the 65 of Hazlitt. He was just kind of staring out there like that, like he was so locked in, focused, looking at that first turn, possibly envisioning what he's going to do here once this gate drops. I would assume he's envisioning a hole shot and a moto win, hopefully.
Well, there's 41 guys envisioning a hole shot and only one guy that's going to get it. As sounds like we got Wes hanging by with another one of our racers.
I got Blaze Grimaldi here. You did a good job yesterday in the 450 Pro. I didn't get to catch up with you in the 250 Pro. Looks like you had some issues. You pulled off early. What happened later on in the afternoon?
Yeah, yesterday was a pretty rough day. Actually, even in the 450, I got a flat, so I raced almost the whole 450A moto with a flat rear. And then in the 250, I went down on the start, completely my fault, and got ran over. But looking for a better day today, so it should be good.
Hey, Zach, it's the dog days of summer up here at High Voltage Hills MX. Have kept Blaze Grimaldi down to no finishes, but you're ready to redeem it right now.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm used to this, so I like being the underdog and coming in second. So
the man is like Kyle Bitterman. He is like the underdog. Can he find some resilience and get out there and lead this one out and then go to the finish line with a smile on his face? Hey, top three in this one, in the overall, go to the podium. So it's going to be a barn burner. The stage is set. 41 riders go to battle on this man-made battleground here at High Voltage Hills MX. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. I believe we're going to try to see whether or not Toby Cleveland lined up for this second moto. Don't forget, he had that big get-off in Moto 1 as well. Had a much better rebound in first moto of 250A, so there's a chance we may not even find Toby on the line here.
Well, what you're going to see is Toby didn't finish that moto.
Right.
So he's got last gate pick. That's possibly him down here way to the right. He's not even in the shot.
Yeah, he sounds like a Stain song. He's on the outside.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
Looking in.
He's going to swing from the outside all the way across. He's going to have that left turn signal on. Well, I guess from our angle it's a left. From their angle it's a right.
Yeah, he's going to be...
As long as he doesn't have the hazards on like he did yesterday, we're good.
Yep, and Toby jumping on social media, sharing he's okay, a little banged up after that one. And, man, a solid rebound there in 250A Moto number 1. You got to think that energy is going to carry him here in this one. So we'll see whether or not we can find the 213 of Toby Cleveland. Like I said, potentially not even lining up for the second moto. I'm really not sure. I haven't heard yet from him. But these guys they got to be a little banged up, so maybe just saving that energy for 250A Moto 2.
Interested to see how he's feeling. You know, once that body went to rest last night and the body stopped moving, the blood stopped flowing. You know, maybe he woke up this morning a little bit stiff and he wants to save it for that A Moto because in the championship in that 250A. But as you see, they're still loading the gate, and he's going to have 40th gate pick, so... There you see panning down,
Walking
Bagels
our
there.
way down, yep.
Back with the 25 of Bysham, Hazlitt there, obviously the 746 of Schmidt. Ellerman on the 809, there's Blaze Grimaldi, you saw him. Not many guys here can go DNF. I guess he didn't technically DNF, but he had a flat, and he's still smiling like he won the moto. If you know
he got
Blaze.
ran over, too.
Yeah, if you know Blaze, that's Blaze. He's the happiest person at the track.
Took a peg to the back and just shaking it off. There's last bit of gate prep going up. Looks like the 57 to the inside of Schmidt. We'll see whether or not that plays into it. Looks like the 65 just to the outside of him as well. These guys know how dangerous Schmidt is off the start. They know that's going to kind of be the key. There's two races in this one. There's a race to that second turn, and then there's the rest of the race, and they're equally as important to beat Trevor Schmidt too.
I like Forward's positioning on the gate a little bit better than Hazlitt. If Hazlitt gets the jump, he's going to have to hope he can move over on him. Whereas Forward, if he gets the jump, he's going to be able to control that inside on him. But as we've seen, getting the jump is the hard part. Maybe he's paying off the guy in the doghouse. He's getting the count on the
Yeah, maybe he's got the count figured
There's
out.
something going on here.
Doing
Got Sorensen
internal
here.
investigation into the starting strategies of Trevor Schmidt. Just too good.
Sorensen there, he was on the far inside gate. I'm surprised that gate was open. He had some trouble in the first moto, so maybe he gets a jump. We saw him have a couple good rides yesterday. Possibly get a jump, get in there to the inside of the first turn. And then you always got to look for those guys sweeping in from the outside. Possibly where we see Toby Cleveland come from. As the card is about to go sideways here.
Here we go. 450A Moto number 2.
Couple guys creeping up on the gate. Gate is down. And he got pinched off. Schmidt's up there, but it looks like we got a KTM up front and a Yamaha.
So we'll watch and wait as they shuffle their way through turn 2. Who's going to make their way through the chaos? Couple of bikes getting tangled there in turn 2. Del Nicky about a mid-pack start.
I'm wondering if this is possibly Bagel out front of the KTM. We'll have to wait till they
That's
come
Trevor
through.
Schmidt
Oh,
out front.
wow, he did a gear change.
Man.
Well, that happened quick.
Well,
I was looking for him in that baby blue gear he
Yep.
had yesterday with the 69 on the back. He switched it back to the traditional. He's back with, I believe that's 746 on the back. Regardless, he's in the front.
yeah, he's keeping it with tradition and keeping it out front right now as well. As immediately the mood kind of shifts for the rest of the field.
Yep.
It's you got to go.
And now is Del Nicky in this one? I believe he was he
Yeah,
not?
Del Nicky was,
I think that's him in second, so a quick turnaround for him, if that is him.
I think it's the 25 actually of
Is
Trey
it
Bisham
Bisham?
in the number 2 spot. Del Nicky had about a mid-pack start. You see the 57 of forward up there, about the 4th place position.
I believe I saw 353. Is
Yeah.
that Beckwith there in third? I think that's what I saw in the back of the
363,
group.
yep, Taylor Beckwith.
Yeah, and here comes, I believe that's Connor Mowry. Is that 103 on the back?
Looks like it, yeah,
Yep,
that is
31 on
Mowry.
the plate. That's his Loretta Lynn's number. So Connor Mowry got a good start here. Someone we would expect to be top 5. This is what we said yesterday. Without the start, you end up back in that 10th place, 12th place spot. But with a start, you see him battling up here inside the top 5.
Here we go, top 10 rundown for you. Trevor Schmidt, Trey Bisham, Taylor Beckwith, Logan Forward, Connor Mowry, Devin Sorensen, and Trevor Hazlitt, Mitchell France, and my time in scoring jumps out here. Got to jump back. Let's see. All right, 8th, Mitchell France, 9th, Blaze Grimaldi, and top 10, Howard Bagel.
While you were doing that rundown there, Mowry did make the pass on forward. So Mowry, they're up there in the middle of the screen there. Mowry going the inside. He's going to try and get back around him.
So how about it? The 31 making some moves.
Sorensen now going to try and go around the outside of forward. So a little bit different from forward than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we saw him running comfortably up inside the top 3. Now he's back here, shuffled back a little bit, battling with some of these other guys.
Well, we talk about these guys, the intensity right off the drop. Forward kind of maybe a little slow to get going here.
Yep, makes a little bobble.
Yep,
he tried to get back to the inside. He saw that Sorensen was there, and he had to make a quick change and jump to the outside. Sorensen looks like he's moving pretty well here. Like we said, he had that bad gate pick, but someone left the inside open for him. He was able to make something work to put himself in a position where he can at least make a run at this thing.
Hazlitt and Forward going at it now as Kawasaki eats a face full of sand off the back of the 57.
I know Bisham had a rough day yesterday, just like we heard from Grimaldi, so it's nice to see him up here. It's nice to see what he can do with a start. You know, you get buried back there in the 20s or you're laying on the ground, and you kind of fall off the map for us up here when you're watching the live timing in the Racer TV stream.
Yeah, he just slid into that 10th spot right there on the last lap of Moto 1, so. It looks like that's the 67 of France back there.
Yep, France on another bike. This is his 4th bike today. He rode one for practice. He switched it up for that first moto. Now he went over to the guy parked next to him, grabbed a different bike. I believe this is the bike he was riding in the whip contest.
This was what he was tossing yesterday.
Yeah, I think he had 87 on the front, 67 on the side, 347 on the back of the jersey. He's playing the lotto with these numbers here. As you see Bisham, now Beckwith starting to pull up behind him. He's going to try and battle for that 2nd place spot.
Bisham a 10th there in Moto 1, so a 10-2 for the moment. Looks like a 7th overall. And he's running solid a 139, as was Beckwith on that last lap. Schmidt, though, a 137 consistently.
When you look at the overall results, I mean, obviously Schmidt sitting on a 1-1, but a 4-4 going to get you second right now. A 2-6 for third, a 7-3, a 3-7, a 6-5, a 10-2. So like we mentioned yesterday, that start is so important.
You see Beckwith getting a little wide right there, got into that berm. And look at this, the battle is on.
Yep, that's France and forward, so forward's really struggling. Not sure if maybe he had his bike set up for that rougher track yesterday. Now as it's not as rough this morning, possibly not working as well for him.
Forward gonna hug that inside. France gonna try to sweep back underneath. Just going down. Whoa, France using the edge of the track there. Cuts back across. He's gonna try to jet to the inside.
Forward able to close him down there. Look at that, running right up along the fence.
Whew. The fans packed. Look at that, along the side road. Everybody on the fence catching this 450A Moto 2 action.
Yep, not a seat on the bleachers up there. The fence is packed all the way up the hill. You tell these fans 10 o'clock there's an A Moto, they're running to the fence.
They're in, absolutely is. Oh, France
no.
washes the front end out. That's going to give the spot back to Hazlitt.
All that work to get up to him, and just like that, it evaporates. As we're going to check back here. Yep, this is going to be Bisham and Beckwith. Beckwith looking back. I'm not sure what he's looking back for because Bisham's right there in front of him. He's caught him. Maybe he hears Mowry. Might be able to hear that 450 coming up behind him, and he knows he's starting to have to block the insides here.
Yep, Mowry starting to creep. Beckwith bouncing back and forth between offense and defense. He's on the charge right now, but Bisham actually stretches it back out. There's a tear off there for Beckwith.
He'll pull a tear off, kind of regroup. He'll stay out of that roost zone, and then he'll mount another charge here. Bisham's riding very well, though. He's been here from the start. He's been smooth. He hasn't made that mistake. Not able to match Schmidt on the lap times, but when you're looking at 41 guys and you're holding it down to second place, nothing to complain about there.
Well, and absolutely, especially a response there from Moto number 1 when things didn't quite go his way. You see the fans getting into it on the fence, waving their favorite rider on, cheering at the top of their lungs. Mowry continues to creep in, just slowly inching forward. It seems like that gap getting a little smaller and smaller.
With forward dropping back there, it looks like Mowry now controls the second overall position with a 4-4. Forward third overall with a 2-6 now. Still a long ways to go though. Forward's going to have to kind of settle down and find a pace where he can run with these guys. Because he's got Hazlitt, Grimaldi, France. He's back on the bike and charging again. With a race that's this long, if you're struggling with the pace, struggling to find your flow, you can find yourself outside the top 10 here.
Yeah, things can start to happen very quickly for you, and we've seen that in a couple of these top motos like this where a rider just all of a sudden starts going backwards in a hurry. Mowry, though, clearly feeling loose, feeling feisty as he's marching forward. He tries to cut back across.
He's definitely not going back.
Yeah, he is marching forward as he is right through the rear wheel of Grimaldi.
That's actually Beckwith there on the 363.
Oh, Beckwith, yes.
Yep, Grimaldi a little farther back there with Hazlitt. So you see Mowry, he's going inside, outside, squaring him up. He's just trying to catch him off guard. Maybe he makes a mistake, runs a little wide. Now Connor squares him up, goes to the inside. So just trying not to foul, trying to find some different lines out there.
Well, to your point, Sorensen actually faster than both of those riders on the last lap. He was a 140, Mowry a 141, Beckwith a 142. So this is turning into a 4-rider freight train headed toward those highlands.
As they struggle to get around Bisham, I think it's kind of holding them up a little bit, and it's allowing those other riders to pull back up. As now you see Beckwith, he's going to try and go around the outside of Bisham. Once he gets by, yeah, oh boy, he ran it right in there on him. Bisham, though, he will not move. He won't make a mistake. He's just riding a nice, steady race.
Yeah, Bisham acted like he didn't even know he was there.
now Beckwith, this is going to be the third or fourth time. He's going to have to pull a tear off, kind of regroup, and make another charge at him.
Now we're going way outside, cutting back across.
Beckwith's in a tough spot right now. He's eating roost, trying to get around Bishop, but he's got to be cognizant that Sorensen and Maury are right there. So if he leaves the door open, he can quickly go from battling for second back into that 5th place spot.
Well, you see Maury with a glance back as well, realizing Sorensen's right behind him. So several of these guys playing offense and defense at the same time. Sometimes the faster line may actually wind up leaving the door open for you, so you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, both Maury and Beckwith, the way they're sandwiched here. Now you see, just like that, Maury's all of a sudden going after Beckwith. Great for us up here, not great for them. Not great at all.
Look at this, Maury tries to run up inside. Door gets slammed on him. Through that new section they go.
And this is going to help Bishop. This is going to relieve a little bit of that pressure as Maury's going to get up the inside of Beckwith.
Woo!
Runs it right down there. Both of them charging. Beckwith tried to square him up a little bit, but just no momentum coming out of that turn.
You see the kick there. Maury got at the top of that hill. These square edge bumps starting to form as we get deeper and deeper into these motos.
So now we'll see. Bishop's going to have to fight off another charge. It's just going to come from someone different now. So Beckwith wasn't able to crack the code. Now we're going to see if Maury can do it. Lap rider there, I believe that's the 241 of Augusta.
Getting out of the way,
yeah,
he's
moving right. Yeah, he's all pumped up. He was up there. He's friends with Ryder Fox. He was up there last night. He wasn't drinking water, let's just say that.
Just enjoying it. Let's see, Sorensen was on the move and kind of stalled out a little bit on that momentum. Maury saw he was there, and he kind of started to be the mover. And Trevor Schmidt continues to pull away, looking at that 1-1, about a 13-second gap back to this battle for second.
Smooth and steady out front as Schmidt running 2-3 seconds a lap faster. Not lightning fast, but just fast enough to slowly creep away. And like we said yesterday, he's going to be able to pick and choose his lines. He's going to go around those bumps. He's not wasting energy. And that's what that start can do for you. That's why you got to get out in front of him early.
So here we go. Let's see. Maury's trying to mount a charge. It kind of seems like Beckwith is bringing that fight back to Maury a bit.
So Sorensen, Beckwith, and Maury, like you said earlier, it's kind of a yo-yo effect. One rolls up on the other, and then the other rolls up and comes back to the other. And the whole time, this is just a benefit to Bishop. As you see, he's starting to pull away a little bit. So they are up top in the Lava Highlands. Still all four riders in the same shot here. As that track goes, this track is going to start going away on them as you see them drop down. The rut's starting to develop now that we got some of these big bikes out here.
Yeah, this track is starting to get chewed up now as the laps continue. Like you said, maybe a little different development than we saw yesterday as Sorensen seems to be feeling the flow here. Like he's hit the go button. Time to get back to that rear wheel as they kind of spaced out just a bit.
Yeah, we're looking at 8 laps complete here, about roughly a 2-minute pace, a little bit under, so I'd say probably 3 or 4 more laps to go. Sorensen might, in his head, know that. He might be starting to get a little urgent. He knows he's not going to get up to Schmidt, but if he can make a couple more passes here, get himself up into that podium position.
Like you said, these guys racing for a lot more than just a trophy, and so every moto counts.
I got to look at the payout this morning when I was in the sign-up trailer. I wish I had the skill these guys have. These guys are racing for some serious coin this weekend. I mean, you're looking at 4 digits if you're inside the top 5. So,
well, and I mean, there's a reason there's 41 riders. You know, you don't see that at a lot of local races, a lot of state races like this. And so an incredible turnout. And I truly do. I think this track is a part of it as well. These riders know it's a great track they can battle on, and they're showing it right now. Let's look at this. Things getting feisty here. Bishop under attack once again from Mowry and Beckwith. Going to flash forward real quick to Trevor Schmidt, your leader out front. Keeping it calm, cool, and collected all by himself.
When they were up there on the top of the hill, I saw Ryder Fox pushing his bike on the inside, so his rough weekend continues. He had a bike problem, Moto 1. A huge crash we saw at the end of that second A Moto. I had a pretty good feeling it was him down at the bottom of the hill. I talked to him. He said as soon as he left the face, it was Endo City. He had to eject, and he flew to the bottom without the bike. So, I mean, obviously just happy to be walking away from that one. But his tough week continued as we saw him pushing the bike, and the white flag coming out for Trevor Schmidt.
So one more lap. Let's see what's happening with that battle for second as things were really heating up. Mowry decides it's go time. He pulls up almost alongside Bisham. Bisham has been the king of defense so far in this race, and he's going to have to do it for one more lap.
Bisham probably happy to see that white flag. He's been under pressure for 15 minutes. Now he knows he's just got to put in one good sprint lap. He hasn't made that mistake yet.
Been an absolute dogfight. Meanwhile, Mowry sick and tired of eating sand off the back of the Yamaha, and he's got the drive up the inside.
There it is. Nice drive. He's made a couple passes down there. We saw early in the race he took that same line. You see him hug that banner going up the side of the hill. He goes around that whooped out braking bump.
Ooh, things starting to happen quick for Bisham. Beckwith right there as well.
Yeah, Beckwith saw someone was finally able to get around him. Now he says, I want a piece of that as well.
Sorensen not far back either. Look at this, Beckwith the long way around. Another spot for the 363.
You got to feel for Bisham here. He did so much work to hold that spot for 95% of the moto, and now to fall back like this is a heartbreak. It's a long moto. I'm sure he's in good shape. He can run the 15 minutes, but just the intensity of holding those guys off might be starting to wear on him a little bit here in the end.
Yeah, we'll see. Taylor Beckwith in the fight for an overall podium. He's sitting fourth right now with a 7-4, 11 points. Meanwhile, Trevor Hazlitt, 9 points in the 6th place spot. So if he picks up another spot, that'll drop him to within 1 point. We'll see how things go, but no question about it. The math is easy. 1 and 1 equals a state champ in 450A. Trevor Schmidt gets the job done. He grabs the win, grabs the title. We're watching this battle for second place. No, this is now 4th place as Bisham gets passed by Beckwith and Sorensen trying to pick one more up in the final corner. Mowry in 2nd, Beckwith in 3rd in the moto. And it looks like Bisham 4th, Sorensen 5th. And that's going to make your overall podium Trevor Schmidt, Connor Mowry, and looks like Trevor Hazlitt 1, 2, and 3 as we wait for Hazlitt to cross the line. Man, what a battle that was. Our AG video replay here for 450A Moto number 2. And we weren't totally sure. We saw it was a KTM, and oh, that's right, Trevor Schmidt out front. And as far as the front side of the pack goes, that was about all she wrote.
Yeah, he had me tricked. He went back to the 746 jersey. I was looking for the 2 digits on the back that he was running yesterday. I thought maybe we were going to get a show. But, yeah, I mean, back there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they gave us what we needed to see. Unfortunately for them, though, it wasn't for the moto win.
So there you see the 57 to forward. Didn't quite have the moto he was hoping for. Going to wind up 10th in that moto, 6th overall. But Bisham back there, we saw Mitchell France just washed that front end out a little bit. Going to lose a couple of spots and some very valuable time.
Yeah, that was a momentum killer for France. Once he got up, he was kind of stagnant in that position he was in. As you see Mowry here, he had made the pass already on Bisham. Now Beckwith, he's battling with him. Tried to run it up the inside of him. Like we said during that moto, Bisham didn't even really know he was there.
Yeah, Bisham playing the whole defensive line there, not letting anything get through. And then it was Mowry that started to creep, putting the pressure on Beckwith and wound up moving through, all while Trevor Schmidt continued to stretch things out at the front in a league of his own, taking whatever lines he wants, over 10 seconds the gap at the end. But things started to happen quick for Bisham as they approached the white flag. They knew it was time to go, and all of a sudden Mowry up the inside, a line he's taken a few times during the race to make some passes. He slides into that 2nd place spot. Then Beckwith realized there was blood in the water. He tries to pick up a pass as well. And Sorensen was trying to do the same all the way down to the line. But it's going to come down to your overall podium. And we're standing down at the box with Wes Kane.
I got Mallory down there. I'm waiting on Hazlitt. Hazlitt got by me, guys. All right, tell me about your race. I heard it was pretty active going into that last turn.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Around the start, I came out like 6 or 7, and I was just making passes. I think the third to last, second to last, and last lap, I all made a pass over here in this short chute before the tower. Just drove it down the inside, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Just charged hard. Trevor was ripping. Luckily, unfortunately, we weren't able to get up near him this week. But yeah, we're gonna keep working and try to chase him down next weekend.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Guano Harley Davidson, Tri-State Power Sports, WJR Enterprises, MotoPro Graphics, my mom, my dad, Nana, Papa, Bradley's Collision, the Lord of Above for keeping me safe, and everyone else. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll put you to the side. We'll get you in the final shot up here. Come on up here, Mr. Hazlitt. You slipped by me over on that finish there, but hey, great job out there. You finished in third. Who do you want to tell me about your race?
Got off to a not so good start and just tried to make my way through. Got stuck behind the rider for way too long, but we'll make do.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, Decorator Carpets, One Industries, Bell, Hamburg Overhead Door, 100%, Austin Goodrich, everybody else, thank you.
Congratulations. Hang to the side. I'll get you in the final podium pick. Come on up here, champ. There's 450 Pro champ. Give it up, guys. Trevor Schmidt. The plan worked. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I executed on my start. Had a great start, and track was pretty smooth, so we're all going pretty fast. But I just kind of stayed smooth, put my laps together, and got a pretty decent lead on them and just brought it home.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, 110 Racing, MotoPro Graphics, Central Roadways, 6D Helmets, my girlfriend, AG, and High Voltage Hills. Thank you guys again for putting on this event and helping me out. Thank you.
Congratulations. Got to get you rested up. There's the number one plate. I'll get everybody else in here with the shot. Come on in here, guys. Zach Efron doing a great job over there. All right, there's the champ. We'll get him ready for the next one. Back to you boys in the booth.
All right, Wes Kane down there getting this scoop from our top three there. You heard a little bit of a disappointment from our third place rider. He wanted a little more out of it, but it's okay. Once he gets that payday from the sign-up shed later, that little frown's going to turn to a smile real quick. As we got race number 8 on track, plus 25 BC, the 85 of Bishop and Forshee locked in a battle here, I believe is what we're seeing on screen. Nope, that is the 110. Okay, that is Forshee. So Forshee and
I believe that's Rose.
Yep. Okay, so Bishop already up and through. Just jumping into this moto here quick in the middle of the first lap. We didn't get to see how it shook out as we were following insane Wes Kane down there getting the scoop on that A moto.
And that was a fun one. That was a fun podium. That was a fun moto. These guys putting on a show as well. Joey Bishop trying to go 2-1. Dylan Rose 1-2 for the moment. So Rose got to try to chase down the 85 if he wants a chance at this title. Meanwhile, Adam Forshee, Matt Cameron, and Scott Stratton, your top 5 with 2 laps in the book.
Yeah, wondering where Morrow is here early in this one. He must have got a bad start. That's someone we usually see up front battling for podiums, moto wins. So keep an eye on him. He's back there in 6th right now. He's got a couple laps to do some work. Let's see if he can't get up here and get into a podium position. As you got Dylan Rose on screen, he's dropping down off the top of the hill. Checking lap times, they're both at a 150, so Dylan Rose is going to have to switch something up. He's going to have to eat into that 2-second lead. He's looking at 2.7 seconds right now.
Yeah, Rose got held up just a bit trying to move into that number 2 spot, so that could be the difference between Bishop getting the title or the number 12 taking it down, but we'll see. Just looks like even on the lap time, so we can tell that last lap.
When we checked in with Rose, though, he was battling with Forshee, so possible maybe he had to take a longer line.
Right.
Maybe Forshee slowed him up a little bit. We'll have to check the lap times when they come through the live timing here, and we'll get a better look at if we got something shaping up here as we see the 251. I believe that's Morrow on screen. Getting a little saucy coming out of that turn. You see that sand berm in the middle starting to develop, but the end of it wasn't totally developed yet. Caused a little buck in the saddle.
Yep, back end started dancing around as the white flag comes out. 1 lap left to go for Joey Bishop.
Yep, white flag out. You see on screen, it's like we said, it's Ryan Morrow. That's the 17 of Scott Stratton.
Stratton with that back end dancing
Yes,
all over the place.
Same thing Morrow dealt with. Those sand berms are starting to develop, but it just hasn't developed enough where you can ride it all the way through. They're just getting that, the end of the berm isn't there, so that back end's kicking out on them.
Stratton going to forfeit that spot over to Morrow as they get ready to head up to the Highlands for the final time.
Yeah, you see Scott, he's struggling a little bit. He's popping over the berms. Not someone we see riding a lot more. He comes out for special events like this, so possibly just not feeling it today. A top 5, I would think he's going to be happy with a top 5 where he's sitting right now.
Meanwhile, here is the battle for the lead and for the title. Joey Bishop out front and currently leading this title chase with a 2-1 and Rose. That might be it. He worked so hard to get back to the rear wheel of Bishop.
Just put a little too much on the front tire there. He was dependent on the knobbies too much. Started sliding out, kicked his weight, and almost high-sided a little bit over that berm.
And this is where we can start to see that overriding we talked about as well. Desperation, they know they're so close to it. And Bishop did a great job of staying cool under pressure, and it's going to pay off for him as he is 1 corner away from grabbing the win. And with that, it's going to be Joey Bishop grabbing the Moto2 win and the title here in plus 25 Big BC. Dylan Rose going to get second in the Moto and in the championship chase as well. And it looks like Forshee going to grab a third in the Moto and in the championship here in plus 25 BC.
The risk reward was there for Rose, though.
Yeah.
I mean, sitting in second wasn't going to do him any favors. He had to push the issue a little bit, so didn't work out in his favor. He was able to keep it up on 2 wheels, though. He'll roll in for a second. Probably not feeling the happiest about it right now, but he's leaving here happy, healthy. He's going to get that second place trophy, possibly some awards maybe.
Got some time on Racer TV.
Yeah, we're talking about him.
So a great moto there as Joey Bishop does grab the win. Dylan Rose, Adam Forshee, Matt Cameron, and Ryan Morrow, your top 5. Alex Campo, Scott Stratton, Alex Harris, Sean McKinney, and Brian Leckmus, your top 10 in
plus 25 BC.
Yep.
BC, yep.
Want to make sure I wasn't off on that one. So there we see Joey Bishop.
He's running those Red Bull graphics.
Taking a deep breath and
is that Chase Sexton?
It might be. With a performance like that, you never know. Let's get the scoop and send things down on the podium with Wes Kane.
I got our champ right here. Come on over here to Paparazzi over there, talking to him. Got his buddies over there. What are you guys talking about?
Just really wanted this win, you know. It came here last year. We got second. We came back with a different game plan and really went for it. So we went 2-1 and really wanted to make this happen.
What do you do for your day job?
I own a landscaping, construction, and a snowplowing company.
Oh, man, that's got to keep you busy.
That with the 2 kids, yeah, it keeps me real busy.
All right, well, who do you want to thank?
I want to do a huge shout-out to Tom over at TZR Racing Suspension. He got me tuned in for this race. He's been really working with me one-on-one, get my suspension all in. And I can't thank my family enough. They're all here. They come to every event, and I really can't thank them enough. And lastly, for pulling these whole shots this weekend, I got to thank Dunlop. Doesn't get no better than that. Thank you.
Congratulations out there. I'll let you bring it in. You got the number 1 plate. Get in for the shot, ladies. Take it away. A lot of excitement down here. We got women with babies. We got old-timers clapping over here. It's just a good time at the podium here at High Voltage Hills MX. Take it away, boys, in the booth.
They love them all, big and small. Up there at the podium is we got some small back out on track. No surprise, that is Tubbs leading the way, not only in the moto, but in the championship fight as well. Indigo Spinaculp, second on track, second in the fight as well. So he's going to try to bring this fight back to Tubbs again, see if he can snatch away one of these titles.
Well, we're right back where we started here earlier a couple motos ago when Spinaculp ran him all the way to the finish. The only difference is he's a lot closer and he's got a lot more time now.
Yeah, definitely has a lot more time to play with. They've done a little bit of track maintenance, touched up a few spots, tossed some water down as well. So we'll see how these guys are going to be able to navigate this opening line as you see Spinaculp going far to that inside.
They got a lot more track to work with now as well. These guys are going to run the full track, so not running the abbreviated track. Still got the dads out there, bending the wrist all the way back.
Big kick there for Spinacope. You saw those square edges starting to come to light here in the straightaways. Look at that. Indigo with a bit further inside of a line. That was a good move there.
Now that we got some of the big bikes out there and we really got some people riding on this thing, this track is starting to come alive. As Spinacope found out there, that braking bump wasn't there a couple motos ago when he was out here.
Man, back in stepping out for the 49 left and right, but he doesn't seem to notice a bit. Right wrist stays pinned.
You know how these young guys do it. It's one mode here for these little guys. As they're going to drop down here off the top of the hill, coming out of the new section. Tubbs able to open it up a little bit up top.
Yep, a bit faster on that last one.
Both of them doing a really good job staying out of the thick stuff, keeping the momentum up.
Spinacope trying to find some smooth real estate. Whoa, Tubbs getting a little wide there.
Yeah, you see him hugging all the way to the right side. Not quite enough pop to get up and over the top of that thing.
Not for lack of trying, I know that much.
No, that thing was to the bar all the way to the top of the lip. He just doesn't have enough power in there. Now you see him starting to inch away from Spinacope.
Yeah. Yeah, Indigo going to need a little help here, it looks like, if he wants to be able to reel back in Tubbs.
Taking a look at our top five, it's still Tubbs, Spinacope on screen. Then Maverick Manzer, your third place rider. Mason Wager, fourth place. Nick Kaika, rounding out your top five. You got Ryder Perkins, sixth. Colton Brassey, seventh. Miller Barberry, eighth. Grayson Montgomery, he's in your ninth place ride. Oh, we got a rider down on screen here, not one of our leaders.
Problems for the 76.
76 I saw.
Going to be Matthias Hall going down, coming into this first, or coming in with a ninth in that first moto.
Yeah, Matthias, a top 10 finish in the first moto. And then we had Carinci rounding out your top 10 there. There's Tubbs still on screen. Gonna have to see what the lap times are. I feel like he's starting to slowly inch away from him. A 10th here, a 10th there.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to cross the stripe because I agree. I think Tubbs maybe just a little more pace here in this one. They were pretty neck and neck on that abbreviated track, but Tubbs a 2:14, a 2:15 for Spinacope. So like we said, not a big difference, but just enough to where Colton's starting to get a little bit of breathing room.
Yep, it all adds up. You dab your foot here, you lose a little bit of momentum here, maybe tuck the front a little bit going in a corner, 2-3 tenths of a second add up, and before you know it, you got your work cut out for you. So it should be halfway through here on this one. So Spinacope still got some time to work here. Not going to give up just yet. There you see Dad breaking the wrist out there for him. Working their way around a couple lappers here. We saw that long line of lappers in that 50cc moto earlier. With the bigger track here, it tends to let the lappers spread out a little bit more track time to open things up.
Well, when we talk about finding those lappers, it's just as much about when you catch up to them as anything else. And so both of our leaders doing a good job of looking ahead and kind of planning accordingly. As the 76
down again.
Things going from bad to worse for Matthias Hall.
Yeah, Hall, we just saw him down last lap, so a tough run for Matthias Hall. It looked like he was going to be okay. He's going to get himself up and get back going again.
Back to Tubbs we go. As Culp still right back there. I mean, one little mistake, tuck the front end, something like that. He's going to hand this thing right over.
Just looking on screen, it seems like Spinacope's starting to catch him a little bit here. Now they're going to have to switch it up and go to a line. Now
Let's
you see,
yep,
he's going to go to the outside, and Spinacope wasn't as close to the lapper. He was able to take that inside, and you see how much it pulled him right up alongside of him here almost.
Yeah, so Tubbs did what he was supposed to do. He didn't follow that lapper, but once again, now he's going to go wide. Oh, look at that. Culp actually follows that wide line. I think it's so they can maybe get enough drive for that jump. Are they both able to do it? No, Spinacope checks up.
They're going.
Whoa,
there
Tubbs
it is.
goes
Oh,
down.
no.
Man, right there, he got a little sideways trying to check up. Wasn't sure what that lapper was going to do. And Indigo Spinacope going to be handed the lead. Tubbs trying to fire the bike up. You can see him panicking.
Oh, no. He's got to get it going. He had a big gap over Wager. Oh, no. Yeah, that's that new, those new 50s. You got to tip them up. The tip over switch is in there. Oh, no. He's got to fire it up, though. Get back going. At least still a second place, but that's a heartbreaker there.
So now we'll watch and wait for your leader. Indigo Spinacolt should be popping into sight here any second, as he is now the new leader in the fight, not only for the moto but the title here in 50cc senior 7-8.
29-second lead. Now he just went by Bob Blair, one of our local photographers. He could have stopped, took the helmet off, do a headshot real quick, get a little high five and get back going here. Looking good out front, the 49 of Indigo Spinacolt. And that pass, like we were saying, he was there. He just needed to be there.
Well, and just applying pressure. You know that you can hear it. You could tell that Colton was trying to find the quickest way around that lapper that he could. Whoa, hang on to it.
Yeah, a little smack the face off the bars there for him.
So both of these kids putting it all out there, but needed to just bring it home. As I believe, did I see the white flag?
I believe the white flag did come out. I'm not sure. We were kind of focusing.
Okay. Yes,
we were focusing
on
Tubbs there. And this is what we were talking about yesterday. A second place isn't a bad finish.
Yes.
But as the weekend's gone on, he's gotten closer and closer, and you got to believe Tubbs knew it in the back of his head. He knows he's getting closer and closer, and just this moto, it finally bit him.
Yeah, these guys had to have almost perfect rides to be able to beat one another, and Spinacolt was just kind of in the pressure-applying position rather than the guy under pressure. So could have gone the other way for sure. Both of them incredible riders. I can't wait to call them battling each other for years to come. But for right now, yeah, Indigo getting the better of the deal, and he's about one turn away from being a New York State champion.
This definitely feels like where we talked to Schmidt and Grimaldi on the line. They're buddies. They've been racing their whole lives together. This feels like Tubbs and Cope will be in that position here, and you know, they got to work their way up through the ranks. Uh-oh, we got a rider down on the backside of the finish line here. Got one of the flaggers was able to get to him and get that cautioned off. It's Spinacolt. Going to take the long hair down and
grab
go
the
see our boy Wes Kane.
Here it was. Spinacolt was getting all over the place trying to catch up to the back of Colton Tubbs. And it kind of seemed like he backed it down, said, I'm going to take my time. He stayed within a few bike lanes, stayed applying pressure, was actually following some lines from Tubbs, checked up on this jump, and then Tubbs trying to slice to the inside of a lap rider. Oh, just gets pitched off of it. The sand reaches up and claims another as Indigo did what he needed, took the white flag, had that solid last lap. Tubbs would rebound for a second place overall and second in the moto. And looks like might actually be Nick Kaika grabbing third overall with a 4-4 finish. So some shakeups there for 50 senior 7-8, but no question about it. Indigo Spinacolt, your champ.
He might be able to match Wes Kane's energy. We talked to this kid over the weekend.
And we're going to get ready to send things down with our champ, Wes Kane. He's shaking his head. He can't believe it.
Well, what he did, he came in, he threw it. He just, when he popped his goggles off, they just shot out from under his helmet, and they were clear across the parking lot. Mom had to get him. He was loaded. He's on fire. Great job out there, Indigo. Tell me about your race.
It was good. I feel bad for Colton, though, because he went down. But overall, it's just racing.
Tell me about your hair care products. What makes your hair so special? What makes it flow like it does?
Ask my mom that.
All right, well, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, and my sisters. 110 Racing, Scott, Mitten Cycles, Dice 55, Orlando MX, and everybody else. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, well-spoken young man. There's the number one plate. Our girls are on fire here. This was a good one here, guys. Back to you, Zach and Josh in the Racer X Command Center.
Maybe he was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe
it's crazy. Hey. It's Paul Michel.
He's a Dapper Dan man.
Hey, dippity-doo works all the time.
Senior Mini 12-15 sitting on the line. Race 10 coming up next. Grady Mansfield leads the fight in this one with Cale Widrick, Ethan Plaza, Gage Marshall, and Cesar Pazmino, your top five, headed into Moto 2.
Did you get a list of sponsors he had? That was a long list of sponsors.
These kids are full factory,
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to get a hold of his promotions.
Sure he probably had video crew out there. And I love the sportsmanship, too. These kids, even as young as they are, they've all been in these positions where, wind's right there and something happens. They get pitched off. They crash. It is cool to see the friendship, because those guys probably can go hang out and go pick up a toy motorcycle at one of the shops, go build a track in the parking lot. They're going to be hanging out, playing the rest of the day. And it's going to, like I said, it's going to be fun to watch those guys do battle in the 65 classes. It's funny now to hear, your Ryder DeFranciscos and your Hayden Deegans and all these kids talk about, I've been racing the same guy all my life. And so we get to the pro ranks, it's not that big of a surprise.
Yeah, that's what you see here. Like you said, I'm sure they're going to go out, they're going to play in the pits, and they're going to have the toy dirt bikes out. Tubbs is going to reenact what he did, and
I was going like this.
Spina Cole was going to reenact what he saw. Yep. And they might flip on Razor TV and get another look at it.
Throw it on the iPad there, yep.
As you're looking at the Utica Speedway live drone here, like Zach said, we got Senior Mini loaded up on the gate. Something going out there on the track, maybe touching something up. We saw that one rider down on the backside of the finish line, possibly giving him a minute to get regrouped and get himself up and back to the pit area. You see the 25 of Widrick on screen.
Grady Mansfield coming out of Ontario on the 750, handling business there in Moto number 1. Now with the pressure on here in Moto 2.
Getting word from race control here, that rider down on the back of the finish line, they were giving him a couple minutes. Sounds like he's okay, he's up and walking, but no need to rush him here. We don't, like we said, safety is our main concern. Everybody wants to go home. There he is getting loaded up.
And that might be Matthias Hall, actually, I think so. So he just had a bad moto, man. That's one of those deals you can't stay off the ground. You put on your ground magnet before you went out there, and it just kept bringing you down. So good to see he's okay. He's going to catch a ride back and try to shake things off. Get that kid a slushie.
He's going to crumple that whole moto up and throw it in the garbage.
Yep, just forget about it.
That didn't even happen.
All right, yeah, he's going to take it to the bounce house, bounce out that stress.
I reprimanded Big Z last night. I told him, get that thing fired up, get the generator
When I made my
filled.
way back there, it was fired back up. So
if he finds out the kids aren't happy because the bounce house is down, he will drive over there at Mach speed. He's putting U4 in that thing. He's going to get the VP tank out.
So our Racer TV chat kind of doing some comparing here between AP flow versus Indigo flow.
I did see some comparisons.
I mean, I get it. I kind of get it.
Maybe instead of asking Mom, he needs to get a hold of AP on the hair product.
I was about to say, at least the long hair part of it. Top hair, maybe not so much. But AP, I feel like he's got to have a full routine. I mean, as much as that guy rides,
he might have a personal stylist.
Maybe the dirt is the secret. Everybody talks about mud masks. Maybe you just rub a little bit of that natural,
very possible.
high voltage sand there. Exfoliate. We could be sitting on a gold mine here. Forget our dirt bike track. We could have hair care product right here.
Well, if I take my hat off, you're going to see that it doesn't work for me. So
okay. All right. Fair enough.
We'll leave it up to Spina Culp and Plessinger on that. As
exactly.
We got the gate down here on Senior Mini, 12 to 15.
Let's see, Grady Mansfield, Cale Widrick, and Ethan Plaza, 1, 2, and 3 coming into this one.
Side by side, up and over, the big step up. And that's Mansfield on the 750, your first moto winner.
Yep, trying to keep the math simple for us. Grabs that whole shot and is out front right now, leading them through the Loudville Honda Highlands.
I believe that's your second place finisher. Widrick there right in the middle of the screen with those dark backgrounds. Running that Tyler Berriman, the gray and black combo. Gray backgrounds, the black numbers. He's in about 5th place right now. So he's got some work to do if he wants a challenge for this championship. You see him on the outside there.
Look at Wes Kane's massive thumb there as he gives us the thumbs up here in the trailer. We appreciate Wes hanging down there at the podium.
Nice move by Widrick. He's making some passes early here.
Ooh, little bump in there. As these kids know, they've got to go now. Look at the cameraman. Guy was sprinting. Usain Bolt stat. Look at him in the background. He's going.
That guy's getting paid top
I
dollar.
was about to say, man, that is going to be, the vlog ain't going to miss a thing.
That's a triple nickel, the 555 he's trying to get around. That's Plaza, your third place finisher. So your top three right here.
Going for
top three again.
So through the line, Grady Mansfield out front. Plaza, Widrick, and Carinci, 2, 3, and 4 with McGraw right there back in 5. And look at this. Plenty of battling going on as Plaza and Widrick.
Plaza's being stubborn with this.
He's doing a great job of riding that wide bike. Seems like he's everywhere that Widrick tries to go. He is launching up the inside. When he goes to the outside, a bit of a strange call there as the 164 pulls up right alongside of him. Not sure whether or not Widrick thought that was going to maybe set him up better on the exit. Doesn't get the best drive either, and that might allow Carinci around. They are as side-by-side as you can get up and over the step-up.
Yeah, I think he pinched him off a little bit there. Carinci tried to close the door on him. He still might have him if he sweeps this turn. Widrick's going to be forced. Oh, actually, Carinci kind of found the line out there on the outside of the inside, I guess, if you will.
And now he cuts way back to the inside as well. Carinci, he's trying to go full BOGO status here and get them both at the same time. He's kind of got one. He's got the inside lined up on the other, but he lands in some of that thick stuff. Oh, is he going to be able to get back to the inside in time? The back end's dancing. Oh, how about that? The 164 of Vincent Carinci making grown man moves.
Yeah, the way it was dancing around on him, but he stayed in it. Widrick's really liking those outsides right now.
They're not really working
well
for him. Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess he's got to try something. He should latch on. Easier said than done. He should latch on with Carinci and just follow him because Carinci's got the lines right now.
Now he's starting to pick up on it.
He's got the inside on.
He's got Plaza. Now we'll see if he can go back to work on Carinci. It's so counterintuitive sometimes because you're going so fast around those outsides. You're like, there's no way I can be losing time here. But the distance is just so great.
Yeah, you're not letting off the throttle, but it's taking you so long to get out there. And all the meanwhile, while these guys are battling, Mansfield just slowly inching away from these guys. Trying to seal a 1-1. Take home that #1 plate.
Start to see some of those shatter bumps coming to light here through those sections as they funnel back to the inside. Here for race 2, senior mini 12 to 15.
Trying to get a look. It says 28 on the back of the jersey. Not sure who it is. Must be running a different number on the bike though.
Potentially Zadok McGraw. He was in the 5th place spot the last time through, behind Plaza. Mansfield, Widrick, and Plaza 1, 2, and 3 for the moment on the overall. As we're watching the 164.
Carinci is on screen here. He's got some open air. He's going to try and run down Mansfield. A 3rd place in Moto 1, I believe we had him, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see, where did we have him here? I don't see him on the overall leaderboard.
Carinci, a DNF.
He didn't even finish.
1.
I know we had him in a third in a moto earlier. Looking at the live timing, wow, he got 88th. Oh, wow, he was way back.
Way back. Yep.
He was running 2 motos. He was on a whole different gate.
DNF there in Moto 1 for Carinci. So once again, playing championship spoiler here in, maybe not for the title, but for the overall podium at least, running in that 2nd spot.
These are the kind of rides where you're just trying to make a statement.
Yep.
You might not be in the title fight, but you're going to leave here with a moto win and some confidence.
White flags waving for Grady Mansfield as Carinci makes his way across.
Check these lap times. It looks like he's starting to pull in on him. I saw the gap
yeah.
drop.
Mansfield not far up there at all.
Yep, 154, 153, so about a second.
And only 2 seconds to gap, so Mansfield got to be on his P's and Q's this last lap. He's right there.
We'll see how Mansfield plays it.
And look at the fans there cheering Carinci on.
If he gives up the lead, he's not going to lose the championship, but you know, he don't want to give up the lead.
Yeah, a lot of pride on the line for these kids as much as anything else. So may not lose the title, but doesn't want to hand the lead over, especially when he's had this thing from the drop.
And on the other hand, Carinci just wants to win the moto. Maybe next year they both show up. Mansfield remembers.
Yep.
Carinci got me in that 2nd moto, so that's someone I got to worry about.
Yep, Mansfield coming out of Ontario. So not sure how much they race together throughout the year, but anytime they line up, there's always something nice about seeing a competitor and knowing, hey, last time I had this guy, I got him covered in that moto.
Absolutely pushing each other. Right here, you see the lap times. They're 3-4 seconds a lap faster than everybody else. So they're definitely pushing the pace up front here. As Mansfield's got about a half a lap to go. He just got to be clean. And he can take this 1-1 all the way to the bank. Grancy's still closing. He's inching up on him, but I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time.
Yeah, I think he maybe has a little more speed, but it's inches at that, and so he's going to need some kind of mistake from Mansfield here in these final few corners if he wants any shot at that number 1 spot. And Mansfield not looking like he wants anything to do with it.
The speed was there. It just took him a little too long to get up into that second place spot. You see they're going to split that lapper. I got a lot closer than I thought it was.
I don't know if Mansfield knew how close he was, but Mansfield going to hang on to it 1-1. Shout out to Vincent Carenci, a DNF in that first moto, but incredible ride here in moto number 2. And it looks like Cale Widrick going to cross the line in 3rd in the moto, 2nd overall. Ethan Plaza, 4th in the moto, 4th in the moto, 3rd overall here for senior Mini 12 to 15. This was a good one. A couple of big names up front. Triple Nickel to 553 getting in the mix, shuffling around. And then we saw Vincent Carenci starting to march his way forward here, trying to make a statement in Moto 2.
Yeah, Carenci came from pretty far back, 5th, 6th. And like you said, he started to work his way to the front. Made some quick passes to get into 2nd there on that lap, but Mansfield just a little too far ahead. He was able to cut into that lead, and there you see the 750 of Mansfield up on the podium. Looking for Wes Kane, looking for that number 1 plate.
All right, well, let's get ready to send things down with our champion, Grady Mansfield. Wes Kane, we'll send it down to you.
All right, I got him down here, and boom, he pops out the blonde hair, too. These guys are really getting into it, taking over the hair care from AP and Indigo. You guys are looking great out there. Hey, let your arms down, man. You can relax now. You're a champ. I see you staring at the number 1 plate, so we're just going to go ahead and give that to you. Hold that thing up really high. Great job out there. Tell me about your race.
It was pretty good. I got off to a good start and got around that kid as soon as I could. And just from there, trying to push to get a little gap and then rode a little safe at the end.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Skinny and Deep, PMR Motocross, Charlie Designs, MD Distributions, DND Motor Products, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you. Take it, hold it up. You're the champ. Great job out there, guys. Celebrate. The flash bulbs are going off down here, and back to you guys up in the skybox.
Well done, the 750 of Mansfield. Going to try and smuggle that number 1 plate across the border when he goes back to Canada. On track, you got Junior Mini 9 to 11. Moto 1, we had Bentley Corthus taking the win. The 00, Andre Williams 2nd. The 9 of Aiden Held was 3rd. 916 Landon Miles was 4th, and the 14 of Harrison Bagel rounded out the top 5. Zach, give me a memory refresh here. Was this not the moto that Williams had to check up for that lapper right there on the last lap?
Can't remember 100%, but I think you're correct in this one. I know we had some chaos in this. Corthus,
if I recall, I think
it
was the one that Corthus got him on the last lap.
Got him on the last lap, I agree.
So let's see, they're going to re-rack this thing, and it looks like they just kept this moto going because Corthus is in the lead and Williams is in 2nd.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch as Williams now kind of in the catbird seat, chasing after Corthus. So he's going to be able to pick up on these lines, see exactly what the 101's doing, and then try to move around a bit, see if he can find anything working better.
You got to believe that one was eating at him all night long. Yeah. That was just a heartbreak. The lapper tried to do the right thing and get out of the way.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he got in the way. Just a racing incident. We see it happen every weekend. But they're going to come around here skying that double. They don't care about the landing.
You can tell Williams wants to be out front. He's not biding his time. He's not interested in checking out lines. He wants to be in that number 1 spot, skying the finish line jump. It's Bentley Corthus, Andre Williams, and then Landon Miles right back there as well. Don't forget about the 916. He's coming off of a championship Ooh, man, backhand's dancing around. I thought Corthus was going to go for a ride there. Look at this. Williams going to try to take that line up the inside.
Yeah, he's got
Maori
the pass
status.
made. Possibly watching Racer TV before this moto. He saw Connor Mowry in that A moto running that inside line. Made it work for him. Now Corthus is going to try and go. Oh, no.
Williams
loses the front there in the soft stuff.
Let's see. Loses one spot. Can he get it picked back up? There's two. Oh, he did let the bike stall out. So he's going to lose a couple of positions. And with that, oh, and he can't get it fired back up. Bike might have flooded. So meanwhile, we check back in with Landon Miles, who's in the number 2 ride behind Corthus, I believe.
Yeah, Corthus got a gift there. He was pushing the issue to try and get back by him. Williams just tried to stay a little bit tighter on the inside. There wasn't any cushion there. The front end tucked on him, and down he went. Unfortunately, like you said, the bike stalled trying to get it going.
So Landon Miles now moves into the number 2 spot as Bentley Corthus out front hangs onto it. We'll wait and see. I believe that might be the double. No, that's Aiden Held back there. I thought we were going to see the 00 back up and rolling.
I think he's a little farther back.
Yeah.
That's the white bike is Sargent, number 3 there, Carter Sargent. And then the KTM, I think, should be the 02 of Jensen, and then the 9 of Held. Looking at the live timing.
See Held grabbing a tear off there.
Sargent is one of our local riders. It looks like he got 7th in the first moto. So progressing here. He's up into 4th in this one.
And like we said, you talked about it earlier, we obviously have some kids fresh off of Loretta's, but for several of these kids, this is the big race of the year for them. They're here for a state result, trying to get a state title and get in a battle with maybe a little bit deeper competition than they have at some other events throughout the year. So, like I said, some of these local riders really show them what they're capable of on a bigger stage.
And it's just going to help moving forward, just pushing that pace, getting used to this race pace. And next year, they're going to show up a little more comfortable, a little more prepared.
Yeah, everybody talks about it. You can't get faster without riding around faster people. If you're always the fastest guy, you're not really going to be able to grow. So right now, look at that. That's Vagel, I believe, on the 14.
Yeah, we got him on screen.
He's back in 15th.
Trouble off the start must be for Vagel. He maybe made a mistake on that first lap. Man, not the kid I want to run into. After that first moto, threw a little attitude at the finish.
Yeah.
Now he's having a bad moto. Here you see a rider there. It's a little tough on the landing. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to run into Harrison Vagel right now. Oh, and now, oh no. You see the disgust in the body language.
Yeah. He's frustrated right now.
He's going to pick it up.
There goes Corthus making his way around. So Corthus actually going to move him a lap down. Now here comes Landon Miles. That was actually who Vagel was battling with, and he might be done with this moto as he pulls off the track. I think he may be calling it a day here in this moto, at least. As there goes Miles making his way through.
He's going to ride by that bounce house, and he might just pop it.
Yeah.
If he sees someone else having a good time right now, he's not going to be happy.
I don't want your slush.
Throw that in the garbage.
Yep.
Pop the bounce house. Throw something at the trailer and go inside. At least he'll have the air conditioning in there.
White flag out for your leader, Bentley Corthus. 1 to go as Miles checks in the number 2 spot, looking at a 4-2 for potentially second overall in the championship. But Corthus, man, did exactly what he needed off the start. Stayed calm under pressure from Williams.
Just looking at the way the 2 motos unfolded, he might not have been the fastest on track, but he executed the best.
Absolutely.
He didn't make the mistakes that cost the other riders. I mean, obviously, Vagel, we've seen him run up front throughout the weekend. He made his mistakes. Andre Williams made his mistakes. Corthus just stuck to the plan, executed well, and they're going to be skying it up over the top, feeling good, got a nice gap. He's going to go 1-1 here.
Yeah, it's an impressive performance. You know, these guys that we talk about, so-and-so isn't the fastest rider. Well, so-and-so was the first rider across the stripe at the last lap. So, you know, it's not always about the speed. You got to keep it on 2 wheels. You got to be able to maneuver around lap riders, you know, think ahead, avoid potential bad scenarios. So there's so much that goes into it besides just going fast. Trust me, Bentley is going plenty fast, but to be able to bring it all the way to the finish when lap riders are getting squirrely like that, it's that's a task in itself.
Yeah, he's working his way through some of the labbers here. A lot of them, really. I mean, they're on the insides, the outsides. And he just, when you come up on these guys so much faster, you kind of anticipate where they're going, and when they don't go where you think they're going, now you got to make a change on the fly.
Well, it kind of scares them sometimes as well, so they do maybe some erratical things that you can't quite predict. So Bentley doing a great job of trying to give them as much room as possible. He's got a couple more just up ahead. Not sure if he'll catch those before the finish.
Yeah, he's going to get a couple more. He's going to sky it. Throw a little scrub off there, a little style.
As here we go, Bentley Cortez looking at a checkered flag and looking at a New York State Championship on the 101. Looking like Landon Miles going to cross the line in the second spot, second for the title. And Aiden Held actually moving into that number 3 ride with a 3-5 finish as they come across the stripe. Lots of battles going on there right from the gate drop. Andre Williams was trying to bring the fight to Cortez early. He was up the inside, had that move made, and then just as quick as he got it, it was taken away from him. Just starts to push the front end. Actually, probably glad that was a low side rather than that thing pitching him off. So stalls that bike out, loses a couple of spots. Meanwhile, calm, cool, and collected out front. Bentley Cortez, there you see, little style, no worries, no problem. And a number one plate. Oh, yeah.
He looked over at the score and said, make sure you write 101 down.
Cool to see right there as well. Cortez high-five and Landon Miles second in the title. And that's what it's all about, the sportsmanship, as much as anything else. Is he's going to take a sip of water. They're going to get that bike up on the stand, and we are going to do some podium celebrating. We'll toss things down to the podium with Wes Kane whenever you're ready.
All right, guys, I got him down here. Bentley Corcus, he is from New York. He has got the mullet going. He is good. He looks like an Easton Graves brother up here. Great job. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, the track's really good. It's like nice and flat because we're like one of the earliest motos, so it's nice and flat.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, A1 Suspension, and everybody else. Thank you.
Well, congratulations out there. Mom's happy. Get that number 1 plate. Hold it up to everybody watching at home at Racer TV. And big shout out from Megawatt. Matt Watson was at Ironman yesterday, and he says, hey, I'm checking in with you guys. I'm watching Racer TV, and I just want to say hello. So there you go, boys.
Listen, Megawatt, you need to be out here, okay? It's great that you're watching, but we need to have you. In the booth would be great. I want to see him on the line. I want to see him doing some battling, some bar banging. No, excited to have Megawatt watching, and that's the beauty of Racer TV coverage here from New York. We get to bring all of the high-flying action of the New York State Championship to you guys around the country and around the world. And speaking around the first turn, that is Jeremy Parsons grabbing the early hole shot as we've got plus 50 A, B, and C out on track, race number 12.
We don't want to be too rough when Megawatt's not here to defend himself, but plus 50, is that his class?
I could see, I mean, you know, I would put Megawatt up against Jeremy Parsons.
He could be out here right now.
Yeah. This would be you, Mega. That's probably why he's tuning in. He's scoping the competition for next year. He's already thinking ahead. As Parsons out front leading the way, new to this plus 50 class, I believe, just now 50 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And Parsons, like we said, hadn't been racing a bunch, hasn't been doing a ton. And he's looking for a fight here. He knows it's the big day today. This is where the titles get handed out in a couple of these different classes. He's coming into this thing with a 1. Scott Phelps, Michael Wilcox, Scott Usmel, and John Meyer, your top 5 in Moto number 1. And he's got his biggest competition right there behind him. Scott Phelps trying to steal the fight and steal that title away from Jeremy Parsons. Whoa, up the inside.
Phelps just sliding in there. This is what we expected to see from Phelps yesterday, just based off that finish down at the ranch. You're running top 3 on the national level. When you come home, you should be the guy to beat, but Parsons had other plans about that, and he's still making it hard for him today.
Well, and this is kind of how we felt about Parsons last year. He was fresh off, I believe, a title at Loretta's, and so he's got that national momentum. He's saying, hey, I might not have been at the Loretta's this year, but I still know how to get the job done here in New York, as he leads that first lap green flag in the book for Jeremy Parsons. Scott Phelps right behind him.
We touched on that hip issue that he's having. He's going to be going into surgery here. It looks like maybe went back, got the lube out, and lubed that thing up. It's working for him right now. It hasn't dried out yet.
So Parsons, who got a little bit before that operation, said, you know what, I'm going to come do some battling here at High Voltage Hills, try to bring home a couple more plates. before we go under the knife. And Parsons, he's got a fight on his hands right now. This guy not scared of it.
He just wanted to show up and aggravate a couple people on the way to the operation table.
I love it.
He's certainly aggravating Phelps right now.
So here you see, great job with Racer TV. Got that battle box up. Jeremy Parsons leading the way on the 78. We got a red cross flags out right here, so these riders got to check up. They do a good job. Rider down hard right there. Going to get around him before they go back to racing. So Phelps back there in the number 2 spot. Wilcox back there in 3.
Yeah, these old guys, when they hit the ground, they don't bounce and roll anymore. So it looked like that rider was starting to get up. As you see Parsons sliding out, coming out of the turn, that's going to let Phelps come up along the side of him.
Yeah, Phelps got a little sideways as well, but still turned it into a pretty good drive as he cuts back underneath. He's been trying to set that up.
Yeah, he really likes that line. It looks like a good line. Yeah. Just as these 50-year-old guys, they don't go at it like the A riders. Maybe if they were running 450A, you would see a little banging in that turn, but Phelps has probably got to go to work tomorrow, so he's not going to push the issue too hard. But he'll let Parsons know that he's there.
Phelps is all over the place, man. He's tagging the track markers there. He's doing everything he can. And meanwhile, Parsons actually put a couple of good straights together. He's opened a bike length or two. Phelps going wide, going to roost that 4 flagger.
This is Scott Phelps in a nutshell. He's probably running stock suspension. He doesn't really care. Just put him on a bike, slap some numbers on it. He just goes out there and sends it. Oh, looks like he missed a shift down there.
Yep, little issue right there. That's going to help Parsons out some more. As the Kawasaki's starting to slip away just a little bit.
That's the thing, though. I mean, Phelps he's riding very fast. A little out of control on the ragged edge. Phelps pushing the issue, and Parsons is just staying steady, not letting the pressure get to him. And as Phelps makes mistakes and Parsons doesn't, you see it starting to open up.
Yeah, when Phelps is on, I think he's faster. But it's these little mistakes like that right there that are costing him and allowing Parsons to check out. Now, they need to be careful here. They need to keep those wheels on the ground with the red cross flag. They have to check up significantly as there's still a rider down there. So want to pay attention. Don't want to cost a title or a good position due to an infraction. As Parsons gets deep into that rut right there. He's adopting the kid style there, a little look back.
Yeah, he looked back again while he was in the air.
Come on now, JP.
He's probably a little confused because he spent so much time, you know, Phelps he was running it in on him, and now all of a sudden Parsons running a little wide in that turn. He didn't see that number plate come up on the inside of him, and he wanted to take a look back and see, you know, did we lose him completely or did he just make a mistake?
Trying to get his bearings there as absorbs that step up, knows he's able to take whatever lines he's wanting. Not under any immediate fire right now is Parsons as the white flag comes out. One more trip around, one more glance back for Jeremy Parsons.
Yeah, I think he was just double checking, make sure that was the white flag that came out.
You can see him.
Looking at the lap times, you see Phelps lost 4 seconds that lap. That was just a combination of all those mistakes he made. You know, he lost a second down here when he missed that shift, and then up top he stuffed it in the berm. Lost another second or so, and before you know it, it's 4 seconds. And if you're looking from Scott Phelps' view, it's probably watching Parsons ride off into the distance, and it's probably disheartening for him.
Yeah, well, it seemed like Phelps, you could tell he was doing everything he could and was almost costing him more. So Phelps going back, regrouping, saying, hey, I gotta just focus on myself. If that means I catch up to him, great. But if not, it is what it is. I just don't want to throw this thing away. I've got a second overall at the moment with a 2-2. Don't want to turn that into a crash. These guys pretty aware of the risks as well as they're still seeing that rider down being tended to by the medical staff, doing a great job of checking up there.
This class has got a lot of consistency in it this weekend. You're seeing a 1-1, a 2-2, a 3-3, a 5-4, a 4-5. So everyone's staying pretty consistent on where they were in the first moto. Some of these other motos, you get into those B motos with those young kids, a little erratic. Yep. You know, you start seeing those 7-3s, those 4-10s, things like that.
Well, right now, Jeremy Parsons just about half a lap away. If Scott Phelps gets a little sideways coming into that corner, you can see Parsons just dipping out of sight at the top of the screen.
Parsons just going to take this one home here. Phelps, I'm sure he knows he's just going to have to settle for second. Not what he wanted on the weekend, but Hey, it is what it is. You ran into the better man this weekend.
Well, here we go. Jeremy Parsons going to get it done and get the title, as he's going to go 1-1 here in plus 50 A, B, and C. Scott Phelps going to cross the line in the number 2 spot, looking like Michael Wilcox. Going to round out your top 3 in plus 50 A, B, C.
Phelps, got to give him a tip of the cap there. I mean, he just beat him straight up. He was the better man, as we see. Going to check out some highlights here on the AG video replay. You got the 78 of Parsons taking the whole shot. This was early in the moto when Phelps was trying to run it in on him in that split lane. Phelps found a little line up top, still trying to apply some pressure. This was early before all the mistakes started happening. One more time. He really got close here. He could have made contact if he wanted to, but you're riding plus 50. It's not as intense. And then you see Jeremy Parsons there taking the moto win. And he's down on the podium. He knew he was going to be out front. He didn't even put any numbers on the side plate. He said, my front number plate will be clean. Running those throwback graphics. There is Wes King coming into the shot. Whenever you're ready, Wes, take it away.
All right, Jeremy Parsons up here doing a super good job. And he is getting the win, getting that hip replacement. Seems like the Toradol might have kicked in over on this one, giving the go-ahead for this championship. How do you feel, Jeremy?
Well, I haven't rode it in a year. Last race was, Loretta's. I got third last year in 2024. I'm getting a hip replacement in, 2.5, 3 months. So I missed Loretta's this year. It stinks because I just turned 50. Catching you. What?
I'm only 29.
Oh, that's right. So I'm 28. So anyways, yeah, I felt all right. It's my third time riding all year. But yeah, it was good. The track's going to get rough later on this evening. I still got the 30A, 40A, and 45A. So we'll see if we can pull a title in those.
Congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank SC3 Graphics. I'd like to Techno Touch, Motorsport, Hydropower, Evans, X-Trig. We got Sherby's and Team Green Kawasaki and FXR.
All right, congratulations. We got the number 1 plate. Hold it high. Exceptional job. Looking out for those banners. A banner ride from Win Kern says, great job, Jeremy. And we'll see you on the next one there. Racer TV, the boys in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Wes. Jeremy Parsons doing some celebrating as we're getting ready for Super Mini 12 to 16 coming up next.
That's got to feel good for Parsons, not riding very much here, and you're able to at least go home with 1 title. We'll see how everything else unfolds down here. It looks like we got 1 rider. I think that was possibly Beckett Ferry.
Getting
you
pumped
see
up
that,
there,
that Chase Sexton, the flexing. Yeah, I saw him doing the flex there in that blue 1-inch gear. But I believe we got a little bit of a hold up for that rider we saw up top that the medical team was working on. So we'll take our time with that. You see the 100 of Bagel.
Yep, Bagel coming into this thing with a 1, Beckett Ferry, a 2, Winston Widrick, Vincent Carenci, and Preston Waite, your top 5 coming into this Super Mini Final Moto.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if anybody's got anything for Bagel. I think it might take an issue from him, maybe a bad start or something. Bagel's like the Super Mini version of Trevor Schmidt right now. He's just the guy to beat. As we look at the Beautiful Home Speedway live drone hovering above that start line there, you see how wide it is and how fast it sweeps to the inside.
So
750 a Mansfield in there.
Yeah, getting an update. It does sound like that downrider is up. Just to let everybody know at home there, we saw them down there for a while. So I want to let everybody know. Everybody's like, dude, what is going on? I'm hot. The goggles are fogging up.
He knows he's got that candy bar melting back in the truck right now.
Dude, I forgot to put it in the fridge, in the cooler.
Right. Big Z's got a box full.
Don't tell me that. You saw what I did to that chair. Can't afford any more of those.
Still waiting for a seamstress. If there's a seamstress on site, Don would appreciate it. You will be tipped handsomely by Zach Heron.
You take IOUs. Got an infinite amount of those. For your chair, Don, we're trying to get it fixed, all right? I feel bad. Okay. All right. So see, now it's an artifact that I've ruined here. I feel like
It sounds like it's going in the museum.
Yeah, I was about to say we're putting it in the Hall of Fame after this. Oh man.
There is
Ruined his
Vagel.
director
We
chair.
saw Vagel last night in the whip contest.
Yeah, Vagel walking away with a little bit of cha-ching there.
Yep.
Yeah, while we're waiting, we can throw those whip contest highlights back on if keep an eye on it.
Had some shots of Vagel in there. If we're going to talk about him, let's show the fans what he was doing out there. You see, like we said earlier, packed.
Yeah, it was cool to see the amount of fans. They were up there for like an hour waiting on us.
Yeah, that was a boo-boo on our end. We were announcing 6 o'clock. They started at 7.
Oops.
See, Kate Ozog was out there, Michael Tuttle, Corey Langdon. That's Ryder Fox there. Mitchell France drew some nice ones. That's Reed Murray.
Well, then Vagel was one of those ones that I thought got bigger throughout the night.
I had Reed Murray in third until Ryder Fox drew that last one. Nice to see all the boys. Everybody had a good time, put on a show. Everybody walked away healthy. That was Vagel there.
Yep.
Yeah, Vagel on the Super Mini. He was starting like 50 feet back. I don't know if you saw that where he was starting. He needed more of a run up because he didn't have enough juice to get over the top of the jump. He needed a little more pop.
There he was once again. He was cranking it. It was impressive to watch. Throwing that thing sideways. A couple different styles of whip as well.
Yeah, that was the one that put him in the top 3 for me, was that one there.
As we turn things to the one side, Super Mini 12 to 16. It's getting serious now. Vagel way on the inside. Solid drive. Not going to turn into a hole shot, I don't believe, for him, but he'll be up towards the front.
Oh, you see that wheelie coming out of the first turn for our leader here.
Was that Ferry? I couldn't tell.
I think it was. I see that blue One Industries gear. I think that was him.
Man.
He put it up on the back wheel coming out of that turn.
So here they go up towards the Lowville Honda Highlands.
I believe that's Vagel there right behind him now. He's working his way up in a second as they came out of the S turn. So we'll see.
It is Beckett Ferry out front. Oh, a little problem there. Hits neutral coming out of the corner. Is able to get it back in gear. As they hit up and over the step up, Vagel already starting to go to work, trying to peek to the inside.
I believe that's Widrick on the 25. He was your third place finisher. I think he's in third here early in this one.
Back to the Utica Rome Speedway live drone as Beckett Ferry got a rear view mirror full of Vagel, maybe a side view mirror now as he pulls up along, cuts back to the inside.
Yeah, his rear view camera's going off right now. You're backing up, it's beeping at you, let you know someone's close. That's what it's doing right now. Just don't look at the camera, please.
Yes, just try to ignore it as Vagel, look at this. Man.
Not a trailer behind you, it's a rocket ship.
What a
number
move.
100 of Vagel. And there it is. He goes to this unbelievable corner speed.
Yeah, and Ferry unfortunately moved to that outside right after that as well, and that's going to give Vagel the breathing room that he needs to kind of start taking whatever lines he wants.
It's just a different rider, a different feel. You talked about it yesterday. He kind of floats.
Yep.
It's just something different about him.
Well, and especially once he gets into the lead, you'll watch the way he sets these corners up. He goes out way wide, and it's like he never sinks into the sand at all. It's maybe an inch or two into it, and it's just perfectly tracking. So he's able to put this track together, honestly, better than a majority of the riders, big bikes included.
If you follow his Instagram, he does post videos from his home track. I'm not sure if it's on his property or just a friend's track. The base looks similar. It's got a little bit of a sandy top to it. So maybe just he's very familiar with, the dirt and the compound from where he is at home. But regardless, whatever it is, he's making it work and he knows how to ride it.
Carinci in the number 3 spot. Going to be curious to watch what he's able to do. We saw him marching forward late in an earlier moto, but didn't quite have enough of a start to make it into something.
Definitely should have some confidence coming off of that one. There's Mansfield. That's who he was battling with in that class. And then you got the Widgick brothers there. Winston and Cal. Check a number on that Husky. Is it a Husky?
I believe so. I think that's the 553
yeah,
of
I think
Widrick.
that's Little Widrick. That's Winston's younger brother. We got bragging rights at the house on the line.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
You can't get beat by your younger brother.
Talk about trying to beat your teammate. You got to beat your sibling.
When my younger brother passed me in speed, that's when I hung the boots up.
Time to go. Start announcing.
And here we are. It worked out well for him.
Yep. Hey, which one of you's in the AC right now? That's all I'm saying.
He's out on the track sweating right now. He's the one that's got to go deal with everybody that's down on the track hurt.
Sounds like you're the winner. As look at this Mansfield going to try this inside line. Oh, pulls up right alongside of him. Wasn't quite close enough. Needed about another bike length or so.
Might have him if he drops down the hill on that Connor Mowry line. No, that was a good defensive ride from Widger.
Well, it's not over yet.
Not
Wait
yet.
a second.
Oh, my God. Full charge down the hill.
It's like Mansfield upshifted going down that. Wow.
And maybe he went to hit the back brake. Dad unhooked that thing.
Missed it. Oops.
Sorry about that, son.
Little WD-40 on the brake road today.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Put some SC1 on the brake lever. He slid right off that thing.
Need to do that.
So now he'll be up into, what are we looking at, the 6th place position for Mansfield. Cal Widger will drop back to 7th. Bagel opened it up already on Ferry, 6 seconds. I believe that was Widger, the older Widger they had on screen there before we switched shots. Let's see what we got here. So everybody rides a KTM now.
At least in this class.
It's a takeover. For sure, it's a KTM takeover these days.
There is the 26, so that was Carinci, I believe, just up in front of him.
Yep, Carinci and Winston Widger. And then Beckett Ferry a little farther up the track from them. White flag already coming out for Vagel. He's through at a 145. We had Beckett Ferry at a 149 last lap, then Carinci and Widger into the 150s. So if Winston, Widger, and Carinci want to go after Ferry, they're going to have to find a line here.
So yeah, Bagel actually jumping down into that.
Yeah, he's just in his own world out there. Yep. Oh, as we say that, it's the announcer's jinx, and he almost tucks the front and goes over the bars. Not going to matter. Shift the weight back to the back of the bike. Wide open.
Yep. Custom style for the fans.
That lapper thinks he just got passed by Trevor Schmidt. Oh,
yeah.
my God, the swap.
Tap dancing around there. Those bumps not quite as big right now, so you can still carry a ton of speed, but, man, they almost start doing the holding on for dear life, rattle the bars right out of your hand.
Not a good feeling when that chatter starts going sideways in the back wheel.
I'm not even sure if I consider that a bike setup thing. I think that's just the way the track's developing. And he wasn't just tracking across those braking bumps. He was going across at an angle, and so not really one of those things that you can adjust for too much. But, yeah, got to wonder, Bagel out here in several different motos, whether they're doing a lot of bike adjustments between to deal with the different track conditions or whether they're kind of just in one set mode throughout the day. Once again, he hates that front tire touching the ground. Those things must be more expensive than the rear because he's saving money on that. So here we go, final corner for Hudson Bagel. And he's going to grab the win and grab the title. Beckett Ferry going to be stoked with this one, a 2-2. He said yesterday in his interview, you're just looking for a top 3. So going to secure that goal and grab second overall in the championship. Looks like Carinci potentially going to grab third.
Wanted a top 3. He's fist bumping across the finish line. He knows as we come back here to the AG video replay off the start. It was Beckett Ferry getting the start, and that's how he ended up front.
Pumped up and was able to turn that start into a solid finish as well as Bagel caught up to him, was able to move around. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, some of the Widrick boys getting into it. Bagel, though, hopping, skipping, and absolutely on rails here in this moto. Little tap dance there, little shake and bake there. No worries, though. He's already forgotten it by this point.
Yeah, that's a short memory for these kids, especially when you got the skill level that he has.
They'll remember that.
He's going to remember this interview he gets from Wes Kane whenever Wes is down here, whenever he's ready.
Look at that. He's got
He's not
$500
even
bucks.
breathing
He's
heavy.
got a big check from a whip contest and, oh, yeah, a New York State championship to go along with it as well. Let's send things down to the podium here for Super Mini.
Thanks, guys. Down here on the box, Hudson Bagel. Congratulations out there. Tell me about that ride.
Just got a good start and did my moto.
All right, who do you want to thank?
Parker, Max, TLR, Fox, Oakley, and everyone else. Thank you.
Well, here's that big number 1 plate. Hold that thing up high. Had a great ride down at Loretta's. Posted some good finishes down there, and now backs it up a week later with a New York State Championship. Congratulations, guys. The Idlewild people ought to be pretty pumped about your performance. Take it away, boys, from the High Voltage Hills MX podium.
Thank you, Wes Kane. Hudson Bagel going to take that number 1 plate, the big trophy. Just the beginning of his collection for the weekend. We got the women's division out here. It was the 61 of Anissa Ingersoll taking the whole shot. Brittany Major was there in second on the number 6. And our third place rider in moto number 1 was Bailey Sheldon on the 33. We'll see if we can't get eyes on her. Maybe she is up here in the top 3 early. I believe that's going to be 75. That's Ryan Erickson.
Actually, up front. We'll try to wait and see if we can get a better look at the number plate on this one, but
there is, I believe, the 33 of Sheldon moving up around Erickson. Check the number on the back of the jersey. I could be wrong. Nope, that's the 55.
So that's going to be Kristen Washington, 4th in Moto 1, making some moves around the 75.
Still got the bolo out on the 33, our 3rd place finisher, Bailey Sheldon. Not sure what happened here early, but we would have expected her to be up here. Going to leave the door open. Maybe one of these other girls can sneak up on the overall podium. You see the 596 and Harley Wood up there. Harley just getting back into racing type. She had a big accident last year. Had a bunch of surgeries. Talked about not even racing again, but if you've ridden before, you know that itch. You just can't kick it.
So checking in here on lap 1, it is Anissa Ingersoll out front leading the way. Brittany Major, Kristen Washington, Bailey Sheldon, Ryan Erickson. Your top 5, Harley Wood, Joanna Fake, Graviella, Addison, Chloe, still waiting. There's Mercone. Yeah, no sight yet of Bailey Sheldon.
We got her here on the live timing in 4th. I just don't see her. She's on the screen now in this blue.
There we go, okay.
Yep, so she must have made a couple passes before they got to the finish line. So she's at least on the radar. We finally found her. We can put the missing child report away.
Yeah, and she's going to work too on the 55.
She's taking that Bagel line through the chatter. You see the front end kind of bouncing around on her. Once it dries up. Oh no,
problems.
now possibly stalled it. Maybe just lost her balance.
Yeah, Washington right there. Got to wonder, seen a couple of the front ends start to slip out right there as well. They're hard on the brakes, so maybe had to save it, wound up stalling the machine.
It's tough up there. That's up on the top of the hill. You get the wind up there, and the track dries out a little bit faster than it will down here in the bottom. So that's why you see those square edge dry braking bumps up there. And it looks like she probably got into some of that loose stuff, and that dry hard pack bottom lose the front end a little bit.
There you see Wood on the Kawasaki. Headed back over the tabletop, trying to catch up to Washington. Meanwhile, Anissa Ingersoll out front, leading the way, the 61, after a solid week out at Loretta Lynn's, trying to add a state title to the collection as well.
Believe, just talking to the family, she's going to trade in the dirt bike jersey, go back to the basketball jersey.
All right.
Almost time to go back to college. I believe basketball and field hockey is, I believe, for sure basketball. I believe field hockey is the second place. So also heard last night, so the number 6, a major, talking to Ingersoll's family, they were hearing that the 6 is the women's national number in Canada and the women's WMX series up there. So one of your top Canadian riders coming down here in the women's division.
Really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wonder if she's going to keep traveling.
Yeah.
We're only about an hour from Unadilla. They got the WMX series there this coming Friday, so possibly just made a pit stop here, and she's going to keep traveling down.
Yeah, entirely possible. Just kind of getting warmed up, getting bike set up as well as Major looking at a 2-2 at the moment. A very solid result here in your women's class.
Sheldon up there in the third, so that's kind of where we expected her to be. Then Washington there in fourth, Harley Wood in fifth. We got Ryan Erickson, Joanna Fake, Gabby Naylor, Addison Clayton, Chloe Kobehafer rounding out your top 10 here in the women's. Moto number 14.
Last year leader, Anissa Ingersoll, out front on a Sunday cruise here, using that far inside line, avoiding some of those braking bumps. And you can even see in the technique, straight back, up on the pegs, absorbing those bumps. Ingersoll, one of the best.
Yeah, this isn't Anissa's first rodeo. She's been around for a while. She's been riding since she was younger. Her twin brother, Tijan, probably recognize that name from our A class. So growing up, she had someone to chase. It wasn't a lack of finding somebody with speed to ride with. Yeah, that speed runs deep in the Ingersoll family. Looking at the Buell Fuels top 10 here on the screen. Major only losing a couple seconds a lap, so keeping her honest. You know, nothing to cry about here. She's only 8 seconds back, not too shabby.
Yeah, keeping it
when you're chasing someone that's a top 20 rider at Loretta's on the national stage.
Absolutely. Shout out to Garrett DeKillis there in the lead for 250 beginner. Caleb Singer, Sam Kelly, Madison DeFiore, and Garrett Horn. Your top 5, DeKillis leading the way in the title with a 1-1, 2-2 for Zinger, and 3-3 for Kelly. So some consistency there in that 250 beginner class. As not a lot of room between DeKillis and Zinger that last time through, only about 3/4 of a second. White flag is out for Anissa Ingersoll, so this is the final lap. As Whoa gets a little inside
That's
there.
a little too close for comfort. Talk about running the edges.
Keep her on her toes there late into this moto. But Anissa doing a great job. Got some lap traffic up ahead of her.
Yep, looks like she ran into some of the back guys. That's Romanowski in the beginner division. I believe these two are also in the beginner division. Hard to see the numbers there.
She's going to go wide around them, give them plenty of room.
Yeah, they're in their own battle. They're racing for themselves as well. Couple more turns to go. Flowing, looking clean in that waxed racing gear, waxing the competition.
Going to be waxing a number 1 plate here in just about a corner. One more time around, and it is going to be Anissa Ingersoll going 1-1 and grabbing your women's state championship here in 2025.
She's going to make her way over. Maybe we can get some hair care advice from her for those young guys.
Yep. Spina Colton going to be like, what did she say? I need to write this down. As, man, writing it down right now as far as a textbook race goes. Grab the whole shot, check out, grab the title. I'd write that thing down as well because that was an impressive run from Ingersoll. Shout out to Brittany Major back there in the number 2 ride. 2-2 on the weekend. 3-3 for Bailey Sheldon. We lost her for a second in the beginning, but she was found. She's found at the back end of the podium here. A solid result. Close out the weekend. Washington and Wood going to round out your top 5 for your women's overall. As we get ready to send things down to the podium, Anissa Ingersoll going to get the job done here for your women's class.
Maybe we get Wes Kane to ask her what sport she's playing next.
Yeah, figure out what she's got going on next. Multi-sport athlete. Got the High Voltage Hills graphics on there. A little bit of local knowledge as well.
Yeah, Anissa's been around for a while. Nick tries to support her as much as he can when she's going on those big races. Looks like Wes Kane in the shot. Anissa's happy. Let's kick it down to them.
All right, Mrs. Ingersoll here. First things first, the boys up there and Espino, they all want to know what kind of hair care products you recommend to be under the helmet out here in these hot conditions.
Leave-in conditioner. They'll be your best friend.
All right, there you go, guys. Zach, does that help? Can that help the boys a little bit?
Yep, I'm writing it down right now. Thanks for that, Wes.
All right, he's taking it down. All right, now, what sport are we playing next? Multi-talented. What are we doing?
Basketball will start in October, and then following that, lacrosse.
Field hockey? Lacrosse?
Lacrosse, yeah. Basketball and lacrosse, no field hockey.
Have you ever smashed somebody in the face with that lacrosse?
Yeah, but I think I've not smashed.
You don't want that. Wear your full face helmet out there. Roll with this one. You're going to be good. All right, now, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Wax Racing, Curtis Walrod, Walrod Production, High Voltage Hills, thank you so much. for everything. Ton of construction, Bristol Racing, and everyone else. Thank you.
Well, congratulations out there. We're going to pop that number 1 plate over there. Hey, guys, I believe there was a beginner class out there as well, right?
That is correct, Wes. We had our 250D beginner class. You're looking for Garrett DeKillis on the 316 Honda.
Oh, I need the 316 Honda up here. 316 Honda, if you're out here anywhere. Is he the champ, correct?
Hang on a second, Wes. We're double-checking time and scoring. It's rotating through here.
All righty.
Believe we're actually looking for the 18 of Caleb Zinger.
Got him.
2-1.
Got him up here.
All right, Wes holding things down. We do have the gate down on our next moto. That is 65, 7-11, off and rolling. Wes will send things down to you if you got our next champ.
Yep. All right, here we go. I got the champ here. Great job, number 18. Stay behind your bike. Great job. Tell us about your race.
Just got out to a good start. Third off the whole shot. Just kept ripping. We caught up into the girls and just used them as a pick and roll. Sent it up out of the finish line. Just kept ripping from there. Didn't look back. Just keep forward and keep pushing.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, my brother and all my boys right here. My girlfriend Alyssa. Just everybody else has helped me out throughout the years.
Congratulations out there. We're going to give you that number 1 plate. Zach, he must be a basketball player too. He knows a little bit about the pick and roll.
Picking and rolling. And
pick and roll with it right up there to a championship ride.
Let's say.
Take it away, boys.
Appreciate you, Wes Kane. Keeping it out there on the podium. Landon Miles keeping it out front on the 916 here in 65, 7-11. Harrison Vagel back there in the number 2 ride. And this is what I'm excited to watch here. These two have already gone at it once today. Tubbs back there in the 3rd place spot. Roke as well. So some heavy hitters here in this 65, 7-11.
Before we flip this page, I just want to put this out there. When I go missing tonight, Anissa's mother is probably going to kill me for not knowing what that third sport was. Yeah, I'm in the doghouse. I might need to hide in somebody's trailer to get off the property.
All right. Well, it's been fun, John.
Yeah, it was
weekend.
nice meeting you guys. I appreciate everything you did. And
leave your chair.
Yeah, I will leave the chair for you. You can catch me probably in the hospital. Oh, boy, we got some yellow flags out here. Looks like we got a rider down on the outside. Maybe not down.
2 riders, actually, yeah.
Both were on their bikes. Up and running, yeah. So,
good to see.
So Miles slowed down, did the right thing there. And we're looking for Vagel here. I know Vagel won the first moto. He's 3 seconds back here early in this one.
Yeah, Miles, a 6th place, I believe, in the... Yeah, Landon Miles, 6th place in that first moto. So this is a turnaround here from Moto 1 to 2. And he's got a bit of room on Vagel right now, as Harrison Vagel is going to start to try to creep up, see if he can pick away at this lead. These two went at it earlier, and Miles, I believe, got the best of him. There's a couple different Vagels out there, so I don't want to misspeak. Up this step up they go. Going to come around back to that finish line once again. The 916 gets a good drive on the Yamaha. Be hanging out at the podium. Actually, it looks like Vagel will still hang on to this title right now with a 1-2. Tubbs actually second with a 2-3, and then Miles a 6-1 for 3rd overall as they sit. Meanwhile, we got some battles going on here between possibly the 96 and the 71. That's Dylan Roke and Logan Slater for the back end of the top 5, and you can throw Bruckman in the mix as well. So it sounds like we're going to do this moto, then we'll have our 450B moto next, and then we will have that 250A final moto. So for everybody on site here and watching on Racer TV, that's what we've got coming up. We're going to finish up this moto, run 450B after that, and then we'll have our 250A final moto. As our guys launching up the hill once again. Man, so important to get that step up. You can see how much of a difference it made.
Miles got to be kicking himself. I don't know what happened in that first moto, but obviously he's got the speed. But it's hard to come for the overall when you're starting with a 6th in Moto 1.
Yeah, got to wonder what could have been, but for Miles, focusing forward and focusing on trying to walk away with a 2nd Moto win at least.
Like we talk about, making that statement, going home with a little bit of confidence.
Yep.
See the yellow flag out here. Possibly another rider down as we get a little bit farther back. I think, yeah, I saw that bike over on the side of the track. So hopefully that little guy is all right. Up front, Miles still leading them around here. Looking at the live timing, he was 2 seconds faster on the last lap. So Vagel's going to have to go back to the drawing board here, see what he can do.
Yeah, Landon Miles has got things figured out here on day 2. He's got that bike adjusted. Woo, 71 getting a big kick there.
Logan Slater, your 5th place rider. A little swap sideways, pulled it back in the white flag coming out for Miles here. A 2:07, so he's holding steady with that lap time. We'll see what Vagel comes in at.
It's 4.9, now 5.8 the gap, so Miles actually stretching things out. Tubbs now actually walking in Harrison Vagel, and that could affect the overall. Harrison Vagel with a 1, Tubbs with a 2 in this one.
The morning we've seen Vagel have, if he loses this position.
Oh, another rider down on that inside right there. So these riders going to have to do some heads-up riding, make sure they know exactly where that down rider is. We'll try to see if we can find this battle for second between Harrison Vagel and Colton Tubbs. They should be just a little bit further back from your leader, Miles.
He makes that double up the hill look easy.
Yeah, he doesn't even seem like the back end's dancing around too as well. As here we go. There is Vagel and there is Tubbs around the outside.
Yeah, so game on here. This is the 3rd moto we've seen Vagel out here in already. The first 2 didn't go his way.
Looks like Vagel has opened it back up a little bit on Tubbs, so a response after a 2:06 from Colton Tubbs on that last lap. He was the fastest man on track. A 2:08 for Vagel.
Judging by what we saw earlier, Vagel's got to be riding angry right now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be fired up, that's for sure. And Tubbs only trying to add fuel to the fire. He's trying to steal that spot away and potentially take another title.
See what we got here, about a half a lap to go. You see that jump phase starting to get a little whooped out like it did yesterday.
Yep, Vagel not quite able to sky it out as much. Tubbs, meanwhile, sends it to the moon. Back with your leader we go. Miles only a corner or 2 away as he's going to take this inside. He's got a step up and a left, and he's looking at a checkered flag.
One more turn to go here. The handguards were just for show. There was never anybody in front of him in this one.
There it is. Little baby no-footer there is. He's going to take the win.
Let that lap rider go.
Yeah, he's saying, go ahead, buddy.
No, he's saying good race. He's like, what a good race for what?
Got another lap. All right, gate was down here for 65, 7-11. The battle was on between Harrison Vagel and Colton Tubbs for the title. So you will be looking for Harrison Vagel, Wes Kane, the number 14 down there. Going to grab second in the moto, but first in the championship. Going to fight off Colton Tubbs. And Landon Miles going to secure a 3rd place overall with that second moto win. Got to wonder what could have been. They're doing a great job of responding here in moto number 2 and showing some speed. Get some love here on Racer TV. But it will be the number 14 of Harrison Vagel actually grabbing the title here in 65, 7-11. And he's, look at that, he's throwing the machine up there. I got it. Don't worry about it.
He's been angry all morning.
Yeah,
if anybody can make him smile, it's going to be Wes Kane.
All right, well.
Let's see if we can get him to crack a smile.
Yeah,
here comes that number 1 plate. I'm smiling, and it's not even for me.
I get it. All right, well, Wes Kane, work your magic. Let's see. And let's hear from Harrison Vagel, your champ in 65, 7-11.
All right, I got him down there. Harrison Vagel. Let me see that. Let me see. Can you smile, bud? Smile. There it is, guys. For all the good people at Racer TV, are you pumped that you got a championship?
Yeah.
Tell me all about it.
I don't know.
How you feel?
Good.
Well, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother Henry, and everyone else. Thank you.
Well, congratulations out there. How about that number 1 plate? There you go. Hold it up high. Yeah.
All right.
He smiled, man. He's in it.
You got it, man.
Saw the ladies up here.
Yeah, we said you needed to help him out. You did it.
And just like that, all the frustration of the morning is gone.
He's cheesing. Now they're going to snatch that plate back. He thinks they're
Do
stealing.
you see how fast he snatched it out of her
Wait
hands?
a second. All right.
Spooked her a little bit.
Yeah, great stuff. Is once again, like we said, running this 450B moto, and then we will line up with our 250A final moto. But this was some of our greatest racing yesterday as well. These B classes, super fun to watch. Hudson Bagel grabbing the win. Nico Holmes, Ivan Venn, Camden Siegel, and Pat Basutti, your top 5. If you remember, Basutti had that big get-off yesterday afternoon. So
yeah, I actually heard through the grapevine in the pits, he had another one later on in the day and broke his handlebars. So
wow.
I'll be interested to see if Basuti's even out here. I know he's a tough one, so we'll see. I'm sure he's going to be out here. You got to be tough, or else you ain't racing this sport.
I'm telling you. You know you're tough when the bike breaks before you do.
It also may fall into that if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough.
That's true.
That seems to be a motocross thing. Big start from that Kawasaki rider on the inside. No, that's not a Kawasaki. That's
I don't know what that is.
Teal.
Kind of a bluish there, yeah. Looks like maybe.
Oh, that's Nico.
Nico Holmes?
Yeah, Nico Holmes. Remember we had him up front early.
Yep.
He made that mistake late in the race.
So Holmes coming into this one second and starting things off strong with a hole shot. Can he hold off Hudson Vagel?
I don't even see Hudson up there in the top 2. I think that might be him in 4th, possibly. Not sure what happened to him off the start. He's usually up front right off the start there. We'll wait for him to drop back down in here.
We've got our drone pilot getting deep with it. They're flying through the towers. As we continue to watch Nico Holmes already. Look at the gap that he has put in. I mean, this is a burner lap right now for Holmes.
It's possible he knows that Vagel's not there in second, so he's just trying to run away. There is Vagel. Yeah, you see him. He's pretty far back, maybe 8th or so. And I guess not too far back, but for him it is.
Yeah, not the spot that he wants to be in, certainly. And going to lose control of the title fight at the moment, so he has got to make some moves if he wants to. He's got to make all the moves, matter of fact. If he wants this title, he has got to get to the #1 spot as long as it's Nico Holmes there.
Yeah, Holmes sitting on that second place. We remember he fell in the last turn, but he had enough of a gap to get up and still hold on to it. You see the 011, a La Bombard, getting a kick as he comes up that hill. People are going to have to start switching their lines up. That main line is starting to get real chewed up here, so going to have to start getting creative as you see him charging down the inside here. That's Siegel on the 23, Paulie Best on the 91. Siegel going to get the best of him there. Best not giving up, though. He's going to try and sneak back up the inside.
Whoa, I thought it was going to come together.
And there's Vagel. Oh, Vagel putting a little elbow grease on Bassetti.
Man. Bassetti.
I think he was able to stay up, but...
Oh, yeah, he stayed up. Yeah. Definitely went for a ride there.
He got muscled out of the way by the little guy.
As Vagel riding like a man possessed, he knows he has got to go if he wants this title. And he's riding like a man that's got to go. Look at this, launching down the hillside.
Yeah, Paulie Best looking over. He's like, where did you come from? And just like that, as soon as he caught him, yeah, wow. Every pass he makes, he's got a little bit of a statement to be made.
Yeah, this seems
making
like
it stick.
The Vagel boys not scared of making a statement there.
Yeah, he moved over on him, gave him a little look over, let him know you're not coming back on me. And now he'll set his sights on Siegel and then see what he's got if he can run down Nico Holmes. Holmes has been riding good all weekend. This isn't going to be easy.
Well, and he knows the longer it takes him to get to the front, the more time Holmes is going to have to stretch it out. We saw him already open the gap out of 1:42 that last lap. And now as they cross the line, we'll wait and see what that gap is here for lap 2. Is already going to work on the next rider is Vagel.
Yeah, Vagel, he looked like he was going to try and slam the door, and Siegel really didn't let him do it, so Vagel checked up a little bit.
6.8 seconds, the gap now between Holmes and Siegel. So this is the battle for second on screen as Vagel gets the inside. And Vagel going to run it wide.
He's got that line figured out there where he stays a little inside, drifts wide, and cut the line off.
He's on the back wheel, 3/4 of that entire straightaway right there.
Trying to keep the knob, he's on the front of that thing.
Keep her fresh as long as you can, man.
So now we'll see, he's got the clean air.
Oh, and Vagel slams into that berm right there. That's not going to Doesn't cost him a ton, but definitely not going to help him either. Is Vagel 141 on that last lap in traffic to a 142 for Nico Holmes. So if Vagel able to get some breathing room here, he might drop down into the 130s and start to creep in on Nico Holmes.
Looking at the lap times, the track's really fast this morning. Like we were talking about, that abbreviated practice this morning. You got things going a little bit earlier. It was still a little overcast this morning. Track's not drying out as fast. It's obviously not getting as rough as fast. So it's allowing these guys to run a little bit faster, a little bit harder. I think we heard, was it Delnicki earlier that said the track was really fast for his moto. So a common theme we're seeing here.
Yeah, we heard in these A and B motos, you know, these guys like some separation. They like it rough, different ruts, different line options you got to take. And so not quite as easy to make that time up as now Hudson Vagel in the number 2 ride, 6.7 seconds back. He's tried to reel that gap in. He was a 142 that last lap, so matching lap times with Nico Holmes.
So this is where riding the big event may factor into this. A lot of times your local races here, you're only going to get 4 laps. Here you're going to run 5. It's a little bigger event. They try and give them a little more track time, a little time to work. So Vagel is going to get the benefit of the extra lap here, so he's going to have a little more time to try and run down Nico Holmes. But to your point, Nico Holmes is matching him, which after what we've seen this weekend is impressive.
Yeah, Holmes, hats off to him. He's doing exactly what he needs. All the pressure on him coming into this moto, and executed that start perfectly. As look at all of those rocks there in that top section. Marbles dancing around, down the hill they go. Vagel launching it.
This is what I love about this event, though. Nico Holmes, I've never seen Nico Holmes ride before. I've never heard his name before. He's a Canadian boy, and he decided to come down across the border, and now here we are.
Yeah, Holmes has got to be passed if they want the title. Vagel cannot settle for second whatsoever, so he has got to drive this thing all the way to the number 1 spot if he wants this title. Meanwhile, like you said, Holmes, not a lesser rider that got lucky and is in the number 1 spot. He is matching lap for lap the times of Hudson Vagel, not letting him gain at all. I actually think it grew a few tenths. The gap did on that last lap at 6.7 this time around. They check in a 143 now as the white flag comes out. Yeah, that gap now jumps to 4.7, so Vagel creeping in, but still almost 5 seconds back.
Yeah, Nico Holmes needs to put in a sprint lap here. Vagel, obviously, he needs to put in the fastest lap he can put in. But if Holmes can get through the first half of this lap and keep that gap where it is, and maybe breathe a little bit easier when he checks back over his shoulder and doesn't see that KTM fender right up on behind him. So we'll see. He's got to get through this first half of the lap clean. I don't see any lap traffic ahead of him, so it's just going to be him versus the track right now.
Holmes got to just make sure no silly mistakes get him. This drier hard pack section, it's got those rocks coming to the surface as well. You see them slamming into those berms. There you see those rocks.
I'm seeing a lot of patience out of Holmes.
Yep.
He eased into that turn, waited till he was on the cushion before he accelerated out of it.
Vagel back there. He's got him in sight, but I don't know if he's going to have time to track him down. It was 4.7 the last time at the stripe. I think it's less than that now.
He's doing everything he can, but he's running out of time.
Trying to stay light on that bike, not bury in those berms.
Extremely impressed with Nico Holmes. This is a breakout ride right here. Talk about putting yourself on the map. You're going to show up and run the same lap times as a guy that's running competitively on the national level.
Definitely a statement to be made, and a New York State title to add to the resume as Nico Holmes going to cross the line. A little look back, and he's got the job done here in 450B. Hudson Vagel crosses the line in second overall in the title, and Camden Siegel going to round out your top 3.
Impressive from Nico Holmes. Even on that last lap, match the lap times. We'll take a look at the AG video replay here. We saw Holmes get the start. Vagel buried a little bit farther back in the pack. He got to the second place ride pretty quick. And then Holmes was just matching lap times. You hear Siegel, he got around Paulie Best there early. Really snuck up the inside of him when he wasn't ready for it. Here you see Vagel going around the outside of Siegel. Siegel held him off for as long as he could. And then your race winner out here, I believe it was the last lap. We were talking about how patient he was in and out of that sand berm, and there he is taking the checkered flag. He's already on the box. He's got Wes Kane with him. Wes, take it away. Let's hear the story.
The story is told. We are not in Storyland. We are in New York at High Voltage Hills MX. And how you feel, man? You were matching them lap times pretty good. Tell me about it.
Honestly, I felt really good out there. Track's really smooth this morning. And I just knew I had to pull the whole shot and stay out front. And that's all I did.
Well, congratulations out there. Nico Holmes, we're going to give you that #1 plate. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, CDR Cycle, MXschools.com, D&D Moto Products, Hudson Motorcycles, everybody else, thank you.
Congratulations out there. We're going to get in tight. Hold that up high. There he is. Nico Holmes says nothing but the truth. Take it away, boys.
Well done, Nico Holmes, another one of them Canadian riders. Border Patrol going to start asking, what are these #1 plates everyone keeps coming across the border with tonight? We got Toby Cleveland on screen here, and he's running an 18-inch GNCC wheel. Zach, can you give us a little insight on it? I know you're our GNCC guy. I'm more of a moto guy. This is new to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an announcer, definitely not a GNCC racer here. That smaller tire, there you see Toby on screen. I don't know. I don't really look at it as any kind of disadvantage. We saw what it was capable of doing yesterday, and we see where he's lining up as well. He's right there trying to bring the fight. Now, these guys bank bars a little bit. Sweeper Dan right there in the middle as well, one of our sweep riders for GNCC. Shout out to him. Yep, they took the hand guards off. Took the big tank off, but he's still leaving that 18-inch there on. And this guy's a brawler. Like I said, he had a big get-off yesterday. We saw that crash in, I believe it was 450A Moto #1. Shook it off and came out swinging for 250A. Let's see if we can maybe pull up our replay there from Moto 1 at 250A at all and show you guys exactly what happened. Now, this is where we saw Trevor Schmidt very rarely not get that hole shot. Here's replays from yesterday. AG Video doing a great job of bringing you the highlights from all weekend. Schmidt, a bad start, and I'm talking like maybe 3rd place or so off of that gate. And, yeah, a couple of big names in front of him. I believe it was forward potentially. We saw chaos there in those opening few corners. A couple of riders getting tangled up and going down, but the 577 was leading the way, and that was where things kind of went from bad to worse for Schmidt. He came together with Cleveland, trying to make a pass. No ill will, no issues there, just a racing incident. But that didn't stop Trevor from marching his way towards the front. Toby Cleveland would take over the lead, and then Trevor started to creep his way forward. He caught up with Cleveland, and they got close. We'll put it like that when they were battling it out for that lead. We saw Schmidt run it in hot. Here it is. Lines come together. Little, hey, how you doing? And Trevor Schmidt found himself in the lead. Cleveland doing a great job, though, of keeping him honest. And it all comes down to the second moto now for the title. Cleveland got to be feeling a little bit stiff, I'm sure, this morning. Maybe a little banged up. Took a couple ibuprofen with breakfast. He's now ready to do what he can. He did sit out that second 450 moto. So he is rested up and has saved all that energy here for 250A Moto #2. Could that be an advantage for the 213 as well? Potentially an advantage, though, for Schmidt. Already seeing the track conditions today. Not sure whether we had Cleveland out for that abbreviated practice this morning or not, but definitely a very different track than what you're going to see here in just a few moments.
Yeah, Cleveland's probably going to be in for a bit of a surprise when he gets out on the track. He's going to have to kind of learn as the race develops. Whereas, like you're saying, Schmidt and the other guys already been out here, already know what the lines are. We'll see here. Looks like they got the bikes fired up.
Right-hand side of your screen, just got 2 or 3 riders in. There is Schmidt and Cleveland.
We've already used our wish on the bad start for Schmidt. We got our last moto, we had the fun, so now let's see what he's going to do this time. Cleveland getting a little antsy on the gate there. Oh, it cost him too.
He's lightning off of the line. There's no other way to put it. Can't fault the guy.
Yep, we got Logan Ford up there with it. Is that Cleveland
That
in
is
third?
Cleveland,
Did he
he
through
salvaged
there?
it for a third.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't get the greatest jump, but third place almost comes together with Forward right there.
We saw him on the line. Oh, big rider. I think that was Ben going over the bars, possibly.
Man.
A couple riders down. I'm not sure. I don't think it was Ben. It looked like his bike originally, but I think it was somebody different. So out front early on here, we got Logan Forward in second, Trevor Schmidt first, Toby Cleveland third. Cleveland knows he's got to get around Forward early here if he wants a chance at running down. Oh, big kick. Kind of swapped off those breaker bumps for Cleveland, going off the face of that thing.
Well, in Cleveland, similar to yesterday, we're seeing go way left, back to way right, really trying to use as much of this track as you can. Behind them, a couple of two-strokes that look like maybe going at it.
Yep, we had another one of those Woods riders out there. I believe that was Dom Morris with that green background.
Look at this, Cleveland trying to go wide. Can he stay out of the thick stuff? No, I think that cost him a little bit.
A good rebound early for Forward. He had some trouble in that first moto. Looks like he might have went back to the trailer, regrouped a little bit here.
These guys shaking the cobwebs off there from 450, whatever may have happened, and trying to treat this as a completely different race, which it is. I mean, like we said, Cleveland went from 0 to hero in that 450 to 250,
Yep.
so.
They're going to come around the start line again. We'll see if they got that carnage cleaned up. We'll find out here in a second. That one rider took a tough tumble there. Looks like the bike followed him down. I think everybody's up.
Everybody's clear here. Trevor Schmidt, Logan Forward, Toby Cleveland, Nicholas McDonald, Vance Bruce, your top 5. Dom Morris, Beckwith, Lanphier, Cromaldi, and Hazlitt, your top 10 with one lap complete.
Never want to hit the ground, but sometimes the soft outside of the sand, it does present a little bit of a cushion, so I'm sure it didn't feel good, but it could have been a lot worse.
Cleveland getting a sand shower there.
Yeah. He might not need to pull a tear off. He might need to change the whole goggle setup.
He's pretty much got a sandcastle in his boots right now.
Bring that over by the bounce house.
Yeah.
He might be making the kids happy.
There you go.
Going
Going wide, he's going to try to knife back in.
Good defensive ride, and Forward kind of knew what was coming.
Yep.
And as we've seen before, while they're tangling back here, Schmidt, you see him at the top of the screen, slowly pulling away, doing what he does. It's like a broken record, but that's what he does.
These guys all so intelligent as far as their racecraft. They kind of have eyes in the back of their head. They know what the other rider's planning on trying to do. So Cleveland being as creative as he can and trying to peek into some of these lines while carrying that momentum, but Forward just able to close the door in time every time so far. Let's see, Cleveland going to see if he can set himself up on the inside in this sweeper. No, now goes outside. Can he cut back underneath him? Here it is, and beautiful move there from Toby Cleveland.
Yeah, he set that up back on the finish line. He tried setting it up on him in the back section, but Forward wise to block it. He couldn't block it that time.
Yeah, that was a great setup there from Cleveland. Stayed up on the pegs and drove back across the front of Logan Forward. So Cleveland now in the number 2 ride. Meanwhile, Schmidt already headed up into the Highlands.
Looking live timing and scoring. Looks like McDonald and Beckwith moved up. Vance Bruce dropped back a little bit. Lanphier back there in 7th. Dom Morris 8th. Blaze Cromartie, good to see him back out here. We saw him in that replay. He took a peg to the back of what it looked like. And like you said on the line, he hasn't been having a good weekend. He's back there in 9th, and then Trevor Hazlitt rounding out the top 10. Trey Bisham, not sure if he got a bad start. Maybe he's just a little burnt out from that first moto where he had to lay it all on the line for that 450A. Struggling a little bit to get going here. He's back in 11th.
Shout out to that 450B class as well. You look at the lap times, Trevor Schmidt a 142. Those guys were running 141s all the way down into the 140s. So incredible pace there for the top end of the B class as well.
Nico Holmes and Hudson Bagel, definitely the real deal in that class. You know, they might not be riding the A-class racing for money, but trust, they're going to be there in a couple years.
So Cleveland continuing to chip forward, see if he can start to march any closer to Trevor Schmidt. Meanwhile, Schmidt not interested in that reunion whatsoever.
No, he already gave him a little bit of taste of that orange plastic.
Yep.
He does not want to tangle again. I feel like if they got that close, Toby Cleveland might be giving him some of the white plastic this time.
Yeah, Cleveland knows what he's got to do if he wants to get the win, and I think he knows if he's lucky enough to catch up to him, he's got to strike while the iron's hot. So Cleveland, like we said, one of the taller riders, got to think not scared of, he's used to smacking into trees. He's not scared of banging bars with another rider. So
yeah, Trevor Schmidt's not built like a Jason Parsons. So if you want to go side by side with him and rub elbows, I don't think Cleveland's going to be too scared on that one. But the issue we see all weekend, he's got to catch him first. Looking at the lap times, respectable lap time. He's within a second on lap times, but he lost so much time off the start with Trevor being out front and having to work a little bit to get around Logan on the 577.
Well, Schmidt a 143 on that last lap, but the sprint pace on lap 1 is the difference maker with Trevor. When he gets that start, he knows it's almost like Ken Roxon. It's just an unmatchable pace there on the opening lap. And Toby, you can see he's pushing the pace. He's pushing the envelope, trying to reel him back in. But right now, Trevor in control of this thing as they're starting to approach about the halfway mark maybe. I still probably got a few laps before we're halfway through this one.
Definitely not a lack of effort from Cleveland. You know, he's not going to short you on the effort. We've seen that all weekend. He's willing to ring that thing. You see him going from the left edge all the way to the right edge, dipping into that inside line, using a little bit of that GNCC. You see him standing deep into that turn. I'm sure that's something he practices, trying to get through those GNCC turns. As Schmidt clocks in with a 143. See where Cleveland is.
Yeah, you see Cleveland
144
up
again.
on the pegs. And yeah, I mean, only a second off the pace, but it looks like 8 seconds the total gap. So Schmidt really making damage in those first few laps and now just maintaining. I really don't think he would even stress if Cleveland started to turn a bit faster of a lap time. He's got plenty of room to play with here.
Yeah, if you're Cleveland, you're happy being within a second of every lap, but after 15 minutes, it's going to start to add up, and you're going to find yourself 8 to 10 seconds back. Looking at the timing here, Logan Forward still in third. McDonald and Beckwith on the times look like they might be creeping up on him a little bit within 2 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on that. You still got Lamphere up here inside the top 10 with Morris, Bruce, Grimaldi, and Hazlitt. Bisham, not much movement outside of the top 10. Everyone just kind of circulating back there, a little quiet rides.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Currently 1, 2, and 3 in your title fight as well. So this, for the moment, is the overall picture.
Not sure what happened to Maury. I had a thought that it was possibly him that went down.
I thought it might have been.
I thought it was him. I never like to, just for the people listening at home, I never like to call a name out if I'm not sure and, you know, worry them for no reason. But I'm seeing him back there sitting on a 5 and a 20. So probably it was him, unfortunately. Like we said, though, they came around. He wasn't there, so he must have been able to get up relatively quickly. But
yeah, he is still circulating with 3 laps complete. So Maury taking those halfway flags. We'll kind of hang here and see if we can give you a look inside the top 10. It should be Cleveland coming up next with Logan Forward after that. And 8.9 seconds the gap as a 145 to a 144 for Cleveland versus Schmidt. There he is on screen.
And now he's really started to open up over Forward here. And here's this battle we think is going to develop. Forward, yeah, still a little bit of a gap back to McDonald. And then Beckwith. We're waiting for Lamphere and Morris to come through.
Lamphere, looks like that's Morris right behind.
There was Morris and Hazlitt on the Kawasaki. Now Vance Bruce should be coming through right there on the Yamaha. He's your 9th place rider. Blaze Grimaldi coming through in 10th. And then you got Bisham and Howard Fagan coming through.
Man, like you said, a bit of a flip-flop there for Bisham compared to that moto earlier this morning. Just shows kind of the momentum that you can get from a good start as far as how much it can kind of power you up.
Yeah, and just with the pressure he dealt with, we know he burned a lot of energy in that moto. You know, he's in good shape. It's not a lack of physical conditioning, but sometimes you just burn up so much energy, and then you combine that with not getting a good start here, and it just kind of snowballs on you, and you get stagnant where you are. So he's back there. I mean, he's in 11th place. He's running the lap times with some of the guys inside the top 10. You know, there's a little bit of a battle going on there, but he's not able to move up towards the front like he might have in the first moto. Here's Schmidt still just out on a Sunday cruise.
Yep, like you said, about 5.5 seconds really the only difference as far as lap times go between first all the way back to 12th or so. I mean, a 150, a 149 for Howard Bagel back there in 12th place. So these guys still turning incredibly fast lap times, as another 144 in the books for Schmidt, a 147 now for Cleveland. So
that's where you see it. He's just so consistent. If you line up all of these laps, he's probably winning a second or two as the race goes on. He's out there. It looks like Beckwith made a pass on McDonald up there into fourth as live timing updates.
So here's that battle right now as Beckwith, for the moment, holds on to fourth. We'll see how long that'll last. Can he run up the inside and get the spot back?
Inside the top 10, you got 147, 147, 148, 147. So a lot of really close lap time. Unfortunately for these guys, Schmidt at a 144, he's out cruising, thinking about where he's going to take the girlfriend to dinner tonight, all the money he's going to make.
Chilling out.
Probably take her to the steakhouse.
Yeah. Can't blame him. I mean, he's able to keep that streak alive.
Yeah, he's looking like he's going to come back as the defending champion again. Might have to start paying some people, put the hit squad out, paying some heavy hitters to show up. We need some more speed. 41 guys wasn't enough. We got to bump it up a little bit for him.
Yeah, can't say we didn't bring the guys some competition. I mean, had a full gate in 450 and a very solid gate here in 250 as well.
We're just going to have to send that flyer out, maybe some of the factory teams, maybe get somebody.
Feeling feisty.
So Schmidt still, he's come through here at a 145, so he's backing it down just a hair. He knows he's opened that gap up to 10, 13 seconds now. I'm sure his dad's out here as a mechanic. He's letting him know, giving him the hand signals when they come around, letting him know what he needs to do. Forward, he's actually been able to stabilize himself in third there, so good rebound from that 450A moto where we saw him kind of struggle. He dropped back to 10th. I think he finished at the end of it.
Yeah, got to wonder maybe putting that focus, saving the energy a little bit here for this one as well.
Yeah,
maybe
possibly.
He was in a better spot.
Possibly. Yeah, maybe just, you never know. We'll probably never know.
Yep.
He might have just had an issue, you know, tangled with someone on the start, maybe broke a brake lever, something like that. Little things like that, not impossible to happen. And just storylines that you won't really know about unless you talk to them personally after the race.
Trust me, they still don't tell you the truth. So
no, they got to make up some kind of excuse.
They got to always put a spin on it.
Well, talking about a spin, Trevor Schmidt just spinning laps here.
Yeah, this is just like a day at the practice track. I mean, try to keep it within a few tenths every lap. You know, I mean, he's dropped down to a 145 now. So.
Oh boy, he's giving him a chance.
Yep.
Look at him just kind of casually digging. I think he's just exploring new lines now.
Yeah, I believe he still has another moto. He's got college coming up here in just a few.
Yeah, that's not a money class, but they're still giving out a number one plate, and he's probably out here looking for a little bit of line choice for that moto.
Yeah, maybe some
absolutely. We
contingency
got
on the line.
Yeah, they have brought in some contingency for these races, so. And it doesn't matter. They could be racing. If you put him in the beginner class, he still wants to win. It's a competitor's mindset. Now you speak, he's already back into the 145s again. So. One of the only ones on the track that's not really falling off looking at the lap time.
And I think that's what's so impressive is you just see, 8 laps complete. We've gone, mid to upper 144s to lower 145s. That's been the range. So.
Yeah, and it just makes it so effortless. It looks like he's just kind of cruising along, like you said, like it's just another day at the track, just trying to put in some consistent laps. Thought we had somebody for him. We brought in 40 other guys.
Did what we could.
Wasn't enough. Starting to work into some lap traffic here now. Gonna move out of the way for him. believe we should see the white flag. I think possibly 2 more laps to go. We'll check it when he comes around, but it's starting to get to be that time, just looking at the lap times.
He's thinking about that podium celebration, what he's going to say to Wes down there on the line. Don't forget, we'll be chatting with our top 3 overall in this one. So at the moment, looks like Trevor Schmidt, Toby Cleveland, and Logan Forward, 1, 2, and 3 on track, will be 1, 2, and 3 on the podium as they sit, and they only got to do it for 1 more lap as Schmidt takes the white flag here for 250A.
Looking down through the top 10, really just small gaps, nothing crazy. 5 seconds between Forward and Beckwith, 3 seconds between McDonald and Beckwith. Everybody's staying pretty gapped out here.
A lot of people within eyesight.
Yeah, we're within eyesight. If a mistake happens, a pass can be made, but I don't see anything that jumps out on the live timing where you're saying you might see a last lap pass here. So without a mechanical error or just a rider error, I think we might be settled in here into this top 5. So. But anything can happen. We've seen riders go down in the last turn thinking they had it in the bag, and before you know it, they're falling out of the top 3. So got to bring it all the way to the checkers.
Right now, it's about 21 seconds or so. Trevor Schmidt back to Toby Cleveland.
Yeah, he pull over, take his helmet off, grab a drink, put the helmet back on.
About half a lap or so to go.
That was, I believe that was Mowry he just went by. Whoever it was the rider that went down hard in the first turn there, so good to see he's out there circulating, going to at least put the rest of his laps in and finish his moto. It was Mowry. He's back there in 18th, sitting on a 5:18, so tough break for him, thinking you're going to be inside the top 5. Next thing you know, you're all the way in the back. So here comes the checker flag for Trevor Schmidt. 21-second gap on the last lap there.
1-1 keeps it fun. Schmidt looking to stack another plate on the collection.
He's going to have to start grouping them by year.
Yeah.
You see the AG video replay here. Schmidt got the start over Logan Forward. Toby Cleveland, we saw him getting antsy on the gate. He was still able to jump out there in third. There's the big crash in that purple gear with the chrome numbers on the back. And we saw Cleveland fought a little bit to get around Forward. Eventually he got by him and started opening up the gap. Here's that pass here. Good pass. He set him up, squared him up on the inside. And that was about all she wrote for that battle. And talking about all she wrote, we're writing a big check to the 746 of Trevor Schmidt. As you see here, he's in his own highlight reel. Just a hop and a skip around this place. Taking a checkered flag, probably not even breathing heavy. There he is on the podium, waiting for Wes Kane to come down.
And once again, that's going to be Trevor Schmidt, Toby Cleveland, and Logan Forward. Number 746, 213, and 577. I know Wes over there trying to wrangle up the rest of the top 3. They're going to let Trevor get a sip of water. Make sure he doesn't have any sand in his throat this time.
110 is putting on a clinic here.
Hey, yeah,
I've seen a bunch of guys getting these interviews with 110 gear. So
yeah, they were a big turnout out at Loretta's, and a lot of different kinds of brands as well, or different color waves and stuff like that as well. So
it's a sharp kit for sure, and obviously they're picking the right riders to represent them. So we got Wes Kane down there. He looks like he's ready to get in there and talk to Trevor Schmidt.
I'm going to talk to our third place rider right here. Tell me about your name. Where you from?
Logan Forward, Balkville, New York.
Well, you're close to home. Tell me about that ride.
It's good. Tiring, long, rough. The track is really rough.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my pa, FXR, Triumph of Harrisburg, and everybody else that helps me out. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Don't go too far. We'll get you in the group shot. Come on over here. Cleveland. Come on over here, bud. Wild and woolly GNCC rider looking wild and woolly in there. Congratulations, you big, tall drink of water. How tall are you?
6'2".
Hey, wait a minute. I'm 6'2". Why are you bigger than me?
Maybe I'm 6'3".
All right. Well, tell me about your ride.
Yeah, I got really bad arm pump on like the third lap. I tried to make a push for Trevor when I got into second, but he just kept gapping me, and I settled in for second, just kept looking back for Logan. Almost died a few times trying to shake my arm pump out, but yeah, it was a good moto.
Who do you want to thank?
Bell's Electric, God for keeping me safe out there. My mom, my dad, Beaver Creek Cycles, Scott Goggles, FXR, everyone else for, Anthony and Husky from GNCC, and everyone else for helping me. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Stay close. We'll talk to the champ, and then we'll get everybody in for a shot. Trevor Schmidt, come in here, my man. You are on fire. Another flawless record, another year. We'll start talking about next year. You think you come back and do it again?
I'll definitely be back next year, and obviously the same goal each year is to be on top of the box, so that's the plan.
Tell me about that race.
Yeah, I got a good start and just put my laps in, kind of chilled towards the middle, did some different lines, just testing some different areas of the track, and brought it home, took the W. So,
who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, High Voltage, Moto Pro Graphics 110 Racing. Their gear is very comfortable. It's one of my favorites. And, yeah, everybody that helps me, thank you. Central Roadways, and, yeah, everybody, thanks.
Big payday for you. You got to feel good.
Yeah, it's always good winning some money, so we'll be back.
All right, well, we're going to give you the #1 plate. Come on in here, guys. I want you to flank the champ on each side, our second, third place competitors. Hold that #1 plate up, guys. If you got a camera, Zach, use it. All right. Take it away, boys. A lot of fun down here. He's going to have to hire a Brinks truck to get out of here.
You got to put Cleveland on his knees. These guys are looking like midgets down there.
Nah, man. He's like, hey, me too. I was a gidget midget. All right, take it away, boys.
Thank you, sir. That was Trevor Schmidt taking
I can't.
1-1, the overall, the big money. On the line here, it looks like, what is this going to be, Zach?
450C. Never know what we're going to see.
We remember this race from yesterday. This was one of my favorites.
Yep. Take us through it, man. What are we thinking? Who are you looking for in this one?
We got to see if the script is the same where the leader takes the outside.
I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they do that.
McEachern took the moto win once he decided to remember that the inside line was the preferred line on the 117. He was followed by the 98 of Caleb Marin, the 277 of Castiglia, the 422 of Schrader, and the 004 of Vogel Jr. was your top 5. Man, I just remember a pass for the lead, immediately to the outside. Another pass for the lead, back to the outside.
Yep. Shout out to all of our fans here on site enjoying the racing action and hanging out with us here at High Voltage Hills MX, Gregg, New York. If you guys are in the area or looking to make a trip through the area, certainly circle this location as one to watch.
We got that A1 MX training here during the week before High Voltage. The state championships. Maybe Citadino needs to get down there. DC, hand out some cards. Make sure these guys know what the preferred line is.
Yeah, shout out DC from D3. Don doing a great job of kind of uniting and connecting the moto world up here. And like you said, putting on that training program. We got Red Dog, had a couple of other people involved with that last year as well.
Yeah, he's brought some names up here. We had Red Dog up here this weekend. Mike Brown was up here. We've had Josh Grant up here in the past. So there's been talks of trying to get Wyndham up here. So
watch out.
Yeah, trying to get the big names up here, draw a crowd. You never know. You see Ferry's here, so he obviously liked the facility. He's got back it up here riding for him. Talking about bringing Evan next year. So good stuff. As we got the bikes fired up here for 450C, looks like we got all those A-riders off the track. Podium interviews are done.
Here we go.
Gates
Pressure
about
is
to go
on.
Down.
Brody McEachern, your first moto winner, Marin and Castiglia, all in this. We see a couple riders creeping forward.
Yeah, that was McEachern on the 117.
Gates down.
Oh boy, we gonna make the turn here? I thought he was going straight.
Man, he forgot to turn. Is one rider with a pretty big hole shot coming out of turn 1. Oh, one rider coming down towards the front of the field. Oh, look at this, a pile up. 10, 11 bikes all stacked together. People going every which way. And that could be some of our title favorites as well. Can't quite make out all of those front number plates. We'll flash to the front of the field up in that Lowville Honda Highlands and try to get a read on who that is in the first place spot, possibly the 98 of Marin.
I believe I see 98 on the back of the jersey.
So Marin trying to capitalize.
That's
and
McEachern.
Yep, he's in front of the 117, so 1 and 2, sitting 2 and 1 right now.
And there's nobody left to battle them because they're all laying down in the first turn.
Yep, two-rider practice basically out here is
a little 1v1.
This is exactly what we want. The battle is on. Let's see. McEachern goes to that outside. Little thick, but keeps it wide open.
You can see how soft it is, though. Those outside lines are going to start giving way a little bit if you get too deep in them.
Wide open in that all-white McEachern.
We're on the old two-banger out here, the 117.
Once again, goes slingshotting around the outside as wide as he possibly can. Marin ends up fading out wide now. Here he comes again. Let's see. Whoa! Long way around works this time, and it will be the 117 of McEachern, credited with leading lap one. A little bit of water thrown down here after the finish line as Marin, I thought he was going to try to pull a Cleveland and slide back underneath there.
Yeah, McEachern just squeezed that bike and rolled it right through the rollers on the outside of him.
Looked like Marin might have had a tear-off hung. Couldn't quite tell. Hope he didn't pull all those tear-offs. Says, look at this. Wide line after I take the lead. Still doesn't work.
Maybe he did. He might have pulled all the tear-offs. Said, I got to get back to the front.
Marin said, yeah, this is not going to work. I'm getting sprayed with sand here.
A couple riders. I think there was someone in the first turn that was just getting back up and going. Oh, man. Full send.
Marin launches it up the inside. McEachern keeps the power to the ground on the outside. Here they come once again. McEachern hard on the brakes, sweeping in. They have opened up a gap as they get ready to launch down the hill.
So looking at the live timing here, McEachern sitting on a 1-1, Marin on a 2-2, and then Derek Vogel Jr. is on a 5-8. So these are the only two riders in the championship fight here. This is just a 1v1 championship on the line. Someone's going home with a smile and someone's going home disappointed.
It all comes down to this, Marin versus McEachern. The 98 and the 117. As Marin briefly gave McEachern the lead for literally maybe a start straight or so. As same lines once again, McEachern's going to cut back across. And we'll see if he can drive back around the outside. No, this time he's going to try to cut underneath. Oh, a big get off. Wow.
That was a hard hit. He drove his shoulder into the ground. I saw what he was trying to do.
Yeah,
he had Marin guarding that outside, and he tried to square him up, and unfortunately caught the front tire on the back tire of Marin and just high side.
Man.
Shoulder first. Golly.
That was a lot of speed right there for McEachern. Hopefully going to be all right after such an impressive ride this weekend. Meanwhile, Marin got to take a deep breath and just calm things down. He is out front now. Nobody in contention for this title behind, right behind him or anything like that. So Hughes currently in the number 2 spot now. He's way back in 8th overall. He had an 18th in Moto number 1. So
looking at the live timing here, you're looking at a 9-position gap. So all but over for the championship now. Marin, you got to believe he felt that contact, so he knows McEachern's not there anymore.
Well, he certainly knows he's not got a screaming 2-stroke behind him right now. So
his ears were ringing for a couple laps there.
He figured something out. Like we said, hopefully McEachern's going to be able to get back up, and I don't know whether he'd even want to get back in the race, but probably, hopefully it's going to be okay. As there we see him sitting off the side of the track, hopefully all right after. He was going for it, man. I mean, they knew this was the battle for the title.
Well, like we said, it was a 1v1. Whoever won had the title. Now you look at Derek Vogel Jr. He's sitting on a 5-7. He's probably going to go down thinking he's getting like a 6th-place trophy, and they're going to hand him a number 2, and he's going to say, "What?"
Well, you don't give up, man. You never know what these other riders are dealing with, what the other results are looking like, and what you think should be, outside the top 5. Well, it might be actually midway through the podium. So Marin going to slice back under. White flag. 1 lap left to go here in 450C.
The wildest I've ever seen. TJ Albright, Loretta's 6.96 for second.
Wow. That's pretty incredible right there.
So he's dropping down in a 13-second gap over Hughes. Pretty much just going to roll home here for this one.
Yeah, Marin in the driver's seat without a doubt.
Up to 18 seconds now. So even though he's not pushing the issue anymore, still faster than the riders behind him. You got to wonder how many guys that were in the top 5 got tangled up in that first turn crash. I'm sure that claimed a few of them as well.
Yeah, that might be the story of this moto, is that first one, Xavier Hall, 6th in Moto 1. He's back in 33rd. Several of these riders, let's see, McEachern credited as 34th on that last lap, 9th in Moto 1, 15th, 7th, 16th. So, yeah, a lot of your top 10, even Schrader back there, 4th in Moto 1, 14th here in Moto 2. So those opening few corners, they can make or break your entire moto. Sometimes it's not even your fault.
No, I don't even see our 3rd place finisher in the first moto. I'm not even sure if he's out here. Possibly tangled up in the first turn and just maybe had something break on the bike, took it back to the truck or something. So looks like we got yellow flags out. They're going to roll here. There's a rider down up in this turn. Marin gonna, yep, there he is on the outside. I believe that was Lindecker. We saw him down in the first turn, so he's having a tough go at it. And Marin just working his way around some lappers here, trying not to get too close to them.
Yep, everybody please.
He's already seen the chaos. He doesn't want any part of that.
No, thank you. He is one corner away from the state championship here in 450C. Caleb Marin, he fights off the pressure. Another 110 gear with another number 1 plate.
Taking over here. And then you look back, that battle for the 2nd overall, Lindecker now is up on a 10-4. Gavin Jensen on an 8-6 and Derek Vogel Jr. on a 5-9. So Vogel lost a position. 3 riders tied at 14. So we'll let everybody finish through here as we're going to look at the AG video replay. Like they said, we didn't think McEachern was even going to turn.
Marin was way out on the outside too. I'm not sure. He had to be confident on that start. Man, there you see the pile up. Went down early, and man, nobody else had anywhere to go. All kinds of chaos in those opening few corners, which led to a 2-rider duel between Marin and McEachern, and we thought this one was going to be an all-out brawl all the way to the finish. Look at this. Around the outside, McEachern made the pass as they took the green flag. Looked like he was trying to do the same thing there on lap 2. Goes from inside to outside, just catches that outside berm, maybe a little bit of Marin's machine, and got slammed down there. So hopefully he's okay. I believe sitting off the side of the track, going to call it a day. But man, Marin fought off the charge, fought off the pressure, and he's a champ. He's hanging out with Wes Kane.
A lot of hugs and high fives down here, man. Everybody proud of you, man. Tell me about it. Who are these people?
Friends and family.
How you feel on your ride? You had to win this one. There's 2-man enter, 1-man leave. One of you guys were going to take the title.
Just had to get a good start and run my own race.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank MX Skate Drop, McKean Excavating, Proco, 110 Racing, ESDS, Whole Shot Power Sports, and everybody else. Thank you.
Congratulations out there. All right, hold the number 1 trophy up. Hold that number 1 plate, guys. There's your champ. Crowd going wild down here. Zach, it's wild down on the podium. Take it away, boys.
450C. The C stands for celebration, baby.
Yes, sir, and they're doing it in a really big way. Dad over here getting ready to pop out the Rolex to his little son and say, congratulations, I got a brand new Corvette waiting for you at home.
Did he get that Rolex from Dom?
Got it from Dom.
There it is.
Hey, I got one last night from Dom.
I don't blame you. I might pick one up too.
Tom is passing those things out, man. Incredible. $5,000 a piece. He's blowing them out, bro. It's amazing.
I love it. Well, hey, we got 55 plus and 450 beginner off and rolling race 18. Who were some of our favorites headed into this one?
Well, the man out front right now, the 513 Daryl Smith. He was your first moto winner, and he's got the early lead here in this one. The 9 of Gene Nyman was second. The 948 of Paul Burfin was third. The 43 Steve Shiver fourth. 223 of Edward Nadeau. He was your 5th place rider. We also got the beginner class out here, 450 beginner, Bailey Fletcher on the 14. He was your first moto winner. 116 on the Honda, Jeffrey Bowker was third. 102, Brady Romanowski was, Bowker was second, Romanowski was third. The 224 of Patrick O'Hara was fourth, and Timothy Keesman on the 68 from Delavan, New York. He was your 5th place rider. Let's check out here, see what we got going on up front. Like we said, we had Daryl Smith. He was out front. I don't see Mean Gene up here. There's Gene Nyman on the 9th. He's sitting there in about 6th. So the 9, 2nd place finisher, he's a little farther back in this one. We got a KTM rider. I think that's a 97 of Don Clark.
Going way wide out there.
Yeah, Clark, he finished 9th in the first moto, so maybe had a little bit of an issue. He looks like he wants to charge up to the front here in this one. Try and see if he can't get a number on that second place rider. I believe it's a Suzuki.
He's looking to play spoiler here, like we said.
Possibly one of those Huskies with the yellow plastic. We'll get a number here. Live timing is about to update. I'm going to cheat the system. Use technology to my advantage. As you see, Daryl Smith comes through with a 5:13, and it's the 9:48 of Paul Burfriend. He's up there in second. Don Clark, Edward Nadeau, Mark Giannini. Still waiting. There's Gene Nyman to come through. He is your 6th place rider. So Gene Nyman's got some work to do if he wants to stay on that overall podium. The 357 of James Demko, the 43 of Steve Shiver, 24 of Edwin Reek, and the 39 of Todd Kinney, rounding out your top 10.
KTM boys going at it here for the backside of the podium. 9:48 of Burfine and Don Clark. As they make their way down that main straight once again. Clark was starting to reel him in. Burfine stretches it back out.
Coming up a little short there. Burfine got a little kick there off the top of the knuckle on that Lauville Honda step up. You see Daryl Smith up there at the top of your shot, doing what he does, picking and choosing where he wants to go. And Burfine and Don Clark. Don Clark not letting him off the hook here.
No, Clark continuing to bring the fight to him and might actually have a pass made down the hill. He's got the wide line, and there it is. Cleanly gets that double and going to move into the next spot.
Don Clark not afraid to send it for someone in the 50 class, 55 class. Actually.
Absolutely not. No, he still knows how to get the job done.
Yep, getting over the top of all these jumps here. You saw Burfriend come up short on a couple of them. Really stole the momentum from him. Don Clark doesn't care. He still wants to go to the outside.
Trusting those lines. It's working for him so far.
Yeah, these 55 guys, they're looking for the smooth line. Yeah. They're not interested in these braking bumps. They're trying to ride in the grass if they can. You see the Racer TV battle box here with Don Clark and Burfriend. Up and over that double before the finish line. We'll keep an eye on that 450 beginner class. It was still Bailey Fletcher leading Sam Kelly and Jeffrey Bowker. So even though it's a beginner class, we're still giving out that AMA #1 plate. You're still going to be a champion in all disciplines here. Burfriend running that wide line.
Not sure what happened there.
I don't know. It started to look like he might have an issue, but I think he was just trying to hit the reset button and find some smooth real estate out there.
Burfriend on that retro Yamaha look there. Got the old yellow and black look going. Trying to chase after Don there, getting a little heavy. Topside heavy. I thought he was getting ready to drop that shoulder.
Burfriend wants to ride a Suzuki, but he doesn't want to kickstart it.
Right.
So he just runs yellow plastics for that reason.
He's got the yellow Yami.
Doesn't want to do that kickstart Kenny.
Don out the inside.
Yeah, Don is here. He volunteered on Thursday during the class. He does some suspension setups, and he offers some help, so possibly maybe made a setting change for himself that benefited him. I mean, going from 9th to 2nd, he did something.
Yeah, he's got something figured out. Yeah. Gene Nyman making some moves.
Somebody took the hotline out there. You see the dust kick up. He was off the track. I think that was Gene on the 9.
He's trying to go around Nadeau there.
Yeah, he's going to make the pass stick. He was 2nd in your first moto, so we would expect him to move up here. That was Gene Nyman, like we mentioned yesterday, 66 years old. Most guys are retired, sitting at home. Gene Nyman says, give me the bike. Gene's been at it for a while, for as long as I can remember. White flag coming out for Daryl Smith. Just your typical Daryl Smith moto. Same thing we said yesterday. Find the smooth line, no rushing.
Yeah, just calm, kind of letting the race come to him. See, got the elbow up, just cruising, hopping through some of these bumps. Ooh, easy.
He needs to go talk to Don Clark, slow that rebound down a little bit. Not sure if Don wants to help the competition, though. He's already beaten him this bad. He doesn't want to help him make it any worse. up and out of the sand trap for the last time, probably for the weekend for Darrell. We're starting to get a little later in the day. I believe both of his motos are already done. Don Clark still back there. Looking for Nyman. Nyman needs to make one more pass, it looks like, on Burfriend to get second overall. He's a second behind him at the stripe. Let's see. Maybe we get a shot of that. That might be the battle to watch right now.
They're tied on points right now. 3-3 and a 2-4. So Burfine got the position. And Nyman track him down here on this final lap. As we continue to watch your leader, Darrell Smith, here on his final lap. Going to bring things home, stay out of any trouble.
Shout out whoever just brought me this raw dogger up here. This thing looks good.
Absolutely, Jordan McFadden.
How is it, Jordan?
Yeah, everybody getting taken care of here for Racer TV.
Shout out Jordan. Whatever you're doing behind the scenes, we appreciate it.
Followed by the immediate silence from the announcers as they take the bike.
Hey, we get no breaks up here. There's no intermission for us.
It's hard work out here. You said it, Don. Here we go, checker flag coming out. Darrell Smith dominates and gets the win here in 55 plus. Gets the title as well, a 1-1. That's easy to add up.
It's really hard to complain about how we're living in here when you see the track workers roll in and just covered in dust and sweat, just begging for someone to get a water.
We appreciate it.
There
Look at
it
this.
is,
The battle came through the line.
Burfriend got him.
Just barely by a knobby. 0.027, the gap at the line, and that was the difference between second and third place. It will be Paul Burfine and Gene Nyman, second and third. So Wes Kane, you're looking for Darrell Smith on the 513 Kawasaki. And then looks like you're also going to be looking for Bailey Fletcher on the number 14 Husqvarna, who's going to be your 450 beginner champion as well.
Wes, see if you can't get us that hookup for Taco Tuesday down there at Loretta's next year for Darrell.
Yeah, see what we can make happen here. As we've got our North Country Hearth and Home top 10, Darrell Smith, Don Clark, Paul Burfiend, Gene Nyman, Edward Nadeau, Steve Shriver, James Dinko, Edwin Reek, Scott Smith, and Dominic Aldi.
The Dominator, top 10, that's a good run from him.
Absolutely.
Running out there on the Suzuki, only Suzuki on the track. Unless you're Burfriend, he wants to be the Suzuki. There's Darrell. Look at that. He's had the sticker on that thing for so long, it was baked into the plastic. That 513 on the back of the chest protector. Sponsored by Grant Smith Firewood. Big time sponsor. Wes Kane, you got him down there?
Wes probably trying to get our 450 beginner champion down there as well. He's riling up Bailey Fletcher. So if you can hear me, Darrell, hang tough. There he is.
Hey, I got you down there. I was trying to get your tacos, man. Hey, how about that turkey? That fried turkey was good, too. Hey, Darrell Fletcher, congratulations. A surly veteran, a craftsman. You got your toolbox on you, and you went to work. And tell me about your championship.
I rode a great race. I got out front and just read my own pace, and everything went good. I'd like to thank my son. He's my title sponsor. He sells wood, and he pays for all my graphics and parts and stuff, and my wife for traveling all over the country with me to do this shit. So I really appreciate it.
He wouldn't do it, but you would, and you're the champ. Great job out there, and we'll catch you on the next one. Here's the number one plate. Hold that thing up. A surly veteran. 105 years old. He did it. Good job. All right, I'm going to get our next guy up here, Mr. 14. Go ahead. We're going to hold on to that number one plate. Darrell's, yep, okay, we're going to hold on to that. There you go, young ladies. All right, Fletcher, come on up here, bud. You're wild. You're woolly. You're trying to make it happen. Throw that bike up here. I got the ladies for you, the accolades, escalades, whatever else you want up there. Still has enough strength to throw that thing on. Great job. Over here. Tell everybody your name, where you're from.
Bailey Fletcher. I'm from Plattsburgh, New York.
All right, you're right down the street from here. Great job. Who do you want to thank?
My grandma, my grandfather, Ducat Racing, my girlfriend, Rick Lavarnway, Mountain Ridge Construction. That's that's about it.
Congratulations. What's a highlight of your race?
Fast.
He said it was fast. Well, I got something fast for you. This #1 plate's going to come right over to you. You're going to take it, hold it over your head. They're all yelling and screaming for you. That's the way we like it. When you find some tacos, bring them up here for Josh and Zach. They're happy.
Please.
Make them guys happy.
All right, please. Thank you.
Take them away.
All right, making us happy right now is plus 30A.
That's Devin Sorensen out front, your Moto 1 winner.
Well, he's trying to run away from the scary guy, Shane Kelleher, back there in the #2 spot, it looks like.
Yep, first time we've seen Keller out here today, anyways. I was actually talking to a buddy of mine in the pits. We saw Kelleher banging bars with everybody yesterday. Buddy told me he went off track, tried to come back on. Shane Kelleher came in, blasted him right back off the track.
Oof.
So Kelleher was just throwing center punches all day.
Hey, dude, this guy wants to smoke, whether on track, off track, whatever. He is not scared of it. As the 8:15 of Sorensen leads the way. Kelleher, Labonte, Spinella, and Bluey, your top 5.
This is a name we haven't seen up front here in a couple of years now. Sam Spinella, he used to be one of the top guys around here. As life developed, you know, he kind of took a step back from racing. He just dabbles in it for fun now, so it's nice to see him up here in this plus 30A motor running up front early.
Should be having fun right
now.
now.
One rider pulling off, possibly a mechanical issue.
Yeah,
there.
looks like he's calling.
Yeah, he just don't like how rough the track is. He's going to go get a slushy and go relax for the afternoon.
Absolutely.
A couple Cowie riders coming together, banging bars in that turn. Both riders stay up. Spinella now trying to hold off Del Nicky. He's got his hands full.
Telling you what, Del Nicky has not been the best off the start, but man, does the guy march forward through these motos.
Yeah, you wonder if the size is slowing him down a little bit in the sand. He's one of our taller riders. And you see Shane Kelleher just powering through.
Yeah, Shane, the ultimate bulldog here is.
Yeah, that track gave him a little punch there, and he punched back going up that tabletop.
And watching Labonte there on the Honda as well. That is, I believe, the father of Eli Labonte, who we saw in like all of those 50
Yeah,
classes.
absolutely.
So now he's on the fence cheering on Dad.
So now Dad's yelling at him, "You stand up now, Dad."
Yep. Yeah. Remember how you told me to stand up to that corner? Well, here's Racer TV coverage of you sitting down.
It's Kelleher now under fire from the 248 of Del Nicky.
No, this is Labonte.
Oh, I'm
actually,
sorry.
yeah.
It is Labonte.
Yep, so this is the battle for your third place spot. Kelleher just up ahead of these two, so you got to fight through Labonte if you want to swing on Kelleher for second place.
Yeah, not quite a title contender yet, Del Nicky, if he wants to move up to the heavyweights. He's got to get around Labonte.
And I'm curious here, because that kind of looked like Sorensen up ahead. So I wonder if that is something that's happened to Kelleher.
Let's take a look. Kelleher was 8 seconds behind Sorensen. So is that? So I think Sorensen
That
was just
might
at
be
the top of the
Sorensen.
screen. I think he just
There
started
is
to open
Kelleher.
up.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, Sorensen 3 seconds, over 3 seconds a lap faster the last time. So.
Both of them in that white gear. So
Yeah, it gets a little confusing, but one of them's riding smooth and the other one's just bulldogging through it.
bullying the track. As Del Nicky makes the move around Labonte and now sets his sights on Shane Kelleher. Del Nicky only able to grab a third there in Moto 1, so he's going to need some help if he wants a chance to get this championship away from Devin Sorensen. As now he's starting to work up to Kelleher.
Yeah, he's got to get around Labonte just to get into a top 3 overall, and then possibly looking to going after Kelleher. If he can get to him, you're looking at a 3-2. If he can get around him, Kelleher would be a 2-3, so he could maybe steal that second. But
well, here he is. He's right
got to
on
get
the
around
rear
Labonte
wheel.
first.
He is. This is Kelleher now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude,
he is around.
He's making moves, man. Look at this. He's going to go wide, side by side. Little glance over the finish line.
Hit that little kicker.
Yeah, almost front end nosedive there.
Yeah.
Kelleher slams the door.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
once,
yeah.
but twice.
He doesn't even want to rub elbows.
Yeah, he opened it back up to close it just again. As now, let's see, Del Nicky going to try to run it up the inside. Might know better. You're not going to move Kelleher out of the way. Eating a face full of roost going up that hill.
Yeah, took a rock, chipped a tooth, ate some dirt.
Thane Kelleher, that wasn't very sweet. Back to the Lowville Honda Highlands they go. Del Nicky not following. Kelleher, he's going to try to launch this inside. See if it's got to drive up the inside. Here he goes, neck and neck. Kelleher, wait a second. I was about to say, I wouldn't try to make a move on Kelleher unless you know you've got enough room. Kelleher was more than willing for that front tire to connect and Del Nicky to go for a ride of his own.
Both of these guys, New York boys, it's almost like, Northeastern boys, almost like Del Nicky's raced with him in the past, and he knows not to run it in there. Some guys might back it down, but you know Kelleher won't.
Del Nicky made it happen. I thought we were going to see Kelleher. Look at that on the rear wheel. Shane Kelleher. That was all 450 cc's right there in that rear wheel.
Channel that inner vagal.
Man.
He saw Hudson wheeling back here through the bumps. He said, that looks cool. Let me try that.
That was a power wheelie right there for Kelleher. So he loses the spot, but scores some style points as he wheelies his way through. Now Del Nicky up to the number 2 ride. And going to try to chase after Sorensen. A 147 for both of them on that last lap. And the white flag waving, so time running low here as Sorensen got about a 9-second gap, and only a second faster was Del Nicky.
Yeah, I think it's just going to come down to Sorensen and Del Nicky here. Long ways to go, though, if he's going to catch him. Even if he does, it's not for the overall.
Right.
Then Nicky just be looking at 3-1. So we're kind of set in stone here. Unless something happens. Look at that. He's throwing a little bit of style. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to style his way all the way to the podium.
It's what the fans want. Devin Sorensen making it fun for us here on this final lap of plus 30A.
Keeping it clean, keeping it smooth. Last lap, these guys, another vet class, these guys know. They know what they need to do to get it to the finish line. He's just going to roll it in.
Just trying to bring it on home as plus 30A. A little glance over there, Jared, just making sure where everyone's at, who it is.
Making sure Shane Kelleher wasn't cutting across the track.
Nobody's coming out.
That's a Superman punch.
Watch out.
Lining some lines.
Yeah, we're just sitting here, even race control, talking about the line choices of Sorensen. And we saw that in one of those earlier motos, might have been one of the A motos as well, where he was marching his way forward, didn't quite get the start that he needed, but some good lines being put together for the 814, and it shows because he is looking at a state championship. The 814, he's fired up. He's the plus 30A New York State champ. Little glance over the shoulder as it looks like it'll be Travis Del Nicky crossing the line in the number 2 spot. Shane Kelleher looking to cross the line in 3. As the 814 did what he needed to do, he got out front early. We saw Del Nicky start to work his way through, picked off a Yamaha, had a couple of Hondas up in front of him as well, as went to battle with Keegan Labonte. Then the scary guy, Shane Kelleher, slams the door on him. Del Nicky knew he had to be very calculated when he tried to make that pass. Woo! Kelleher just hoping he tried to make it happen there. And then Del Nicky had the inside made, had enough room, and makes the pass stick. So Del Nicky going to get the job done and score second in the moto as well as the championship. But this man, untouchable, 1-1, makes it easy. A fist in the air and a championship going to Devin Sorensen down on the podium. We'll send things down to Wes Kane, standing by with your champ.
Thanks, Zach, down here. I saw Shane Kelleher when he come off the track, and he just put his shoulders up like, hey, you win some, you lose some. But we know the guy's riding with a broke thumb. He took a couple get-offs at Loretta's. He's a soldier. But I got this guy up here, the 814. Sorensen, what a job, man. Tell me about it.
Well, first moto started off pretty rough. Had a bad crash to start off, and just worked my way back through the pack and charged hard, got up front, passed on Nicky. I guess the announcer said it was pretty attitudey, but that's just my riding style. You know, me and him are boys, so that was cool. And then today, did what we had to do, whole shot, check out, win.
And what a Chamber of Commerce day up here and getting it done like that. You got to be pretty pumped. The sky looks good. Sun's shining on you down here on the podium. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad and Ryan and Brantley out here. My smoking hot girlfriend on the line right now. I got to go catch her for her moto. And all my family and friends back home watching. And we got FXR, Dirt Care over here. Stop by their tent. They got all the good bike wash stuff for you. Make sure to hit up TJ.
All right, well, congratulations. I'm going to let the young lady hand you the number 1 plate. You guys are going to get in for the shot. Congratulations. Also, can't say enough about my roof on the podium they put down here. Getting a little shade on us down here, and it is amazing. Take it away, boys, in the booth.
Thank you, sir. We got plus 30C, plus 30 BC on track. We're going to check in with our lead group. Wait for him to come down off the top of the hill into the shot. Believe that is Ryan Morrow. We'll check the number. Looking like the style. Yeah, that is Ryan Morrow. He was your Moto 1 winner. He was followed by the 717 of Christopher Cook, the 397 of Brian Leichmas, the 519 John McKinney, and the 3 of Kevin Brassey. And then in the plus 30 C class, we had Kevin Lake winning on the 275. 634. Spit it out. Holy cow. Jason Sareski, the 152 of Kevin Toby, the 285 of Joanna Fig, and the 131 of Adam McCoy was your top 5 there. And we'll check in here, see if we can't get a rundown on our top 5 current running order. Like we said, we saw Morrow up there. I believe Lekmus was up there in second. I recognize that blue gear. There's Jevin Jane on screen, the 199 and the 519. That's John McKinney. So they're starting to come through the line now. It's Ryan Morrow, Brian Lekmus, Jevin Jane, John McKinney, Derek Miller. So that is your top 5. Plus 30 BC. I see Kevin Lake already crossed the line. This was a stagger start. I'm wondering if he possibly left on the first gate. Yes. Hard to say. He might have caught up, though. I mean, he was your moto winner in the first moto, so.
That has happened before, though. We've seen that first moto winner. They get all excited. They're all amped up for their moto, and they forget their second gate drop. So
I've done it myself.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to
I wasn't the moto winner. I just did it on the wrong gate.
I get it.
So, yeah, he's 16 seconds ahead on the first lap. Probably left on the wrong gate, but that's up to the referee.
Starting to see this track break down, those chatter bumps coming to light all over the place. Woo, 397.
Hang on to her, bud.
Lickmus getting a ride right there.
Yeah, Lickmus, your third place finisher in Moto 1. He's just going to try and get to the front and let the cards fall how they may. Right now, Ryan Morrow in control of the championship, sitting on a 1-1. Even losing a position to Lickmus isn't going to hurt him in the championship. See him airing it out over the big tabletop in the middle. Lickmus couldn't get the drive up the hill, like Zach was saying. It's starting to get pretty whooped out up there. Hard to get a drive up the hill.
Yeah, you see those guys almost trying to manual their way through some of those square edge rollers, and back end gets a big kick. You lose all that drive forward.
Looks like a couple riders battling here behind Jevin Jane. McKinney had gotten around Jevin Jane, so John McKinney should be up in the third, gained in fourth. Things starting to happen a little fast here. We'll check some numbers here. We got a whole group of riders, 4 riders in the air at the same time.
One side to go way outside, not wanting to follow.
Whoa! Cutter cross.
Man, almost. They're still almost coming together.
Is that a 3 or a 7 on that? That might have been the 3 of Kevin Brassey on. I can't tell if that's
a 3.
A 3?
And the 717 going at it. Meanwhile, now they got the 199 in the mix as well. So
Brassey went out and peeled the numbers off his mailbox. That's the smallest number I've ever seen anybody
looks like an electrical tape special.
Yeah. Cheap, you know.
Hey,
it gets the job done. You got a transponder. What do you need numbers
we can
for?
Read it. Yep, that's all we need. So
Jevin Jane's starting to shuffle back now. We mentioned it yesterday. Jevin, he's a local here. He hasn't ridden very much in the last few years, I don't believe. I grew up racing with Jevin. I haven't seen him in years. So I think he's just getting back into it, trying to ride his way back into shape. Not sure if this is the event you want to show up for, but at least he's having fun.
Good place to figure out how much work you got ahead of you.
Yeah, I think he's getting the wrong answer for him. But he's out here, he's having fun, he's healthy. You see Ryan Morrow back on screen on the 251. Lekman's still there. He's close enough. He's putting a little pressure on him.
Well, you can see they've thrown a little bit of water down as well, and those guys kind of trying to avoid that while it's still super slick. It's not going to help their drive at all. So the 397, the Lekman's still right there. He can see him, but he just can't quite do anything about the 251 tomorrow.
Keeping him at bay for now. 2 laps down, coming around the finish of third. I think the white flag should be coming out here. I believe this is a 4-lap moto. So things happening fast here. Morrow clicking off the laps. Let's see what we get when we get there. Finish line flagger there. Yep, white flag coming out for Morrow. So Leckman is going to have to do something different here. Morrow checks in at a 159. Leckman at 159 as well. And I'm sure Morrow, he knew ahead of the moto who he had to beat. We're looking for Christopher Cook. I don't see him. Oh, there he is in 7th. So something happened to our second place finisher. From
just
the
checked
first.
in
Oh,
at
wow.
4th.
Yep, from 7th to 4th in 1 lap. So possibly down off the start maybe. A tough break, whatever happened to him.
And that puts him 3rd in the title for the moment. 6 points, 1 behind Brian Leckmus. So we'll see as the leaders head to the Louisville Honda Highlands for the final time here in this moto. 397 not giving up yet. He takes the wide line and is trying. He's getting within a bike length now.
Yeah, we got a battle here now. I don't know if Morrow knew he was getting that close. We'll see if he picks it back up. Oh, whoa.
Man, Leckmus.
Wow, he needs to go see Don Clark.
Yeah,
get that thing adjusted.
He's sending that uphill, but he's still barely just getting over it.
It's leaving that front end high, and he's getting that slap over the top of it.
I'm glad he's not hitting that jump again. That's making me nervous. And you can tell it kind of rattles him a little bit as we see the 250 or the 270. No, yeah, 251 of Brian Morrow pulls back out.
Yeah, this is just plus 30. These guys, you know, they're not racing for money or anything. He's not trying to push the issue. So when little things like that happen, it does rattle you. And you can see he's starting to back it down a little bit. Looking at the live timing, still Kevin Lake leading the plus 30 C class. Maybe Wes Caden can get us a solid answer. I still think there was a discrepancy there.
Yeah, we'll have to wait.
I think he might have left on the wrong gate. That excitement might have got the best of him. But hey, who knows? Maybe he just put in a good ride. We don't want to knock him for that.
Checker flag coming out, no question about it. The 251 KTM of Brian Morrow going to be your plus 30 BC champ. Going to be chatting it up with Wes Cain, and then we'll probably tell Wes to see if he can grab the 275 KTM of Kevin Like and maybe the 634 of Jason Sersky. If Like says straight up, hey, I jumped the gate, went on the wrong class, then Sersky on the 634 Yamaha will be your champ in plus 30 BC.
Yeah, we're going to send him undercover. A little FBI work, hide in the bushes a little bit, get the video camera out. See if he can't dig up any dirt on the 275 here. As Light comes across, he'll take the moto win on timing and scoring, but we got to get a little clarification.
All right, well, we are going to try to get some clarification as far as exactly what's going on here. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have podium celebrations and more racing here from the 2025 New York State Championship live on Racer TV. All right, hello everybody, welcome back here. Trying to get some things sorted as far as timing and scoring for that plus 30C moto, but we are planning on getting Ryan Morrow up on that podium here in just a moment for your plus 30 BC celebration. As gates down on race 21, mini combined, 9-13, Cale Widrick, your first moto winner, with Andre Williams, Aiden Held, Cesar Pazmino, and Bentley Corthus, your top 5. And look at that, we've got a pile up on the inside. Looks like that might have been, is it the 62? And we're going to go ahead and toss things down to the first of our podium celebrations with Wes Cain.
All right, I got my man here, the 251, Morrow. Congratulations, great job out there on your win. Tell me about it.
It was a little rough. Got a decent start. Second place guy was chasing me the whole time, so really had to give it my all to get that first.
Who do you want to thank?
Moro's Electric, Ram Collision, Ronnie Cycles for hooking me up with a good bike, and my family for always being here for me.
Hey, if you ain't got friends and you ain't got family, you ain't got nothing, man. High five on that. Congratulations. Get that number 1 plate. Hold it high. You got the bodyguard here. He's making sure everything's safe on the podium. And we're going to kick it back to you guys, Zach, and you're going to tell me who the other winner was in that second race.
All right, thanks, Wes. Yeah, so you may be able to help us get some clarification there. The 275 of Kevin Light, we've shown as the winner, but want to make sure that he did go off on that correct gate. So if he says he did, then it's a 1-1 there in the plus 30C. If he did not, then it would be the 634 of Jason Saracen, who would wind up, I believe, getting that title with a 2-1. So we'll let that kind of shuffle out down there, see if we can get it figured out as we watch the mini combined 9-13 on track. Josh, just about 1 lap in the books. What are we seeing?
5:53 of Cal Widrick. He's taking the green flag here as live timing picks him up. He's leading Andre Williams on the 00. So Andre Williams coming back.
Yep.
He's going to try it again. He's had some troubles as the week has unfolded here, but he's back out. He's going to try it again. You got the 9 of Aiden Held. He's your third place rider. The 101 of Bentley Corthus, 4th. Carter Sargent, 5th. Logan Upberg, 6th. Quentin Mosier, 7th. Cesar Pazmino, 8th. Finn Sharp, 9th. And Jackson Dunbar rounding out your top 10. Looking at the overall, Cal Widrick sitting on a 1-1. Andre Williams on a 2-2. Aiden Held on a 3-3. So your top 3 in the first moto sitting in the same order for the second moto. But we got 3 laps to go, so let's see if someone can make a change here.
Anything possible. Is 3.3 seconds the gap from Widrick back to Williams. And like you said, Andre maybe riding a bit of a chip on the shoulder after some tough luck in one of the earlier motos. But I think we got it sorted out, and I think we got another podium to celebrate down on the podium.
Yeah, the 275 I heard took off on the wrong gate. So I've got my guy here, Jason Sarsky. Am I right or wrong?
Zareski, Bud, but yep.
Hey, he knew my name was Bud, man. Good call. I'm Wes Cannon. You're not. All right, come on over here, Bud. Let's talk. Now you're Bud. All right, who do you want to thank? I got the mic.
I'd like to thank my mom, my Aunt Beth, my girl right here.
Yeah.
Bird's House of Views to be my sponsorship. Gnarly Harley and Yamaha right here. 2 strokes, baby.
All right, there you go. You're going to give him the number 1 plate. We're going to kick it back to you. Zach, you tried to take my job. Did you see that?
Woo, don't touch Wes's mic, man.
Hey, don't touch her. But never give your – hey, Zach, you know that.
Hey, don't
never
touch his number
mic.
1 plate, though, Wes, okay? It's fair trade.
All right.
Someone needs to tell Likes, if he wants to talk to Wes, he can just stop and talk to him. He doesn't have to break the rules to do it. He's a friendly guy.
Every announcer knows you never let your mic go out of your
Just
hand.
ask Sean Strickland a megawatt. We all know, okay?
Yeah, I love it.
All right, out front right now, Cale Widrick. He's looking to try to steal the mic next as he's wanting to go chat it up with Wes Kane, looking at another 1-1. Ooh, wheeling his way up the face.
Yeah, hanging off the back there, trying to ring it out. That's what you got to do right now. This track's getting so rough. You need all that power to get up and over that big finish line tabletop.
Well, he has stretched things back out, doubled that lead over that following lap, 6.4 now. Back to Andre Williams, Aiden Held, still in the number 3 ride. Corthus back there in 4.
Yeah, you see Widrick now, he's starting to do a little bit of what we saw Vagel do earlier, kind of hopping around, turning these braking bumps into little doubles. So whenever you see someone doing that, you know they've been studying the game. And we're looking at Andre Williams back here. Like you said, he's lost a couple seconds that lap. So we'll see. Maybe the battle ends up being Williams and Held for second. Halfway through this one, so we got some time to see what develops here. Looking back, Cesar Pazmino looks like he's on the move. Running at 206, everybody around him, 212, 209, 213. Possibly a rider to keep an eye on. Let's see where he was in that first moto. He was in a 4th, so he's gotten his way back up into the top 5.
Watching a couple of these riders maybe a little further back. Quentin Mosier, we saw him 7th here in this moto. Trying to make some moves. That rider's just in front of him, and you see those dry berms really starting to, easy to push that front end and stick it, put you down on the ground. So these guys having to float their way through the sand here late in the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a quick break real soon here, possibly run the water truck up there. Like I said earlier, the wind is a lot heavier up there, being up on top of the hill, a little higher elevation. Usually they'll be up there before any other parts of the track. I haven't seen him put a whole lot of water down at all today. Obviously, we see that middle section has been watered a few times, but other than that, The track's holding up really well, all things considered.
Watching Cale Widrick on your screen, your leader. Trying to put another lap in the books. Andre Williams back there in the number 2 spot, doing everything he can. But, man, right now, Widrick. Oh, whoa, hang on to it now.
We got a rider down at the bottom of the hill. We need to get that.
Yeah,
that could have been real bad. I'm not sure if the flagger knew that he was down yet. So possibly why Widrick was leaned a little bit to the left there. He might have saw him down there. That could have been real bad. That could have been an ender for the championship for Widrick.
Yeah, that's definitely need some heads up there on that flagger. Like you said, things happen so quick. It's tough to stay on top of it all the time. We saw those flaggers going at it. Great job from the high voltage crew. As Widrick now hopping and skipping his way down. That used to be a straight.
Oh, Widrick down hard. Oh, no. He's up. He popped right back up. 11 seconds.
Man, so let's see here. There's a big get off at a high rate of speed. He's going to try to fire this thing back up.
Oh, first kick.
Let's go.
Yep, he's going to be all right. You see the yellow lights are on down there. And here comes Williams.
There is Williams now.
So now we got, like we said, anything can happen.
Man, take a look at this. So the battle is on what looked to be all Cale Widrick. Now Andre Williams is right there. He smells blood in the water.
Yep, this is for a championship too. So
man,
Widrick thought he was riding it home early.
Oh, and Widrick can't jump the step up. He gets
his
squirrely.
Bars, yeah, you see his bars are mangled right now.
He was going fast when he hit that ground. So Williams going to try to take advantage of the situation. Look at this, though. Widrick not giving up, bent bars and all. He's trying to figure out a way to do it.
If you can get up the way you just fell, if he can get here we go.
And a down rider plays into it. Williams gives the lead back to Cale Widrick.
He had to move to the outside, and Widrick was already there. So
Widrick figuring out how to do the bent bar.
No front brake, I don't think. The bars are rolled all the way down on the right side. Now the brake's still there, but I don't think he can reach
it's
it.
way down low.
Yeah, the way he's riding, he's not using it anyway.
He left off the brakes heading into that corner anyway. I almost want to just hear the interview from him if he's able to bring this home, and he's close now. He's got one corner left to go. Williams trying to swing around the outside. You see that front brake lever all the way down at the bottom. One corner left. Cale Widrick keeping it exciting, but gets the job done. Still rider down on the landing of that finish line, so they're going to check up Widrick with a fist in the air after, man, that was a dogfight.
You ain't kidding. He fought the ground and Williams. See the visor all bent up on his head?
Take that, gravity.
Bars are just mangled.
Man, Wes Kane, you got to get the scoop here. Tell him what was going through his mind as he was facing the wrong direction on the final lap. Still walking away with the title. We take a look at our AG video replay, and we thought it was going to be boring, calm. I don't want to say boring, but a calm race. Cale Widrick out front had like 10 seconds, I believe, on Andre Williams at least, and then all of a sudden said, nope, not quite exciting enough. He's brake tapping, getting a little far back there over the finish line. Here he goes once again. Whoa, hang on to it.
I wonder if that's what took his focus away and possibly caused the big get off here, as you see.
Man, he got that big kick. One of those square edges got him, and good hustle from him as well. Popped right back up and got right back in the fight. He adjusted to those bent bars, like we said. Clearly was throwing him off his game a little bit. Fought back, got the lead, and got the state championship to go along with it. Mini combined 9-13. He's fired up. Wes Kane saying, lift that thing on the stand. I'm not doing it, son.
Hopefully you got a new set of bars with that number 1 plate.
How about it?
Wes Kane, let's get the story from the rider himself.
He's rough. He's tough. He didn't get that bike perfectly on the stand. Wes is going to fix it up for him there, make sure it looks good.
Well, yeah, brake lever definitely hanging down. Let's get the scoop. The boys up there saw the action. Come on over here. You look a little staggering around, stumbling around up here. Great job up there. How's it feel to be the champ?
Good.
Tell us what happened, play-by-play. You're upside down. You're facing the wrong way in the track. Your bike looks like a debacle's happened to it. What happened?
Yeah, I got a good start, and then I was third lap, and then I hit a rock and went endo, and yeah.
How you feel?
Tired, hot.
Well, that explains how I feel, too, so we're in the same boat. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister. That's it.
All right, all you guys over there watching, I want you to cheer for this guy right here. He took a beating like a time ace and kept on ticking. Let me hear you guys make some noise. Well, you got all those people behind you, and you know what? This young lady here is going to hand you that number 1 plate. Hold it up high. You did a great job. Take it away, boys, in the booth. He is a soldier of fortune here
Yeah, Winston. Widrick. Cal Widrick took his bike into the gulag, came back a little battered, but he's still holding that number 1 plate. As we got, what do we got here? Is that college boy on the line?
18 to 24. Got 34 different riders here in this one. And it's taking just a moment here.
Nobody wants the inside. A couple riders down there.
Yeah, a
but
little
for the most
interesting.
part,
It kind of seems like we've seen that line or that preferred gate develop a little bit further. It's still usually to the inside of the doghouse, but those far inside lines we're not seeing people take near as much.
Yeah, earlier you saw Schmidt and Grimaldi and those guys lining up like 2, 3, 4 in from all the way on the inside. It looks like the preferred line now is a little closer to the doghouse. So maybe they're seeing people sweeping in and they're losing the start that way. So our top riders looking like they're moving over a few gates. You see the 812 Seaver in there. Ingersoll on the 225, 577, that's forward. And there's Schmidt. Schmidt not changing it up, though. He's still, 4, 5 in from the inside. Maury's down there as well.
Well, you ever heard the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Yeah, if I was Schmidt.
That's his gate. He has his name on that gate. No one else can use it.
TS, all it says right there. And, well, when you got first gate pick, you don't have to worry about it. So throwing a little water down in a few spots, making sure we had that down rider. We wanted to make sure it got tended to as well. So, and this could change some things up as well. A little bit of water being tossed down. Got to do it to try to keep ahead of the dust, keep as much of the moisture in the track as possible, but might be a little different than what these guys are expecting out there on lap 1.
You could see up at the top, like I was saying in that last moto, it was starting to get to the point where it was time to get a little water down before, like you said yesterday, you start to lose it once it gets a little too far. So good job by them. I mean, they're taking advantage of a little bit of a break in the action. And these guys can see up onto the top of the hill. They know the water truck's up there, so it's not going to be a huge surprise when they get to the top of the hill. Looks like they put a little water down in the start while that last moto was running as well. So they're down there, they're cooking, just sitting in that heat. Probably feels like they're at the ranch right now.
No, I promise you it does not quite feel like the ranch out here.
Only about 20 degrees less, right?
Just, well, you get 20 degrees worth of humidity as well, maybe, but
no Monster Energy cool zone.
Yeah, no, they're not chilling in the big AC tent there watching Racer TV. We got to bring that next year too. We'll get
maybe we got to get Monster on the hook.
There we go.
That Wes King guy is all decked out in Monster. He must have a connection.
Yep, he's got to know somebody.
Maybe he is Monster.
Who knows?
So we're waiting. They're doing a little track maintenance while that down rider was out back. Looked like they got him up, but they're going to give him a little bit to get back on his feet, possibly get back on the bike and bring it back to the truck. Looks like they're firing the bikes up now. I can hear them off in the distance from where we're sitting. Back in the day, you used to be able to just look down and see people pulling their Kickstarters out. Those days are gone.
Those were the days. A little bit harder to notice when a thumb moves.
Yeah. Unless you're Kelleher, his thumb doesn't move at all right now.
Permanently stuck in the thumbs up.
Here we go. Gate's about to go down. You see Schmidt all the way on the inside and into the first turn. Right ahead of everybody. Forward going to try and sweep the outside. Looks like Maury up there in that purple gear. A good start for him. Might be around the out. Oh, one rider going down. Hard to see the number on that one. I think Maury got around forward as they came out of the first turn. So this is Moto 22 College Boy. First moto was Trevor Schmidt taking the moto win. Connor Maury was second. Logan Forward third. Trevor Hazlitt fourth. And Tijan Ingersoll round out your top 5. Early on at Schmidt, Maury, and Forward. Same top 3. Maury looks a little feisty here earlier. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Zach?
Yeah, he didn't get more than about that second turn the last time we saw him out there. If that was Maury that went down, I believe it was.
Yeah, looking at the gear, I'm pretty confident it was him.
I agree. So now he's back on that number 31. Seems to feel good on that machine. And, he knows, hey, now's the time to do it. He's probably not going to be much closer than he is right now. So try to latch onto the back of Trevor Schmidt, figure out what those lines are that he's doing. And even if they're not trying to beat him, I think just trying to stay closer to him. These guys got to set little goals, try to track down Trevor Schmidt as a couple of riders crisscrossing their way through as well.
Yeah, that's a 225 Tijan Ingersoll Not sure who he made his way around. I think that guy's running the old electrical tape numbers. Hard to get a read on him, but that's definitely Ingersoll in that teal and white gear.
Schmidt, Mowry, and forward 1, 2, and 3. Ingersoll and Thrasher.
Thrasher, yep, Caleb Thrasher. Son of Brandon, who we do that memorial lap for every year, so he's off to a good start here. This is the first time we've seen Caleb up front all weekend. So back to your point, yeah, Mowry's just trying to see what is he doing that I'm not.
Yeah.
Because every time I get here, he's already gone.
Well, and that's a smart rider. You know, these guys are building race to race, time after time. And yeah, you take a look at somebody like Trevor Schmidt and say, hey, you know, if I'm not the better rider this weekend, what can I do to be 1% closer to him? And that much closer to one day being that level of rider. So these guys are going to try to see what it is the 746 has got working for him.
Can't beat him, join him.
Absolutely. Follow him.
I mean, he's only a second and a half behind, which is the way this weekend's been going, especially for Connor. You know, this is a very impressive start to this moto, so obviously he's latching on, following the lines.
It does kind of seem like he's following in those same lines, kind of watching exactly what it is Schmidt's doing, and just going to try to find the flow that Trevor's got.
Yeah, outside of Toby, this is the first time that we've seen someone match the
Woo.
pace. Oh, yeah, getting up on that
took
bank.
the flag out there, yeah.
Do a little turn down. So we'll see, though. But we know Schmidt, he's the one that's not going to make the mistake. And we'll see if he's going to start to inch away here.
Well, and that's the thing. You look at Trevor Schmidt, and this is a consistent pace for him, whereas Mowry, you can kind of tell, I don't want to say fully over his head, but he's on that edge. He's pushing the limit. He's trying to keep up, wants to keep Schmidt in sight.
Yeah, that's the goal. Is the longer you can see him follow his lines and run the pace a little bit, the more you start to believe. Got hearing from racing control, it's about a second a lap. But like we're saying, when you're used to losing 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap, 1 second a lap, if you can see him at this point in the race, Mowry's gaining confidence.
Well, and Mowry also knows, hey, this is college board. This is not a 15+1. This is a short sprint moto, so I might know that I can't beat him in a 15+1, but can I stay with him for 5 laps? Can I stay with him for the first 3? So it's yeah, you got to set little goals. You got to continue to move forward, and like we saw yesterday in this corner, he is human.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. You see Mowry kind of sliding out, coming out of the turn. Obviously, like we're saying, he's pushing it a little bit harder than Trevor is right now. These guys grew up together racing, similar to how we saw those 50 guys, and we said they were going to grow up racing. These two have raced each other hundreds of times, so they know how each other rides, and Connor knows to stay this close to Trevor is a big deal for him.
Schmidt, meanwhile, not worried whatsoever about who's behind him, what they're trying to do, how close they want to be. He's just keeping that power to the ground and trying to stack another plate for the collections.
Yeah, power, no shortage of power for the 746. He's putting it to the ground all weekend long. You see him running those smooth outside lines. Now, like we said earlier, he's gotten to the point where the gap's comfortable, where he can kind of pick and choose. White flag coming out here. Just a quick 4-lap race. That's short for these guys after running those 15+1.
Yeah, like we said, full sprint here for these guys, and Schmidt a 1:42 on that last lap. Mowry continuing to match the pace, though, as well.
Yeah, he's right there, only about 2 tenths of a second. Oh boy, here we go. You hear him revving. We can hear him outside the trailer.
Yep, right behind
He's revving
us.
up to that lapper, telling him to get out of the way. That guy is saying, what the heck? I think Chase Sexton just went by me.
Absolutely got peppered, sandblasted, if you will.
You should have moved out of the way.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Another
crash.
rider with a big get-off going down that hillside.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's not the place to go down. We just saw Wittrick do that in the last moto.
Man.
Unfortunately, it looks like that rider got a little bit worse at the end of the deal. Whew. But the lappers are playing into this thing because now
wait a second.
Mowry's right there.
This is all of a sudden turned into a race. Mowry once again can't figure out that corner.
Just getting on the gas too early. He's getting too panicky. He's
These guys,
overbrought.
they get too excited. We saw this a lot out at Loretta's this year as well. As soon as somebody would realize that there's a chance, they thought they had to make it happen right now, and they ended up throwing it away. Let's give you a look here. It's still Trevor Schmidt and Mowry going at it.
I think back live now? Are we?
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, we're live. We saw the replay
Yep.
thing. Thought maybe we had possibly a replay of that crash we saw.
Thought maybe we were going to see what went down. That's all good.
So So back to the live footage here is still Trevor Schmidt running that long outside, taking a smooth line, banking off those natural corners.
Gonna hang a left in checker flags waving. Trevor Schmidt, 3 for 3.
Yep, that's 12 straight motos winning here.
Mowry right there behind him. Yeah, hats off to him there. He's got to be impressed. I think even Trevor Schmidt will say good job to him there. As he kept him within sight, matched those lap times.
We said Schmidt's name's on the gate. 12 for 12. You might just start putting his name right on the front.
Yeah, they're going
right on the front panel there on that high voltage sign. We look at the AG video replay. Like we saw, it was Trevor Schmidt getting the whole shot. Logan Ford was there early, and then once Mowry got around him quick off the start, and he started trying to run the pace with Schmidt here. Looking like a couple people working their way around each other in the back there. This is part of the moto where Schmidt started to open it up on Mowry, and then you'll see he starts getting into that lap traffic, and that kind of slowed him down. Let Mowry get close. Right here, here's where he got held up. We could hear him outside the trailer rev bombing him, trying to let him know he was there, but no harm, no foul. Once he got around those guys, he opened it back up a little bit, and he cruised to that moto win, cruised down to that podium. He doesn't even need directions anymore.
Nope.
The GPS just automatically takes him there.
Next stop, podium.
It's a suggestion from Siri at this point.
And there it is.
Wes Kane's got him.
Hey, he's got the graphics on the bike, High Voltage Hills MX. He owns this place. He's got a stamp of approval. Great job out there, man. You got to feel pretty good, Trevor.
Yeah, I felt good. It was just college boys, so we went out there and just got the job done.
12 for 12. You got to feel pretty impressed. The boys are calling in there. They need to have your name on a sign out here.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. I mean, I've had pretty solid last couple years here, so I love it.
Nick might have to put a bounty on your head if you can knock it off. Hey, you get the bonus if they can't, you know?
Yeah, that'd be something that's cool. So,
all right, well, who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad again, and Hebler Sales and Service, High Voltage, 110 Racing, 60 Helmets, Central Roadways, and everybody. Thanks so much.
Congratulations, 12 for 12, 6 for the weekend over here. I'm going to let you get the number one plate. Hold it up high. There he is, your college boy champ with a 4.9 average. Ain't that right, Zach? 4.9?
Just about, yeah. This
not the IQ this time.
No.
It's the 4.0. We're up there. He's smart. He's good. He's quick. Take it away, boys, on the gate.
All right, gates down. Schoolboy 12-17, off and rolling. Race 23, barreling into turn number 1. Looks like maybe a Triumph, actually, peeking up the inside and grabbing the early race lead.
Yeah, that's going to be Nathan Baker. Oh, almost touched the front coming out of there. Baker was second in your first moto. Hudson Bagel, your moto winner. They were followed by Chadwick Nauer on the 21, Caleb Marin on the 98, and Parker Harrington on the 28. We got a couple riders all tangled up here. Got bikes stuck together. We need a toolbox out. We need to take a wheel off, get them unstuck.
Sawzall over there.
Oh, stuffed it in the berm with Baker.
Actually, oh, whoa, what a ride. I don't even think he knows how he saved that right there.
He's going to look back at that replay and be surprised himself.
Wow, this is what is kind of coming to be the highlight of late in the day. Square edge bumps. You got to be on guard at all times out here. They'll reach up and grab you.
No surprise, we're seeing the 920 Innovagle start to work his way around. I saw that was Marin. I didn't catch the number on our third place rider yet. But no surprise, he made quick work of them, and now he's going to set sail and see how fast he can reel in Nathan Baker.
So Bagel going to work here in Schoolboy.
We're going to see a little, well, I shouldn't say a little less urgency.
All right.
He wasn't trying to run down Nico, so I didn't think the urgency was going to be there, but I think that this is just natural speed. This is where he's comfortable.
Yep.
He's just going to ride his pace, and his pace is just faster than everybody else right now.
Well, Nathan Baker, he's got to get kicked around. Not sure whether he's got the bike set up right for him or what, but he's had a couple of close calls just from getting some square edge kicks already, so he might be trying to take a breath and say, well, hang on a second. All right, this is only first lap. We got a couple more to go here.
We've seen Nathan here before. I've seen him at some other local races. He kind of has that riding style where he doesn't really care if he's getting kicked around. He'll let the butt kick him around. He's still going to hold that thing wide.
Got to respect it. It's Winston Woodruff in the number 2 spot. Cannon Siegel, Caleb Herring, your top 5. Down Here they go. This is
looking back outside. Oh, I guess not outside. They're up inside. Parker Harrington and Chadwick now are two riders you would think would be a little farther up. Possibly struggled off the start. Maybe they were tangled up a little bit in that first turn crash that we saw. So we'll see how they can do working their way up through the pack here.
Watching Siegel, and I believe that was Marion just behind him.
Bauer especially, he was the third in Moto 1. He's back there in 10th. So he's got his work cut out for him. Reed Murray going to go out on a limb and say he was down the first turn. You're looking at a 9 and a 31. So I would assume he was all tangled up in there. A couple guys down there at the bottom. Quinto, he was back at 88th in the first moto. He was in that second gate. Just line them up. However many people sign up, we'll take them all.
Yep.
Of course, that 88th, that's just a DNF. That's just how it gets programmed into the scoring. We didn't really put 88 people out here.
That would be a lot. We got as close as we could. We did 42.
We did 42. We might have Nick move those rocks next to the start line. We'll open it up a little farther.
There we go.
What was that? The rubber band start? They do that?
Woo.
GNCC still?
No, we're all flag.
All flag now?
10-second flag, yep.
Dead start?
Yep, dead engine start.
Woo. You don't want to bring a Suzuki to that event.
Not many do.
I could imagine why. So Vagel's still out front. He's running a 144. Nathan Baker at a 148, a respectable pace. He's significantly faster than the people behind him. Just not able to match the pace of Vagel. We got Wichert back there with Siegel, Marin, Beck, Quinto, Harrington, Nauer, and Farino. His top 10. Corbin Benn running a 151. He's back there in 6th, a couple seconds faster than the guys in front of him, so we'll keep an eye on him. He works his way up through.
Aaron right now under some serious fire from Ben. Stuffs it into that inside berm.
Ben's had a rough weekend. We haven't seen him up here very much, so maybe he can put this thing together, end the weekend on a high note. Kind of put all the troubles of the weekend in the rearview mirror there.
Yeah, it's always nice after a long weekend if you can at least that last moto of the day go out, have a solid result, be like, all right, it was a bad weekend, but I still know how to do it.
Yeah, you don't got to trash the whole weekend, just 3/4 of it.
Exactly.
So you're seeing now Widrick and Siegel. Siegel trying to get up in there into the podium position for the moto. And looking at the running order, that would put him in overall podium as well, it looks like. He'd be sitting on a 5-3. He'd have the tiebreaker over Marin with a 4-5.
White flag coming out this time through as your leader Hudson Bagel already taking the white. Look at this, alongside Siegel. Got the inside. Let's see. Closes the door and makes the pass stick.
Yeah, not a whole lot of fight there. Widrick landed in those acceleration bumps and it kind of popped him back up in the air. And then Siegel just landed so smooth he was already to the inside. There wasn't much that Widrick could do with that. Not much you can do with that. He's just jumping over the acceleration bumps. Is Bagel up to the top of the hill, waiting for that patented Bagel wheelie. I'm sure that's coming here.
Oh yeah, give it just a few straightaways. He love doing it in those switchbacks. Popping his way up and over the step up down the hill one more time.
Just disregard all landings for Bagel. Landings are optional. I'm just going as far as I can. Just notice how smooth he is with the bike. He really becomes one with the bike when he rides.
Yeah, Kevin Windham talked about it at Loretta's this past year. He called it putting on his bike rather than being on his bike. It's almost like wearing a pair of clothes. You got to become one with it. And yeah, this is a perfect example of that right now as he's literally manually hopping his way through some of those bumps.
Some of those chatter bumps that would make some of the other riders kick a little sideways. He's just letting the suspension do what it does and soak everything up. Taking a look over, he knows he's got this in the bag. Back it down to the finish line. Maybe we get a no-footer or something. Nope.
Come on.
He wants that number 1 plate. He wants to go home.
Yep. I'm here to do a job and
go
to the house.
Give me my number 1 plate. I want my candy bar and my trophy. Oh, here we go. Look at this.
Wait a second. The battle's
Siegel's
still on.
Take him to the finish line here.
All right. I thought he had that pass secured.
So Siegel, he had Winker. Now he's got Baker.
Oh, man, how about that?
Yeah, that was for second place. So Siegel really put on a charge.
Good for him. Doesn't affect
That
the
was
overall.
6
but
seconds a lap he was on Baker.
Still an incredible way to close out that race is Hudson Vagel. The 100 going to go 1-1 and grab your title. A 2-3 for Nathan Baker. Second in the championship, and Camden Siegel a 6-2. As we saw a couple of riders having problems in those first couple of corners, getting tangled up. Meanwhile, watch the kick here. Whoa! Man, good on him. I don't think he had enough time to think about it and shut off the gas.
That was all reaction, just natural reaction, yeah. That was muscle memory. Just let them legs pull that bike back right underneath them. See Vagel working his way around last lap, taking the checker flag. And that was your battle to the finish. Siegel got him right there. It was less than a second. And we're going to throw it down to Wes Kane. It looks like he's got Vagel on the podium.
I got him down here, man. A man of action and words. Great job out there. Tell me about your race.
It was good. Got like a 5th place start and just moved to the front.
How's the track holding up back there?
It's pretty rough.
Who do you want to thank?
TLR, Parker MX, Fox Racing, Oakley, and everyone else. Thank you.
Congratulations. Here is the #1 plate. Take that. Put a smile on your face. Hold it up high. Your champ, Hudson Vagel. Congratulations. Take it away, boys.
Well done, Mr. Vagel. He's going to need to bring his backpack over, maybe his gear bag. He's going to be loading up a lot of hardware when he leaves the sign-up shed back at the awards trailer.
Well, we've got our heavyweight battle coming up next, plus 45A as well as plus 45 BC. Shane Kelleher getting that first moto win. Jeremy Parsons second and Scott Phelps third. Sean Murray back there in the number 4 ride. And then Joe Falzo grabbing a win in 45 BC.
Gate going down here. That black bike in the middle, he really moved over.
That's going to be Murray trying to grab the whole shot. Kelleher up the inside. Parsons back there as well.
That was the first time I've seen someone purposely go left just to sweep back into the turn. Yeah, it worked well.
I'm telling you, they're having to adjust those styles here.
Scary man to the front.
Shane Kelleher.
Oh no!
Oh, man.
Oh no, that was Murray. That was a huge get off. Wow, up under his own power already.
Holy cow.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. He looked like he hit a kicker off the face of that. The front end drop. He booked a one-way ticket to Indonesia. Don't check your bag on that one.
Man, I'm just glad to see he is up and moving after that. That was a big hit. So.
Yeah, he popped right back up.
Man.
Wow, that was scary.
Yeah, that's
just to see him floating up there, and you knew it wasn't going to end well.
Yeah. That's a bad feeling. You go off and take off of a jump, and you have that whole ride, which always feels incredibly long, to think about this is not going to feel good.
Yeah, this is going to hurt. So, but this track is getting rough. You got to respect the roughness of this track.
So these guys all going for it here in these opening laps, and that's where we're starting to see some of the mistakes come to light here. And, yeah, we'll see if we can actually get a replay of this now that we know he's up and moving here. You watch the second place rider as they're coming up the face. Watch this slow-mo. Last little kick there, and you just see the front end dropping. Nothing he could do.
Almost
right
gave it.
there.
He picked the feet up like he was thinking about just letting the bike go, but I think it wasn't far enough.
Well, I think it's a smart choice, too.
Yeah,
you don't bail until you absolutely have to, is trying to bail around the outside and take a second place. I believe that's Parsons. So Kelleher making the move on Phelps.
Parsons and Erickson here locked in a battle. He came across. Parsons was already ahead of him. He's being stingy with this thing. There he goes. He switched up to the inside.
Let's see. That is. Yeah, that's Mark Erickson and Jeremy Parsons. Excuse me.
But now Erickson's going to go, or pardon me, Parsons going to go back around Erickson. So good battle here from these old guys. Don't let this vet class fool you. These guys can throw down.
On and off track.
Absolutely. I would not suggest Kelleher or Parsons.
Yeah.
Just by looking at body stature here, Erickson probably not the guy that wants to tangle with Parsons.
I don't know, man. Those wiry ones took a shot on him. You never know.
Yeah, maybe he's like a cop or something. He's got some training. Maybe he's been listening to broadcasts. You know, he can just twist Parsons' bad hip.
Ah, there you go.
Sweep him in. Parsons back into control of that spot, that third place position.
You can see these bumps all the way off the faces now. I mean, it's turning into survival here. As these guys really got to be careful, hit those lines just like they want.
Back in that plus 45 BC, you got Michael Houck leading, Robert Pello, Joe Falzo third, Paul Burfend fourth, Keith Carroll fifth. We'll keep an eye on that. Looks like the overall might get shaken up. I think we had Joe Falzo winning your first moto, and Houck was second. So Falzo's going to have to get a move on here. He's going to have to make a couple passes if he wants that number one plate. Right now, Michael Houck in control of that. We check back in with Parsons and Erickson. Looks like Erickson back around. Here we go.
These guys trading positions once again.
So this is where Parsons got him back last time. He's going to try and drive around him again this time.
Goes from outside.
We're doing the exact same thing we did the last lap.
Yep, back to inside.
Oh, he sets the gosh. You see him revving it up at him. Yep, that's not going to scare him out of the way, I don't think so. Give him a little elbow grease. He'll think twice about shutting the door next time.
Yep, Parsons got a little kick there. Wasn't able to set into that inside roller like he wanted.
Back to work here. Parsons, he's got the momentum every time he gets next to him. It's just a matter of, yep, there we go. He's finally solidified the pass back. So back and forth. I'm sure we got 3 or 4 more passes here between Erickson and Parsons.
Yeah, neither one of these guys really being phased. Ooh, Parsons the back end catches on that step up. Hang on to it now. Down the hill they go once again. Erickson now, maybe with a little more drive. Parsons got the line though.
Yeah, looking up front, Kelleher 2 seconds lap faster than Phelps. 4 seconds up. Oh, whoa! Big kick from Parsons.
Yeah.
Even over on the edge of that track, there isn't even any smooth ground over there.
Yeah, these guys are using every inch of the track. Erickson going to get hung up by a lap rider there.
Questionable. I don't know if I would have went in there, but didn't lose too much time. See what happens. Yes, Phelps and Kelleher a long ways up the track. They're not even in camera shot anymore. So these guys are just going to have to duke it out themselves. Looks like Parsons sitting on a 6 and Erickson on a 9. So even if Erickson passed him, Parsons still going to end up on the overall podium. White flag is out for Kelleher and Phelps all the way already through. Yeah, there's Kelleher dropping down behind the start line, in and out of the sand trap. Didn't have to work too hard for this one, Zach.
No, he did the work early, man. I mean, if you get that start, had the direct line to that first turn, put the elbows out, made sure the spot was his, and been smooth sailing so far from here. He's able to pick the lines that he wants, making his way through some lap traffic. And shout out to Phelps there as well, only 4.3 seconds back, but still not close enough to even really apply any pressure to Shane Kelleher. Meanwhile, Michael Houck, Robert Pilo, and Joe Falzo, 1, 2, and 3 in this moto. Houck and Kelleher looking like they're going to be your champs. If they can hang on.
Falzo is about 5 seconds back. Looking at lap times, he's losing time, so not sure he's going to be able to do anything about it in BC. So Michael Houck might be going to meet our good friend Wes Kane down there. Shane Kelleher, he already met him, but he's about to go have a friendly conversation here in about 3 turns.
We love when Shane and Wes get to have friendly conversations. It's just about a little less than 3/4 of a lap, half a lap or so.
Talk about some dinner plans. How's the family? Nice to see you.
Shane going to be out at MX 207 here in a few weeks for the main event. He was out there last year. Like I said, they call him scary guy, but he had probably 10 kids all hanging off his side-by-side. He was like the ice cream man. He's just a family guy. Everybody loved Shane, and loving Shane right now. Here in this plus 45A, he's a state champ here in New York, gets the job done, rips that tear off, get off of there, looks back, where they at, who wants to smoke? As Scott Phelps did reel it in just a bit, 3.7 seconds the gap, but not quite close enough.
Nope, Kelleher gonna throw that AMA New York State Championship up next to his Loretta Lynn's championship plate. This is a prestigious event. It's an AMA event. We hand out the legitimate number 1 plates.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They hold the same merit as a AMA Loretta Lynn's championship does, so Hang that one on the wall next to the big one.
And
only difference is the trophies. Those trophies down at the ranch are one of a kind.
They're definitely unique.
Yeah, they found a good design with that.
Absolutely is. Does look like it may be.
Look at Falzo.
Wait
How
a
does
second.
this happen?
It
10
might be
seconds a lap?
Falzo.
Joe Falzo found the hotline. Did he cut the track?
I'm not sure what happened there, so we'll try to find out whether it's Michael Houck or Joe Falzo. But
we know who it is down on the podium. It's Shane Kelleher and Wes Kane. Wes, take it away.
Hey, we already talked about it. He's going to the main event. He's going to see you up there, Zach. Then he's going to come to Baja Brawl. He's got a whole schedule of amateur championships that this guy wants. He's just stacking them up in that trophy room. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, we came with a goal to take some souls. That's what we're going for. We're going state to state, and we're just taking them.
You're just notching them in your old gun belt over there. We're taking this. We took a national championship, 50 states, 52 states. We ain't had enough. We're going to individually single them out.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
All right, tell me who you want to thank.
First and foremost, FXR Moto. They keep me looking fresh, gear after gear. Can't thank them enough. Kelleher Ceilings, that's who gets me here every week, week in and week out. My wife, my kids, my pit crew, Labonte Landscape and Construction, Hydro Earth, 139 Designs, Factory Flurry for the bike maintenance, DC3 suspension for keeping me floating over these big bumps, Dunlop Tires, and anybody else I may have forgotten.
Hey, they all love you, Shane Kelleher. We're going to give you another plate over there. Put that in your gun case. An arsenal of #1 plates by Shane Kelleher. You got to love this guy. We fell in love with him at Loretta Lynn's last year, and the love just never ends. It's super cool to see this guy ride. I think the 180, we have him coming up next, right?
I believe so. Yeah, we're seeing Joe Falzo is crossing the line first.
Yeah.
He made up some incredible time there.
We'll get him up here, the burly, surly veteran. He hops in this big old wooden chair up here. Taking a little break. Shane Kelleher just manhandles his machine off the stand with ease. Come on up here. The 180 broke up that gold paint. Spray bomb that bike. What is that? It's Suzuki. Jersey Joe and the boys. Castone would be proud of you. All right, tell me about your race.
It was pretty hard. I fell down twice, got down to third, and then I just pushed way back through, you know. Preservation. Preparing to fail is failure to prepare.
Who do you want to thank?
Kyle, you got to push my bike up here. Mike Lawler for the MX-14. Let me borrow it. I wouldn't be here. Thatcher Connection, Tri-City Garage, Bowser Training Facility, and yeah, that's about it.
Well, there you go. You get over there. You're going to have the ladies hold up. You're going to take that #1 plate, and you're going to hold it up proudly. There's a lot of wildness down here, Zach. They're wild. These guys are wild.
You're
Take it away,
wild,
boys.
Wes. Come on now. That's why we sent you down there.
Wild. Yeah, it's wild times.
It's a wild, wild West.
Take it away, Zachary.
All right.
Shane Kelleher, Joe Falzo taking the #1 place. Kelleher strikes me as the kind of guy you go over to him. We're going somewhere. You can't ask where we're going, and we're going to hurt somebody. And all he asks is whose car we taking.
Yep. Done deal. Is the gas full?
He is clearly on a mission. He sounds like a hitman. Oh, we got
rider down on the line. That might be a first here.
He tried stretching. He stretched a little too much. Oh, no.
All he is thinking is, thank God Racer TV didn't catch that. Well, I got bad news for you, buddy. Don't put a name on him. Don't blast him out.
That's 22. It's Chad Reed.
Okay, fair enough.
That's Matt Cameron.
Well, Matt hitting the mat right there.
Oh, Matt. No, it's not like I grew.
Straighten it up. Nothing to see here.
It's even worse because I grew up raising with Matt, and I know him. We're going to clip that.
All right. Well.
Yeah, Adam, would you want to clip that and send that to me later tonight? See Nico down there. Bagel's down there as well. Some of the other riders. I see Nathan Baker down there. Anissa Ingersoll. She was our women's champion. She's going to mix it up with the boys out here in 250B. Finished up 18th in the first moto. I see Widrick down there, Siegel down there as well. There's the 22. We don't want to talk about him anymore.
We saw it.
Reed Murray,
He's
204.
loose.
Yeah, he's stretched out now. Reed Murray, we saw him last night in the whip contest. He was throwing some big whips. 123 of Lily is down there. Looks like they're going to get him fired up. 2 cars going to go up here, and here we go.
250B.
I had to guess. just judging by the way that race started, I would think Nick probably took the dozer over that jump to get rid of that kicker. You get away with that one time, you don't want to see someone actually get hurt off of it. So hopefully, I would assume that's what he did. If not, he was touching up something else. You see 812 with C's on. Screen here, gate going to go down. See who it's going to be. Coming from that middle.
Back end's dancing all over. Whoa,
Swept
man.
in from the outside. Whoa. Oh, one rider down, tucked the front over the bars there in the middle of the turn. See who we got out here. Yellow gear. I see Nico Collins back there a little farther back. Or pardon me, Nico Holmes. He was backing around 10th. There's Vagel with the black chest protector. He's in about 3rd, so. Oh, that's Reed Murray, 204. So we were just talking about him in the whip contest last night. He says, I can whip and I can do a start.
Watch me whip, watch me hold shot.
Watch me whip, watch me nay-nay. Look, everyone's starting to come up short on that little step up now. The face just getting so chewed up.
Meanwhile, Vagel doesn't understand what a landing is.
No.
Not interested.
There's something to land on out there. It's dirt. It might be a braking bump, an acceleration bump. I want to say that's Baker there on the Triumph. Not 100%. Vagel's going to get around him. Then we see that teal bike creeping into the shot. I think that's Nico Holmes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. I recognize that neon visor.
So he's trying to work his way through with Vagel. Looks like they put a little water down back here. Nico Holmes going to move up into 3rd. Baker trying to fight back on him, but Holmes knows that as soon as Vagel goes to the front, he needs to be with him. And here we go.
Vagel fighting right there.
Oh, that's not Reed Murray. That's Paulie Best.
Oh, all right.
My apologies. Running the same kit with the same black bike.
Paulie B.
Paulie B, put him in there. He's got a lap lead. Then Vagel, Nico Holmes, Nathan Baker, Matt Cameron. He was stretched out, running top 5.
All right.
Winston Widger, Cameron Siegel, Michael Lockwood, Reed Murray, and Joseph Meyer round out your top 10.
Hey, all kidding aside, I've said on more than one occasion, if I can tip over on the way to the gate and kind of get fired up, it might help me in the moto. Maybe that's, he took it one step further and literally did it on the gate.
I'm sure it definitely got his heart rate going a little bit. So looking on screen, I believe that's Best and Holmes. Sounds like an insurance company. Call Best and Holmes for all your auto insurance. Best is going to need insurance because Nico Holmes
trying to steal it from
all
right here,
over him.
This up the inside home.
Nice little hop line there.
Best launching into that. Holmes staying patient right now, trying to keep that vision clear.
Yeah, there's got to be a little urgency, though, because he can see Vagel starting to get away.
Goes up high, picks that front end up, moves it out of the way again.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's just the urgency to get there because you can see Vagel. This is where he got Baker on the first lap. He's found a little inside line there. He's found some smooth real estate.
Makes it happen there, and now they set their sights on Vagel.
Yep, he's trying to go back into the gulag with Vagel. This time, though, he's chasing Vagel, not the other way around, so we'll see. He was matching lap times in the first one. We'll see how he does here. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, problem.
I think he might have a flat. When you start looking down like that, it's usually a flat tire. At least he's feeling like he's got a flat. Yeah, that thing's flat. Almost a guarantee. That's what'll happen here. We haven't seen it much this weekend, but those little rocks, they start coming up to the surface. You hit one just right, you end up with a flat. Yeah, he's going to let Paulie Best probably let him by. You're so early in the moto, you have to decide, do you really want to blow a rim out just for possibly a second or a third overall? So we'll see what he decides to do. I don't know what kind of support he has as far as sponsorship and stuff. Some of these guys, you blow a rim out, you just call your rep and send you 2 more.
Yeah, and you can see that tire almost looked like it was coming apart there.
Oh, first we got a rider down, now we got a camper down.
Give you bug perspective.
Yeah, that's it. All the bees are seeing that right now.
He's still kind of sitting in it. It's
You see it
sketchy,
sliding
but-
out on him, though. Yeah, he's doing what he can, but it's kind of a hopeless feeling knowing you've got so far to go on this thing. Try and milk it to the finish without doing too much damage. That's going to hurt him in the overall. He was sitting on a second in the first moto, so probably going to fall back near the 10th position here in this one, depending on how it unfolds. See him struggling to get some traction there. He's not going to be able to do the jumps very much longer.
He's just spinning and spinning.
Back to Hudson Vagel, leader on track.
Yeah, it sounds, we kind of saw the same thing here. Race Control saying they saw some stuff coming out of the wheel, potentially the rim lock. So he's really actually spinning now. So we'll see. He still seems to be going out. Rider down. Need to move that yellow flag up.
Yeah, they had it waving up there on the roller before. I just don't think Vagel saw it.
He is still launching that thing farther than almost anybody.
He doesn't care. He's going to land somewhere.
Yeah, eventually he comes back down.
He'll come to earth eventually. You see all those rocks that have come up in the top section. Those are the kind of things that got Holmes.
And you see it. I mean, they're kicking Vagel too. It's not getting a hand to everybody. Making his way through these back sections, kind of hopping into these berms, staying light. Best still back there in second. Baker, Holmes, Lockwood, your top five.
Holmes is really holding on a lot better than I thought he would here. I mean, he's going to get past now, but I think that's only going to be for about fifth. You see the 204 of Reed Murray coming up behind him. That's your sixth place rider.
That is like I said, kind of a hopeless feeling there, knowing not really much that you can do.
Yeah, because if you keep doing the jump and riding like you normally would, you're going to blow the wheel right out, and then you're just going to straight up DNF the moto. I mean, right now he's lost a couple more positions.
Checkered flag out.
Baker hasn't gained any. Possible to still land on the overall podium.
Look at that, no clutch for the 928. You saw him flicking the clutch there. So Vagel with some issues of his own. As we take a look, things started a little wild here on the line.
Matt Cameron, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, he said he was going to get on Racer TV one way or the other. He chose the other.
Took a lot less effort. As we look at the AG video replay here, it was Paulie Best early out front. You saw Holmes and Vagel working their way up through the pack. Vagel got to the front before Holmes did. Best did what he could to hold him back, but that's a tall task. He tried to run him a little wide there, but Vagel ran it around. Here is Holmes now going after Best before he ran into a problem. Well, pretty sure it was a flat tire that he ran into. Dropped him back in the field. Here is Vagel coming across, taking the checker flag. And just like Trevor Schmidt, it's pre-programmed. Takes him directly to the podium. Take it away, Wes.
All right, I got our guy down here. He is a multi-New York state champion here at High Voltage Hills MX. Congratulations, Hudson Vagel. Tell me about it.
Got a good start and just stick with the flow. I had no clutch that whole moto, so I didn't want to fall.
Did a great job out there maintaining some substandard equipment. Tell me, who do you want to thank?
TLR, Parker, Fox, Oakley, everyone else, thank you.
Congratulations. Did a great job, Todd LaChance. We know him personally. Did a great job for you out there getting this bike out front. Get that number one plate in that man's hands. Yeah, he's the champ. All right. Who else we got out there coming in to the podium?
That's it, my man. He was your only champion in that moto. That was a single-class moto. Not sure how many more number of plates Vagel's going to be able to hold.
He's got a wheelbarrow down here.
Yeah,
he's good. He ain't hurting. He's good.
He's going to load up. They need that pitcher to hold them all up.
He's like Casey Cochran that one year at Minios. He had his mom had two wheelbarrows, just wheeling that stuff out of there.
So here we go, 250C off and rolling.
A couple riders down there in the middle.
This was the divisional race that we had yesterday, so we took the fastest 16 from heats 1 and 2. We had our LCQ first thing this morning before we went live, and now all 42 riders getting to do battle.
I see the 90 of Gavin Jensen, one of the riders that was down there coming out of the first turn. We had 2 separate incidents with a couple riders who tangled, but that is a familiar sight we've seen this weekend. The 98 of Caleb Marin out front.
I believe that is Meacham just behind. No, take that back.
A couple riders up front going down here.
Oh, man, look at that. That square edge. Oh, the 422. That's Schrader.
Yep.
Second coming into second. He's one of the winners.
Yeah,
we're going to have 2.
Correct. Sitting on a 1. We're going to have 2 moto winners because of that heat race. Even confusing to talk about sometimes.
How do you even explain that? Yes, D stands for crazy, and Brody Meacham and Callum Schrader both coming into this with a 1. Caden McCaffrey and Caleb Marin coming into this with a 2. So thank goodness for our overall calculator up here in time and scoring, because we're going to have a lot of numbers to be jotting around.
If you see smoke, send a fire extinguisher. That's the calculator burning up here.
Pretty much. 72 looks like maybe out front leading the way.
I think it was Marin. Marin had the early lead.
Oh, Marin's already that far ahead.
Yeah,
wow.
I think he's already up towards the finish line. He kind of stayed away from that chaos early on.
There it is, Caleb Marin. Cade McCaffrey back there in the number 2 spot across the stripe. Rim Sharp on the 78X. Christopher, looks like Farino on the 421. Carson Lineker, Caden Lindsay. Your top 6 with 1 lap in the books.
Well, we're going to have to take a look here and see who the players are. We saw Schrader was down early. I don't see McCutcheon anywhere. So it looks like Caden McCaffrey on a 2-2, Caleb Marin on a 2-1. Marino sitting on a 3-4. So it's kind of McCaffrey. McCaffrey, if he can get to him and make the pass, that would be for the championship. I think we're going to end up with those 2 going 1v1 for the title.
Yeah, McCaffrey and Marin the ones to watch. Running 1 and 2 right now with a chance at the title.
Wondering what happened to McCutcheon. I still haven't seen him come through on the live timing. We saw what happened to Schrader.
Potentially one of those riders that went down in the first
Yeah,
few
that's
corners,
tough though to see both your moto winners from your heat races. Not even in, they're not even coming across the line yet.
So Schrader back there in 12th on lap 1.
Yeah, sitting on that's an 18. That's a 12 overall. He's sitting on a 118 right now. So all pretty much unraveled for him. And then, like we said, we haven't seen McCutcheon yet. But that's why we run 2 motos, Zach.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything can happen.
You got to do it twice.
And as we've seen, we joke about the C-Class, but it's in a lot more than just the C-Classes. There is plenty up for grabs.
I was just about to say, I saw in the back of the shot. Did you see that?
I did. So we've got the 411 on this 250C battle, and it's the 411 trying to take the lead in the title along with it. Caden McCaffrey along the outside. Whoa, gets a big kick. Loses a ton of drive. They almost come together in mid-air.
Yeah, he'll give you the 411. This track is smoked right now.
Woo. Marin and McCaffrey going at it here for the 250C title.
And McCaffrey going to have to regroup and go back at him. He's got 2 laps to work with, so he doesn't need to push it too hard here. End up making a mistake of his own, but you know how we're programmed out here, Zach. You want to go to the lead as fast as possible.
Absolutely. Marin doing a good job of immediately getting back around McCaffrey.
McCaffrey found that line over there on the right side.
Oh, all right.
A little C-Class sauce.
Oh, man, and the back end kicks out for Marin after that as well. We'll get that synchronized whip for the closeout shot, guys.
Absolutely.
That was smooth right there for the C-Boys.
Not every day you say we need a clip from the C-Class.
Yeah, not like that at least.
Look
With a
back
little look back.
Things getting dicey here. A championship on the line. They're having a little bit of fun. Throwing a little style at it.
Yeah, this is good racing right here. At the top of the C-Class, Marin pulls back up alongside. He's going to try to close the door wide. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Going for it.
Now McCaffrey found a bit of a smooth line. Marin's going to have to move over on him.
Let's see. Oh, they come together.
Contact.
I knew they were going for it. They wanted all the smoke, and McCaffrey finds himself on the ground.
Stuck under the bike now. That's what I was saying when they came down after the start.
Yeah.
You could see the urgency, and McCaffrey had the speed.
Yeah, neither one of those boys were moving out of the way.
No, the brakes were optional, and neither one of them took the option there.
Well, no doubt about it now. Marin feels the relief of pressure no longer being applied, as I believe he might be seeing a white flag here. There it is, one more to go.
That's 2 riders he's taken out from the back. Not even himself.
Yeah.
They're taking themselves out by hitting him.
They tried to take him out.
Yeah, they're trying to go after him, and he's just not budging.
Mad Dog Marin.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
Little swap coming out from the new section there.
Might be able to fight off the riders, but the track remains undefeated here.
Yeah, this is a different beast right now. You can see how beat up this track is getting. I mean, we're on Moto 26 and 30. We're starting to get to the end of the day.
One more time down the long front. What used to be a straightaway now looks like a roller section.
We're down there at Southwick right now.
Woo.
He got that kick on the outside. He's not even going to bother going out there at the top of the hill this time.
He said, no thanks, I learned.
Wes Kane is going to hear a sigh of relief from this young man when he finally gets. Oh, jeez!
I don't know.
He's got to get there first.
He's going to be out of breath.
Oh,
He's like, I was fighting that track until the last moment.
Yeah, McCaffrey was the least of his problems. This track is a different beast as he just
Skies that tabletop
out into the rollers, channeling his inner vagal.
Hey, he said it was working for him. I don't blame him.
Hey, it worked. Marin's the one going home with 2 championships right now, so I'll take whatever word he's got.
Well, this inside berm here, got his lines figured out. Trying to just keep out of the thick stuff here. A couple corners away.
Yep, 15 seconds over Carino, so nothing to worry about back there. Just got to roll this one home. Probably his last moto for the day, so enjoy the moment. Start planning for next year.
Here we go. Your 250-seat champ. Going to be grabbing the win with a 2-1. Caleb Marin gets the job done and gets the title.
Well done, Caleb. Yeah, putting the fist up, claiming it. Another rider on that 110 racing gear.
He's pumped up, man. You can tell this one means a lot.
So we'll have to get Wes Kane to get the lowdown again. Making contact, trying to get by him as we look at the AG video replay. Sweeping in from the outside. There you see a couple pile up, but it was Marin out front early. Then we had Schrader. He almost saved it, and then he got tagged by the rider in third. So second and third both went down. Then McCaffrey went after him. He had to pass here until he got into the soft stuff. That was nice. Whip, they're going to clip that later, I'm sure. Then they almost made contact here. McCaffrey looked like he had the pass stuck, and then Marin came back on him. And then here's where McCaffrey really rode it in on him. No urgency was left there. And unfortunately for McCaffrey, the contact put him on the ground, and Marin continued on, and you see him taking the checker flag, little oppo. And now he's down with Wes Kane. Best part of the day. Take it away, Wes.
I mean, this guy here is so excited. You got to feel pretty good. Tell me about the excitement that you're feeling with this championship.
It's amazing. I've been waiting for this so long. I'm just so happy it's finally, all the work's actually paying out.
How's the track out there?
Track's getting pretty whooped. You just got to pick the right lines.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to especially thank A7 Training. That one was for Austin. And McKean Excavating, Prelco, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, number 1 plate goes in your arm. You guys get close, get a shot. Take it away, boys, in the booth. They're excited down here on the podium.
I was about to say, the crowd going wild, and as they should. That was a festive race right there. Lots of excitement as we now drop the gate on girls 11-16, race 27.
Yeah, that's Bailey Shelton out front on the 33. She was your Moto 1 winner. Second place, the 66, was Addison Platt. The 8 of Zadria Marcaine. The 92 of Caitlin Moxley, and the 96 of Gabriella Naylor. That was your top 5.
Side-by-side action headed to the top of the hill there for that second place spot.
Yep, early on here you see Sheldon already out front. And now we're going to catch some numbers here on our second place rider. I believe that's the 66 of Platt. And the 96 of Naylor in third. looks like the 92 up there in fourth. That's Caitlin Moxley.
So back down the hill they go here.
Like we said yesterday, these young girls got to battle with this track more than themselves.
Yeah, and it sounds funny to say, but it is. They've got to focus more on making sure they're hitting some lines that aren't going to get them in trouble than really worrying about the riders around them.
Yeah, you see everybody kind of funneling to the inside. They haven't seen this track since, if they went out for the abbreviated session this morning. We're going on 5 or 6 hours without seeing this track. Last time they were out there, if they went out this morning, it was nice and smooth. Now it's a totally different beast. We got the camera here on the 66 of Platt. Now that's the 96 of Naylor. Oh, running up the inside. Oh!
How about
elbow
that?
grease, Shane Kelleher style.
The 96, Gabriella Naylor.
Naylor nailed her.
Runs it up in there. And
now having trouble. The bars, I think, are stuck in the sand. She's a little frustrated just with the situation itself, I think. So that's a tough break. We didn't catch a number on that one. We didn't see that it was Naylor. Now it's Naylor.
Look at that.
Looking for another victim.
Who wants the smoke?
The 96 on the Kawasaki. That's not Axel Hodges, folks. Now
Naylor
going after
Paige LaBombard.
5:23.
Yep, up just ahead in the third place spot. Addison Platt in second. So the Cali machine.
A little unorthodox, sitting down
Yeah,
there
different style.
On the inside. It's working for her, though. I mean, different strokes for different folks. She's got it going on.
Saw the 5:23 of Paige getting that big kick coming up to the top side of that hill. But, yeah, to your point, the 96 sitting down. LaBombard, a glance over the shoulder.
Yeah, she didn't see what happened, but she might know. She might be next. Both riders getting up and over that Lawville Honda uphill double clean.
Cali continues to kind of sit back there, maybe making up a half a bike length or so at a time. Peeks back to the inside. Real square edge here. Head to that step up. A lot of them not able to hit that jump as the 5:23 LaBombard looking over the shoulder, man. I got to think that's going to be one of the takeaways from this weekend is maybe some adjustments needed in riding coaching there. That's just been a couple times. It's almost bitten a few riders even looking back as now the Kawasaki picks up another spot there.
Yeah, the way she was looking back, obviously she was worried about it to begin with. She knew she was there, so she must have heard Naylor coming, and Naylor found a good line, got around her. So Naylor up into a podium spot now. Let's see if she can go after Platt. She's clearly the one that's on the move. Obviously Bailey Sheldon out front riding a nice race, but we've been following the 96 of Naylor. He's made 2 passes just about to this point in the last lap from this corner. So it looks like Bailey Sheldon is already in with her second lap in a 2:13. Now LaBombard starting to make a push to get back around Naylor here.
Pulling back around, going to go wide here.
Yeah, she's got the smooth line. We'll see if it works out for her.
Let's see.
Naylor trying to move over. Oh, got a little bump there for LaBombard and kind of ruined her momentum up the hill. So here we go, up the inside.
Oh.
Yep, nicely done.
All right, takes the spot back.
Now Naylor going to try and duck back underneath her. See what happens at the bottom here.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, Naylor's going to try to get to the inside before her.
Gets around and Naylor glued to that seat right there.
Yeah, it's working for her though. She's been able to get around LaBombard twice now. Even with the mistake that let LaBombard get back to her.
Look at how rough the exit of that corner has gotten. And able to get that step up as well. LaBombard not able to do it this time. That's going to cost her a little bit.
Yeah, less than a second away from each other when they crossed the line last time. Obviously the closest battle on track. That's why we've been following it for so long here.
Yeah, Bailey Shelton still out front with Addison Platt in the number 2 spot.
we go. Now the 33 of Sheldon on screen. Going to get a little screen time as she's coming around. I believe she's going to be getting the white flag here in a couple turns. Looking clean, rocking the purple. Some of those bright colors that you see a lot of the girls run out here. And wait for it to come into view here. We'll see, is it the white flag? It is the white flag. So one more time around for Bailey Sheldon, still running at 2:13. Just about a 16-second lead, maybe a little bit longer now. Once Platt comes through, you get an update on the live timing. Trying to go for a 1-1 here. Haven't seen anybody really challenge her this week, Zach. Have you? I think it's been whole shot to checkers.
I think at least in this class, yeah, she's been the girl to beat here.
And we did see her in the women's class, so she's not afraid to step up and ride with some of the older girls, get some experience up there, ride with some of the little faster girls. And that's obviously translating here as you see her making it look pretty easy in the girls class.
Yeah, she's got the momentum, man. Had a rough landing right there. Hang on to it.
Not the part of the track you want to be riding on right now. Duck to the inside. That's if there's a spot. Oh, hold on to her, baby.
Hang on now. That top corner right there got to be one of the more treacherous ones on track.
She get her back under control and get back to where she was going here. And that's directly to the podium to see our good buddy Wes Kane in about a half a lap now. Interested to see what she's got to say about the track. I don't think it's going to be anything good, but
it's rough.
Yeah, it's not what I want to be riding it.
I'm glad it's over.
Yeah, I would have rather been Moto 1.
Just about half a lap now away from wrapping up that girls 11-16 title. Bailey Sheldon with a solid run here today. Addison Platt and Gabriella Naylor 2 and 3 in the moto and the title front. Ooh, hanging on to it now. Still, you see a couple of these rocks, especially on these mini bikes. They'll pick the whole front end up in the corner if they hit it head on. So
yeah, absolutely. That knobby hits it, almost gives you a little bit of a pop off the bump there.
But she survives it. She sees the checkered, and she's got a state championship coming her way. Girls 11-16 going to go to Bailey Sheldon on the number 33.
Give us a little fist pump up the hill, claiming it. Looking good, matching that gear to the bike. As we look at our AG video replay into the first turn, like we said, it was Sheldon on the 33, Platt on the 66. Both motos, Sheldon pulled the whole shot. Here was the action, though. When Naylor ran it in on her and just absolutely took her to the ground. Didn't catch a number on who it was. I think it was Caitlin Moxley. But Moxley wasn't too happy about that. Then Naylor went after LeBombard. They went back and forth a couple times before Naylor finally made the pass stick, and then back to the leader was Bailey Sheldon in a league all of our own. Had a little bit of a hiccup there, was able to keep it under control, caught one of those rocks and kind of slid out. And the best thing she's seen all day, the checkered flag. Get me off of this track and down to this podium. I want to see that guy in the monster gear. Wes Kane, take it away.
I got Bailey Shelton down here. Congratulations. Great job out there. The boys want to know. Tell me about the track.
It definitely was a little bumpy out there. It was definitely really rough. But I kept messing up a few times, but I saw the gap I had, and I was just trying to keep it up, keep it on two wheels, and keep it, like, consistent. And, yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Morgan Codwell for holding my umbrella and keeping me cool, KTM, Factory Connection, FXR, BDMX Graphics for overnighting me my graphics last minute, Sheldon's Market, Sunoco, JRC Trucking Company, and everyone else I forgot to thank. Thank you so much.
Congratulations out there. Guys, that's the word you were looking for. Rough. The track was rough.
The track was rough, but Bailey Sheldon feeling tough and feeling good right now with a number one plate in hand.
Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Wes. Girls 11-16 getting wrapped up. Well, once again, one more time, just want to pump up the action here from last night, our whip contest, and because we're putting a calling out, all right? We've had repeat winners the last few years. We're looking for the big pancakes out there. If you can throw a fatty, if you can throw it sideways, and you want to enjoy some great racing as well, you need to go ahead and mark your calendar. New York State Championship 2026. Somebody's got to take down the whip competition champ, Josh.
Yeah, you're looking at $1,000 to win this thing. You don't even have to race. You just show up and 10 minutes of work, you take $1,000 home, and then you just spend the rest of the weekend just hanging out with us.
Not a bad gig.
TV, watch the Racer TV broadcast. But yeah, Ryder Fox has been the one to beat most of the times he's here. I thought we had him beat last night until he decided on the last one it was time to uncork the big dog, and that was enough. They called it best whip for a reason. It wasn't whips. It was best whip.
Singular.
Yep. So next year, maybe we get that Wes Kane guy out there, hype the crowd up a little bit for us.
Oh, I thought you meant to throw some whips. I was like, wait a second.
If he can do that, that's even better.
All right, that'd get me hyped up.
So you see there, we got the big checks going out. Hudson Vogel was third. Mitchell France was second. And Ryder Fox took the first place spot with the big check, $1,000. You cannot cash that at your bank. You can try, but you might want to just hang it out on the wall. A couple little guys checking out the action here, just waiting for them to touch the track up. These guys are saying, come on, drop the gate.
I feel them. Only a couple of motos left to go. We've got plus 40C, plus 40BC, and plus 40A sitting on the line, and then race 29. 125 two-stroke to close out the program. Let's give you a recap of the day so far here for Championship Sunday from the 2025 New York State Championships. The fans are out. Beautiful conditions. A little drier than we saw last year, but that's only just made some different challenges. Everybody getting fired up, getting warmed up. The kids kicking off the day, and Josh, it's been a ton of fun.
Yeah, no shortage of action out here, as you'll see here in these highlights. A lot of full gates, 30, 35, 40 guys. A lot of action, battling themselves, the other riders, the track. So as you'll see here, there's some big whips going on. Haven't seen any of those contacts yet, but we had a couple clean outs, some bar-to-bar banging. It's been great, Zach. What more can we ask for, really? There you see one of the harder hits of the day.
Yeah, some guys pushing the envelope, some finding where that envelope, where that line is at. Some riders smooth sailing, start to finish. Some having to work their way up to the front as well. We've had some changes, some hopes being crushed, some surprises as well here in these second set of motos. All that we've come to know and love from the New York State Championship. Like you said, such an incredible turnout. 40-plus riders in several different classes, 30-plus in several others. And, I would say a drastic increase in turnout even compared to last year, and only hoping to have more of the same next year. 3 wide battles in several of our classes from 50 to 50 plus the 450s. It has been so much fun to watch, and still got a couple more motos to go before we shut things down here for 2025. Still a couple of number 1 plates up for grabs, and several of those riders still sitting on the line with business to take care of, and taking care of business right there, trying to go for it. These guys are laying it all out on the line, Josh. They know how much it means to take home a New York State title.
They're honestly, Zach, they're making our job easy.
Oh, without a doubt.
I'm not searching for storylines all weekend. There's enough action for the whole weekend just packed in this one clip alone. It's been great to see from all the way from our 50 riders all the way to the vet guys. It's just been full send, and we've seen it before. You put that championship on the line. Like we've said, it might not be Loretta Lynn's, but for a lot of riders in the upstate New York area, the Northeast area, this is their Loretta Lynn's. This is your chance to get that coveted number 1 plate. And as we've seen, they're willing to risk it all for it. And there it is right there. A couple of people taking that number 1 plate.
There it is. Lots of titles up on the line.
Shane Kelleher
fighting the chunk out of that one.
Yep, that one's got to go
on the line as well. Kelleher, 1 more moto to go, so touching up a couple of spots here.
Yeah, this is right outside the tower where we see after the finish you get that big kick when they come up over the top of the hill. It almost creates a little bit of a G-out effect, and it gives you almost like an over the bars when you go over the top of the hill. Must be someone down there on the track crew saw enough of a couple people almost throwing it away there, and they're going to make the decision. Take a minute to clean this thing up.
Look at this. What are you thinking? You talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. What's up? Who's going to get this title?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I throw right.
Yeah, who's going to get the start? I don't know.
I'm a southpaw.
I like you, FXR. I like yours too.
A teammate battle, even.
Yeah, there we go. The 78 and the 88. That is the battle for your plus 48 title, right next to each other on the line.
Who's your? Oh, there we go. That's what they were doing. That rock.
There we go. Where'd you come from?
I have no clue where that came from.
That's a geode right there. Crack that thing open with some crystals.
Jeremy Parsons telling him, I'll hit you in the head with that thing.
I lift that over my head for fun.
Parsons still so confident, not even putting numbers on the side of the bike. He said, you're only going to see the front number plate. I don't care about the sides.
Yep, I got them on the front for the camera, on the back of the jersey for the guy behind me. That's all you need to know.
That's going to be you, Shane Kelleher.
Watch out now.
So these poor old guys, they're going to make them sit out here in the heat. They're going to make them ride this track.
Poor old guy. What do you mean? They're laying down some water. They're touching up the tracks
got
a
a
few
good
spots. Wait a second. They're saying take your time.
Yeah, go prep the whole track
Yep,
for us.
You know what? I'll take my helmet back off. You do a full reset.
Couple more motos to go here. I haven't got confirmation from Nick, but I'm sure Racer TV's already booked for next year's event. Obviously, Zach and Wes will be here. Hopefully, they want me to come back.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Nick puts me back out there on the track and I don't get the air conditioning anymore, but I might fight that one.
I was about to say,
we're living good up here.
It's not too bad.
We're living in the penthouse. They're down there in the doghouse.
Lucky us. Stop talking about it. Otherwise, we're going to make it jealous. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, Nick will be in there calling the race.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to be out there. We'll be running the dozer.
Yep.
Getting a look at the 575 of McDonald. Looks like the gate's going to go down on plus 45.
Oh, look at this. Oh, Parsons now with a good start this time.
Parsons and Kelleher, 1-2.
Watch out. Parsons knew he had to get the start at least on him if he wanted a chance.
You saw him move over to the left on him right as soon as he got out the gate. He wasn't going to let anything happen.
Not his first rodeo. He knows how to get it done. And headed up to the top side of the track. For lap one, it's Jeremy Parsons leading Shane Kelleher, but Kelleher dives to the inside.
Yep, trying to make quick work of him, but we know Parsons isn't going to let that happen. He's going to shut the door on him.
This is going to be fun to watch. Neither one of these guys known to back down.
No.
Kelleher.
He got in those little rocks, those pebbles, and the back tire just washed out on him. And down he went. He's going to say, I'm going around that jump.
Pop back on before they head down the hillside. Meanwhile, Parsons.
Yeah, Parsons off the hook for now. It looks like the 9 of Gene Nyman up there. Trying to cut the number on the KTM. 820. Oh, yep, that's 820. That's Lindholm. Wow, Kelleher all the way. Man, what the heck? He's already back around. Wow, he's
right where
really
he was.
angry now.
Yeah, I was about to say he is fired up. He is.
You call him scary man. Now he's angry man. He's angry and scary. You got the 804 of Wilcox.
Or innocent bystander.
Get this dude, move out of the way for your own safety.
Please watch out, man. Seems like a nice guy. There it is. Kelleher now back into 2 and chasing after Parsons in the number 1 spot. And poor old Jeremy Parsons, I don't think he even knows what's headed his way. As Parsons, Erickson into Kelleher in 3. Michael Wilcox right back there in the 4th spot.
There's a wrecking ball coming, and he doesn't even know. It's rolling down the hill right now. Man, he's fast when he's happy.
Yeah.
Now that he's angry, he's real fast.
He is fast and furious right now.
Fast and Furious 10, Vin Diesel and Shane Kelleher.
Kelleher, look at that on the rear wheel, Vogel style.
Look at that. I think that's Mark Erickson. He's about to go around. Oh, Erickson's going to try and shut the door, but Kelleher not interested in any of that.
I'm telling you what, Kelleher has found another gear right
this
now.
is impressive.
Joe Falzo leading that 40-plus BC class. Adam McCoy leading plus 40C.
I'm interested to see what the lap time is going to be for Kelleher here. We know he has speed, but he's significantly faster right now.
Well, he's liable to catch up to Parsons and just go right by him if he's able to keep this intensity up. But Parsons was doing a great job of riding that wide bike earlier. He relieved himself of some pressure, and now that pressure is right back to him.
Kelleher going to the outside. He's already, feels like he's close enough. It's time to start switching up lines and not follow. He'll follow him here down to the inside. Not sure you're going to find a better line on the outside, so you might as well just go to the inside and deal with it.
Both of these riders banged up. 78 of Parsons going to be getting a hip replacement here soon, and then Kelleher having a injured thumb, I believe a broken thumb this year at Loretta's just a few weeks ago. So this guy's battling through the pain for a title here in plus 48.
Yeah, after this moto, they're going to share an operating room and get stitched up, put them back together.
They'll be back to battling here in no time.
Down behind the start line here. See, now that he's got to him, he started to back it down a little bit. He's not as much urgency, I guess you would say.
Yeah, Kelleher 4 seconds faster that last lap, a 155 for Parsons to 151 for Kelleher. So he's got the pace. He just needs to stay patient and allow that pass to come to him. He's going to tuck back to the inside here on Parsons. This might be it. Whoa! Trying to twist the grips off of that 88 Honda.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got him. He's got to get that inside. Parsons knows where he's going.
Well, and Parsons wants this win too. Don't let it fool you. Parsons came in yesterday, said, man, I just got to ride like I know I can, and I think I can beat this guy. Meanwhile, Kelleher cuts back across. Parsons trying to protect those lines. This might be it. Kelleher, whoa! Parsons was looking for it.
He wanted it.
Let's see, can he get back to the inside? He needs to strike now before Kelleher gets some breathing room between the two of them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see one of those sprint, like a half a lap of sprint like we saw from Kelleher just to get away from him. But Parsons now trying to go up the inside of him.
Yep, Parsons needs to stay close. Lap rider up ahead. Kelleher going to cut back across, as does Jeremy.
Yeah, Kelleher got a little better traction there.
Valzo and Houck still 1 and 2 in BC. McCoy and Hitchcock in C.
One more lap here. This is for all the marbles here. Kelleher.
Traffic up ahead of Kelleher. How's that going to play? Parsons went really wide right there.
He's going to try and get back to the inside of Kelleher. We'll see if Kelleher moves over. He's got to get over soon.
Wait a second. Hockey move.
No, yeah, Parsons was nice about it.
Yep.
Maybe with a good hip, he drives it in there and really makes some contact, but
we'll see.
Kelleher not off the hook yet.
Parsons keeping him honest, playing it cool.
See if Parsons follows him up here. Kelleher was pretty quick when he went to the inside. Kelleher is going to go the outside.
Parsons now tries to launch that inside. Not sure if he's going to have the drive. Ooh, that Cowie is skating underneath it.
Couple more lappers ahead of him here. We'll see how Kelleher gets through him. Usually the first guy is the one that has the trouble with him. Once they know they're coming, they're a little more apt to look behind him and see if there's anybody else coming.
Shane Kelleher out front, leading the way. Final lap off and rolling, and should be seeing that white turn to checkered here in just a moment as Kelleher.
Yeah, they're going to be coming around here, around this tree line here any second now. You see the finish line flagger's got the checkered flag ready to go. He knows they're close.
There it is.
Kelleher working around a couple lappers. You want your extra lap? Too bad for you. I'm taking the checkered flag, and you can go back to the pits early.
There it is. Snatching souls and snatching state titles is Shane Kelleher with a plus 40A championship.
Add another championship to the wall and check it off the hit list. Parsons is going to go tell him, you got lucky.
Maybe next time. We're going to get this operation and we're going to come out swinging next year.
I'm going to go get a fake hit put in, and I'm going to be better than ever.
There we go. All right, so we're going to be looking for Shane Kelleher. You're going to be looking for Joe Falzo and David Hitchcock, the 180 and the 722, those other two champions there west. So then you got a little bit of lassoing to do. 3 podiums here for race 28. So once again, Shane Kelleher Joe Falzo on the 180 Suzuki, and David Hitchcock on the 722 KTM. But we're not worried about that. We're worried about the scary guy, Shane Kelleher. He's snatching souls and snatching titles.
I got him down here. Hey, I talked to Shane earlier, and he said a little bit of holdup out there, was not able to put his right leg down when he goes through the turns because he pulled his groin also at Loretta's, so he is only half a man right now. So once we get that groin sewn up and get that finger replaced, get a amputated finger put back on there, you're going to be 100%.
Wes, go easy on the half a man stuff.
All right, you're a whole man still.
We don't want our competitors thinking they got an edge on us.
I love it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank FXR Moto, Kelleher Sealants, Factory Flurry, DC3 Suspension, Hydro Earth, and of course Wes Kane and the boys for keeping everything interesting and keeping the life in the program. High Voltage for putting on this event. A+ to them. I know the weather's tough to keep up with the dust and the dirt, but overall, great place, great track, and I had a lot of fun this weekend.
Hey, congratulations. We'll give you the #1 plate. Hey, Shane Kelleher, if it wasn't for guys like you, we wouldn't have a job because you make it interesting out there on the track. We love you, man. We highlight, there's a lot of racers out there we all love, but there's special ones that come through, and they're our friends for life, man, and you're one of them, man, and we appreciate you being here.
All right, so gate down on our final moto. Wes going to try to grab Joe Falzo and David Hitchcock up there on the podium. 125 two-stroke off and running. Parker Harrington, Chadwick Nauer, and Beckett Ferry, your top three headed into this final moto of the day.
All right, is this Joe Falzo? Come on up here, Joe. Throw that bike on here.
Let's go back down to Wes. He's got Joe Falzo. He took your championship plus 40 BC. Wes, it's all yours, my man.
I got it right here. I don't know what's happening out there on the track. That's the final one we've been looking for. But, Joe, tell me about who do you want to thank?
Kyle Yetta for putting my bike on a stand. Troy City Garage, Fedger Connection, FXR, Falzo Training Facility, and the new track called Boondocks Moto in Pittston. Everybody should go check it out. It's legit.
All right, we'll check it out. But right now, you check out that #1 plate. We'll hand it to you. Guys, what's going on the track with Beck's Ferry?
Oh, man, they got high-flying action all over the place. Ferry inside the top three, Wes. You'd like to know it. He's in that third-place spot and trying to bring the fight to those top two. Let us know when you got David Hitchcock hanging out with him. We'll send it back down to you. But up and over that tabletop that goes, it looks like it's the Yamaha machine out front leading the way.
Yeah, right now you got Beckett Ferry. He's trying to chase down the 226 of Mitat and the 27 of Chadwick Nauer. I believe Mitat running 226. He may be running his Loretta's number. I just know the style, the gear, and the bike. I don't really need to see that number. We'll see what number he's running when they come through live timing here. We'll get the rest of the top five, but it should be Nauer, Mitat, and Ferry. Now we're checking in. There's Mitat and waiting for Ferry to click through here. There he is. Got him on the 51 on a KTM. That's a mistake. Ryder Bjorklund on the 946. Fourth, Scott Stratton, fifth. And we're going to check back in with Wes Kane. He's got one more guy to give a #1 plate to.
Hey, I don't know if he was tired or what, but he put his bike on the stand that way, and we're going to go with it. Who do you want to thank?
My son, because he made me come here. I would have stayed home.
I'm glad you're here, man. You get a #1 plate. And who else you want to thank?
My wife for letting us go.
Well, there you go. She's at home spinning your Black American Express card. Congratulations.
Watching the other two kids.
All right, great job out there. All right, get that #1 plate. Hold it up. Let them know you are the man. Back to the action.
Thank you, sir. Love to see it. A family affair out here. You got father and son here. Mom probably watching at home, stressing. Watching those live results, waiting for them to come around. Watching the kids, they're running around the backyard. Back to our moto here. Chadwick Nauer leading them around, sitting on a 2-1. Not sure what happened to Parker Harrington. We're showing him in 27. There was a couple riders got tangled up off the start. I gotta believe he was in there. He was your first moto winner. So unfortunately for Harrington, the championship's come undone. And he has opened the door for the 21 of Chadwick Nauer and the 22 of Joey Mitat. Even Beckett Ferry tied with Mitat on points here. So right now it's Chadwick Nauer's championship to lose, but 2 laps to go, Zach. Anything can happen, as we've seen.
Yeah, this thing is wide open right now. Like you said, some of our favorites getting shuffled around in those first couple of corners, man. Anything possible here in these second motos. The final moto of the day. The track is absolutely brutal. So these riders got their work cut out for them here in these closing laps of the day.
Yes, sir. Chadwick now are rolling in with a 152. Joey Meatot a 152 as well. Only 1.1 seconds back.
Ooh, look at this, headed to the line once again. Insides and outsides being used. Momentum, the name of the game here for these two strokes.
Yeah, you got the 52 up there battling with the 17 of Scott Stratton. That's going to be Alexander Patterson. So Patterson a little farther down the order. We had him in 14th in Moto 1. He's up towards the top 5 here, battling out this one.
We're seeing another lap get put in the books here for our top riders as we take a look. Auer, Meatot, and Ferry still 1, 2, 3. Bjorklund back there in the 4th spot. As we head down that front straight once again. And look at that problems for one of those riders. That's Meatot.
Yeah, he was trying to go after Nauer for the lead. That's going to open the door for Ferry. Oh, that turn again. You see all those little pebbles in there. They get underneath the knobbies in the tire, and next thing you know, they slide out from underneath. It happens quick. You got to stay on your toes up there.
So Meatot trying to make his way through it, and that berm right there, it's so dry, it's almost like baby powder. You think you can actually pivot off of it, but it just absorbs the bike no matter how light you try to stay onto it, and it plants that front end. We've seen several of those riders, and then right underneath it is an extremely hard base with those marbly type rocks on top of it. So tough conditions. We've seen several riders of all skill levels get caught up there, but right now the Blue Crew rider out front, Nauer, or excuse me.
Yep, no,
yeah,
that's
that is
correct.
Nauer.
That is Nauer.
KTM on our chart here, but
yeah, we got a couple mix up. They got Ferry as a KTM rider also, but as we saw, he was on.
Yeah, I believe Ferry's on the KTM.
Is he on the KTM
yeah, I think so. In this one, yeah.
Okay,
he's on his 125 here in this one. So.
Okay, I got you.
Yep, he was out at the ranch there, rocking that 51, 15 backwards. So
yeah, just flip him around. Yeah. He can't be exactly like that.
Hey, I've got to switch it up a little bit. As now he's switching it up and sitting second in this championship as well with that pass on Meatot.
Waiting to see if Meatot's clicked through. I think he was far enough ahead. He got up quick enough. Yeah, he's still in third, so he'll hold on to third in the overall championship. And then it looks like Vance Bruce and Ryder Bjorklund kind of tussling over that 4th and 5th. I see Bjorklund dropping down the order, so he's had problems. He was up in the top 5 early. He laid it down somewhere. Bjorklund's dropping down the order. He's all the way. He hasn't come through yet, but he's all the way back. 15th place and through 16th, so tough break for Bjorklund. Thought he was going to end the weekend on a good moto here. Unfortunately, he's running into some problems. Checking back in on Harrington. Let's see what he's up to. Up to 17. Sitting on a 117 right now. Only good enough for 8th in the overall, so a little bit of a heartbreak to end the weekend for him. Tell you who's not heartbroken is Chadwick Nauer.
No, he is looking solid right now as well. Letting this course kind of flow underneath him. He's not slamming into anything, kind of flowing as much as he can in these kinds of track conditions. So he is not far away from looking at a championship and a second moto win if he can hang on to it.
Yeah, once Meatot laid it down up there, kind of let Nauer off the hook, gave him the opportunity to kind of pick and choose and hop his way around. Not as much urgency to stay up front. And just let that 125 do what it's going to do.
So here we go. He's going to come around and I believe see a white flag. That's a checkered flag. That's a state title. We missed the white. Chadwick Nauer didn't miss it though. And he's been waiting on that checkered flag as that's going to bring home a 2025 New York State Championship in your 125 two-stroke class, race 29.
Let's check the AG video replay here.
AG video replay all day long, keeping us the shots, letting us know what's been going on. And man, this was the final one. We've been waiting on it. Beckett Ferry getting a little head shake there, hangs on to it. Some side-by-side racing action as well. And even late in the day, the line options still aplenty out here at High Voltage Hills. Some insides, some outsides. It's been so fun to watch the way this track develops and the racing that it's provided us so far.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, what's the AMA rulebook say? A minimum 20 feet, I believe, is the track. You're going to be able to use all 20 feet of the track here all the way around this place. And as you see, once the main line gets whooped out, you start moving over 5 feet. Now you got to move over another 5 feet. Said yesterday, maybe 20 and a half feet.
Yeah, there's a couple guys pushing it.
North Country Herd and Homes top 10, you got Chadwick Nauer, Beckett Ferry, Joey Meatot, Trevor David, Alexander Patterson, Vance Bruce, Preston Waite, Colton Hobbs, JT Roque, and Daniel Berry rounding out your top 10 here. It says 450C at the bottom. That was going to be 125 two-stroke.
So 125 two-stroke, your final moto of the day, which means we have a final podium celebration. Insane Wes Kane, bring us home, baby. What's going on down there? Insane Wes Kane has...
It's fine. He's over getting
ready
a
for the
slushie.
slushie, man. I was about to say, he was
slushie.
waiting. He thought that
Maybe
was the last moto.
Kevin got to him with a candy bar, maybe.
Didn't realize how quick an hour was. Thought it was an hour later. He wasn't sure.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a candy bar and a slushie right now.
Well, here we go. What happened was Bex Ferry pulled over. He goes, "Hey, man, I won." He goes, "Something about you won. You got second and then a 1." I go, "Yes, Beck. He got 3 points." I go, "You went 3-2 for 5." He goes, "Oh, man. Well, great job out there, man. I'm going to shake your hand. Congratulations. Way to do it." Chadwick Nauer, tell me about your race.
Yeah, I ripped a good start finally this weekend and had clear vision and just rode my race. It's pretty good.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, New York Roofers, O'Neill, Lynx, Scott, and everybody else that got me up here. Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job out there. You get the number 1 plate. Hold it up. Well-deserved. Wes Kane from the podium. I'm going to kick it back to the studio.
All right. Thanks so much, Wes Kane, as we head back into the Racer TV studios. Well, just like that, the 2025 New York State Championship has come to a close. Josh, I can't believe it. We've had incredible racing. So many new names joining us here in 2025, and we are just getting things started. Let's take a look through Championship Day recap. We had fans, we had families, we had everybody hanging out with us. We had our furry friends hanging out with us as well. A great day here at High Voltage Hills.
Yeah, yesterday was full of action, full of bar banging. You know, we had some twists and turns throughout the day, and today was no different. As you see, we got the infamous Matt Cameron taking a spill before the race even started. Just a load of highlights to share with everybody today. You know, the people that turned out, incredible turnout, incredible talent through all the disciplines and age classes. And, yeah, we couldn't thank everybody that tuned into Racer TV enough. And it's just been a great weekend. I mean, what do you think about it?
Oh, man, I think this is one that you should have circled no matter where you live. Shane Kelleher making the trip. I know I've got friends down in North Carolina. They're talking about it. Everybody's saying, man, this is the place to be. Incredible track. This kind of turnout, it's hard to find this anywhere else. And as you can see, the level of competition, it's not just 40 riders. It's 40 incredible riders that are out there doing battle, whether it's for the win, a top 10, or a top 20. And I think it's only going to continue to grow from here. Like you said, shout out to Nick and the entire crew here on site. They've been staying on top of it, and you know how hard that is to do. It's been dry, it's been windy, it's been hot, and they continued lap after lap, moto after moto, keep touching up some water, keep working that track when they need, keeping it dialed for our riders.
Yeah, the riders weren't the only ones that had a battle day all weekend, really.
Absolutely.
The track crew did a great job. They started early in the week before anybody showed up. A lot of work goes in here that you don't even really see as a racer or someone covering the race like we do. So shout out to them. They did a great job. I mean, even Shane Kelleher hopped on the podium. You know, gave him a little props because he knows he's been around the game for a while. He knows what it's like to deal with these conditions. And, yeah, every year the bar keeps getting raised. We were talking about it earlier. I don't know if the contract's locked in. I would assume it is. At this point, we might as well sign a 5-year deal.
I love it.
With Racer TV. So mark your calendars for next year. And to give you guys a little snippet, if you stayed along this late in the day, Mr. Z dropped the knowledge on me Friday when I was interviewing him. He's talking about turning this track around. We're going to run backwards.
Woo! Wait a second now. Some breaking news here that's getting you excited for 2026. Well, hey, let me tell you what we've got coming up here on Racer TV. We're going back. GNCC Racing Round 10 after the summer break, the Buckwheat 100 on September 6th. That's going to be our Pro ATVs. And then the following day on September 7th, that's going to be bike action all day long. GNCC Round 11 coming up after that, September 20th and 21st from the Mountaineer GNCC as well. So make sure you guys have those notifications turned on. You're subscribed to Racer TV on YouTube, and you're hanging out for all of the GNCC racing action for the final few rounds of the year. Once again, a ton of thank yous to hand out. All of our flaggers, all of our incredible staff here at High Voltage Hills, all of our concession workers, everybody taking care of you here on site. We also want to thank everybody involved with your Racer TV broadcast, starting with our AG video crew, including OPAG himself, Adam Gordon, getting everything set up and taking care of us. Our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell. Our producer, Don Hampton, giving us the cues in the ear all weekend long. Our director, Jack Renner. Our replay operator, Josh Williams. Our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, as well as our second engineer, Corey Chamberlain. Our audio engineer, Brian Wall, making sure we're sounding good. Our ops producer, of course, OPAG. Our camera operators, each and every one of them getting incredible shots. Adam Arndt, Allie Renner, Dylan Atkins, Chandler Kaler, Garrett Hampton, Nick Vosberg, Colton Kuntz, Gavin Hampton, and Adam Atkins, as well as our drone pilot, the eyes in the skies himself, Gabe Scholl. For us here in the booth, Insane Wes Kane and Josh Stout, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time here on Racer TV.